This novel was requested by Emperor Titus, leader of the Mormor Legion. I got a new skill every time. WN61-80, CH61. Whoa! Immediately after the world transfer was completed, I couldn't help but shout. Again, I know there existed a special blank space in between the white world and the world I was transferring to, but still this was unexpected. In front of me, a large number of children approximately 12 years old, dressed in matching outfits, were lined up in a row. And among them, the boy in front of me was staring at me with the biggest look of surprise on his face. Wait, isn't this R? I spontaneously held my head down, and the boy in front of me exclaimed and reached out his hand towards me. But I didn't have time to worry about it. This scene, this boy, certainly looks familiar, or rather, I remember this. Why am I here? Why did I come here? This was the 28th world. I was puzzled by the fact that my memory retained it, but I soon realized that it didn't really matter. Tia is gone. I felt no warmth from my hands that were supposed to be holding her hands. The fact that I was the only one who was sent to this place almost made me black out, but I held my frustration inside myself with steel willpower. Calm down. It's true that what's happening right now is absurd, but it is meaningless to think about it. First of all, I just need to calm down and figure out what's going on. To do that, there was a boy in front of me looking at me with a face saying he didn't know what to do. Now that I remembered what happened during the first time, there was only one thing I could do. My name is Eidos, a human spirit. What do you want from me? Human spirit. The boy in front of me was again surprised when I announced myself. In addition, people around me were like, a human spirit? Is there even such a thing? I ignored them and called out to the boy again. What's wrong? Did you have something to do with me? My name is Miguel. I am the summoner who summoned thee, and I seek a contract with thee. In my power and my name, follow me and kneel. Eidos, human spirit. Following my prompting, the timid-looking boy with soft brown hair thrusted a cane in front of my face. Then a pale light from the tip of it shone down on me. And nothing happened. Well, I wasn't really a spirit, so naturally it didn't have any effect on me. But to Miguel and the students around him, who weren't aware of this scene would be a total failure, which in the first place should not be. Failure? If that's the case, the contract is made. What do you ask of me, my lord? Therefore, I knelt down in front of the impatient Miguel as if the ritual had succeeded. I was treated so badly by Miguel in the academy during the first round because I had not known this etiquette and had simply been dumbfounded. But I could not let that happen in order to secure my freedom in the future. Miguel, who thought he had made a contract with me, was innocently happy and tilted his head. Why, well then, what can a spirit do, aside from the ordinary spirit such as fire or water? There was no way Miguel would know what a human spirit, which as far as I know didn't not exist, could do. I responded to Miguel's question with a formal tone that was as spirit-like as possible. As a human spirit, I am only capable of doing what other humans can do. What can people do? So how about burning that tree or building a wall of dirt? If you want me to burn the wood, allow me to make a fire using a flint. If you want me to build a wall, allow me to dig the ground and pile the dirt on top of it. Is that all right with you? Yes. Miguel was blatantly disappointed by my answer. A spirit was something that was capable of wielding supernatural powers that others could not imagine, but he was told that I was only capable of doing what a mere human servant could do. I could understand why he was disappointed, but it was not appropriate for me to show my true strength here. Until Tia's safety was confirmed, it would be difficult for me to move if I stood out too much. Yes, attention everyone. And then the only adult woman present clapped her hands together to get the children's attention. After confirming this, the female teacher looked around once again at the faces of the students she was in charge of before continuing. It seems that some of the children have made a contract with a slightly different spirit than the other day, but anyway, everyone's spirit contract is now complete. This is the end of today's class, so please go back to your dormitories and have a long talk with your contracted spirits. If you have any questions or feel that you are in danger, please call the teacher immediately. Understood? Yes. Nice. A good answer. Then, dismissed. With the words of the female teacher, the children dispersed en masse in small groups, but Miguel was the only one who returned to the dormitory alone. Well, technically there were two of us, since I was following him. But I was a spirit here. Ha! Why is my spirit like this? Isn't that a little rude? I frowned lightly at Miguel, who complained as we walked along. But Miguel looked back at me with a resentful expression on his face. Because idos can only do what other people do, right? I can only do what normal humans can do. Then why don't you try flying? Miguel's words made me jump lightly on the spot. Don't. No, definitely. No. Miguel said this right away when he saw me slowly reaching for my crotch. Of course I didn't mean to do it seriously, but I couldn't deny that Miguel's eyes became even colder when he looked at me. Ha, I knew it. It's useless. What's wrong with that? I am able to do everything my lord is able to do, you know. And what I can do, my lord can do. Don't my lord understand how great that is? I can't. A spirit that can only do what I can do is useless. So, my lord thinks he is useless? That's right. What a self-deprecating lord you are. In that case, I think you should eat a full meal, don't you? If that was able to solve every problem, life would be a lot easier. My lord's life is hard because he doesn't think he can fix it. We walked side by side in silence. The loneliness of the US was even more apparent when we were surrounded by people who were happily talking and showing off their contracted spirits to each other. Ha, I get it. I lost. I won't say it again. That's a great attitude. You are my lord, after all. I nodded in satisfaction and answered Miguel, who couldn't stand the silence, and uttered, "Not a bad way to start off, I guess." Then let's go to my room. Let's talk about each other there. All right. I, too, have questions to ask my lord. I've got two. Hey, what's the world of spirits like? That's... Well, let's go to your room first. Yeah, Fufu, can't wait for it. Miguel's eyes lit up with anticipation, but of course I knew nothing about the world of spirits. As long as I didn't get caught, I could say anything vaguely. If only Tia was here. If we stayed away from Miguel the hero, we would not be able to return later. So, I had to keep my composure and be cautious. With impatience bottled up inside my chest, I followed Miguel as we walked through the beautifully maintained grounds of the academy. CH62. Come on in. Sorry for disturbing. Miguel invited me into a room near the entrance on the first floor of the 3-story dormitory. As I recalled, the better the results of the entrance exam, the larger the room on the outside, so the fact that Miguel was living in this room indicated his position. However, it was not small. It was about the size of a room in an inn. A miscellaneous mercenary who was on the run would use. It was enough for a single person. Yes, only if you were alone. What should I do? I didn't think I could sign a contract with a spirit bigger than me, so my bet is, don't worry about me. I'll stay beside the window here. I can't treat idos that way, who went to the trouble of signing a contract with me. It's a little cramped, but would you like to sleep with me on my bed? I appreciate the gesture, but it's rather cramped. I just want a meal prepared, and that's it. As expected, you eat normal food. I learned in class that spirits eat foods associated with their attributes, and in Ido's case, of course, it's human food. Just prepare the same thing as you would for yourself, my lord. Understood. I'll let the cafeteria staff know later. After the necessary exchanges, Miguel sat down on the bed. I sat down on a chair by his side as his gaze urged me to do so, and Miguel began to talk again. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Miguel. I am a first-year student at the Rowan Royal Academy of Magic, and this school is a place where children with a talent for magic are gathered from all over the country, and everyone here makes a contract with a spirit to use magic. Miguel had spoken so vigorously, but he immediately stopped talking and looked at me awkwardly. I'm a human spirit, so I can't use spirit-like powers. Magic. Well, yeah, I'm sorry, I know it's not really Idos's fault. In fact, I know I should be thanking you for at least signing a contract with me like this. I certainly can't create the kind of comprehensible magical phenomena that my lord wishes for. And, if I may be presumptuous, even if a spirit other than myself were to make a contract, my lord would not be able to invoke magic. For some reason, there was only spirit magic in this world. And when I saw Miguel in Rainbow Glass before, his talent for spirit magic was pretty precocious. As a child, he showed exceptional talent that was present only in 1 in 1,000 people. But he hit his ceiling there. In short, Miguel was recruited here when he was about 5 or 6 years old because of his talent. But since then he had hardly grown up, and tragically, he never will. Is it possible for spirits to know about someone's talents? I don't know about other spirits, but I am a human spirit. I can at least recognize the talents of my contractors. I see. Hearing my words, Miguel's shoulders slumped in disappointment. I could only imagine how bitter the taste of failure must be at the age of 12. I felt similarly when I found out I had no magical talent, so I could only imagine what it must be like. That was both a lie and the truth. It was the will of some god that made me appear and had nothing to do with Miguel's abilities, but no matter how immature he was and how little room he had for growth, there was no mistaking Miguel's talent. The difference between 0 and 1 was infinitely greater, but whether a 12-year-old would understand and accept that was a different matter. What then, you ask? The answer was simple and clear. My lord, what do you want to be from now on? What do you mean? It's futile, right? Isn't that what Eidos just said? Not that, my lord. I only said that it is impossible for you to use ordinary spirit magic. With my power, you would be able to use it fully if you put in the effort. Wow, what do you mean by that? Because you can only do what other normal humans are capable of doing. It seems that my lord has a very low opinion of the power of mankind. Then let me show you something. With that, I rose from my seat and took out a copper coin from my bag at my waist to show it to him. Foo. Look here then. Oh, and it's dangerous. Don't move. Okay. After a quick reminder, I flipped the copper coin into the air. It was extremely difficult to do this in a small room, but this was where I roused my fighting spirit. Fiercely, I unsheathed the sword at my waist, and a flash of silver flashed across the copper coin in the air. I stood where I was as I swung my sword, and soon after, a clicking sound echoed twice on the floor. How is it, my lord? How is my sword? No way. You cut it? You cut a copper coin with a sword? Yes, I did. Though not that precise because of the location and the wrong weapon. The area was too small to increase the sword speed and the weapon I used was just a generic basic sword, an Amura iron sword, so the copper coins, picked up from the floor, were in the shape of 2 half-moons. If I had used a better weapon, in a larger area, I could have sliced it into thin vertical strips, but right now, this was the limit of what I could do. Wow, amazing, you really cut it. Awesome, Eidos. I can't believe you can do this. Quick to be excited, my lord. Have you forgotten what I am? Eidos is a human spirit, right? That's why. Miguel, who tilted his head lightly, looked at me timidly. Eidos, you said, right? You are a human spirit, so you can only do what others can do. And yes, what I can do, my lord can do. It is not by the power of spirit magic, which relies on spirits. A person, my lord, can do this only by his own strength. What do you think? Do you still consider yourself useless and incompetent when you can do all this? This. At my words, Miguel's eyes widened as he stared at the copper coin in his hand. In a world with magic enchantments, it would be relatively easy to do this, but in this world without such enchantments, cutting coins was a miraculous feat that could easily be mistaken for magic. Am I really going to be able to do this? It's possible. Of course, it requires effort, but my lord can manage this degree of work without any difficulty. That is the true talent that sleeps in my lord who was able to summon me, a human spirit. I cannot use magic like true magic. However, if my lord truly desires, I will pass on to you a skill far higher than any magic which is capable of cutting down any magic. I will give you the power of a true human being, which will not be lost when my contract with you is over. First-year students at this school only signed a basic 1-year contract. After that time, the spirit would leave, and unless a new contract was made with another spirit, the spirit that used its power would naturally become unusable. On the other hand, the swordsmanship I would teach him would be learned by him. And Miguel, who was a hero, had by far the highest talent with a sword. In the first round, I stumbled here and I didn't know what to do, so my words didn't reach Miguel because I was just something that wasn't a spirit, that came out of nowhere, and even if it had reached him, I couldn't have taught him much at that time. But now it was different. I was proud to say that my swordsmanship, which I had honed over the past 100 years, had reached the peak of what a human was capable of. If I passed it on to a child who was overflowing with talent, the future would not come for abandoning a miserable child who had given up on everything half-heartedly. Now what will you do, my lord? Still, if he was not willing to do it, there was nothing I could do about it. If he turns me down here, he would have to rethink his future. I'll do it. Hey, Eidos, teach me the sword. Power of the humans. I nodded broadly with a big smile on my face as Miguel gave me a motivation-filled look. CH-63, Fufafu, I'm glad my lord is motivated. Now may I ask you a question? I asked Miguel, who was smiling as he held and opened his hands for some reason. So far I have been acting to bring this world to a happy ending, but not from here on out. Eh? What? Are there any other mysterious spirits like me summoned to this school? Yes, this was very likely. As far as I could remember from the first round, there were no spirits like me in this world, which was not surprising since I was the only human spirit. But that was also true of Tia, and if there was another spirit that had appeared similar to me, there was a pretty high probability that it was Tia. Ah, yeah, there is. Nash summoned one 3 days ago. It was a big deal at the time because it was so unusual. I guess that's why there wasn't an uproar about mine this time around. 3 days ago? When I heard it was 3 days ago, I let my body go limp so that my expression wouldn't be noticed. Ah, really? I am really glad. If there was a severe discrepancy, the question arises as to what might happen on the return trip, or whether it would be possible to meet in the first place, and the fact there was only difference of 3 days was the best news I heard. But there were some additional things I needed to confirm. So who's this? Nash. Nash is, what do you call, a jerk. He has a contract with a spirit called Tia. Ordinary spirits can only use magic of their own attribute, but Tia can use all 6 attributes. That's why she's on a roll these days. Ah, I see. By the way, is he treating his spirit roughly? I don't think so. It's different if we make a contract as adults, but I don't think we can make them do anything that they dislike under our contract. Isn't it the same with you, Eidos? Correct. Actually, I had no idea what the specific binding force of that contract was, either in the first round or now. After all, I was a human, so it wasn't magical, of course. But what about Tia? Considering that she was an elf, also known as half-spirits, and a skilled spirit magic user, perhaps that contract magic might be effective. And moreover, if she had been suddenly thrusted into this strange world and was in a confusing situation without me, there was no end to my worries. But it would be best to meet her and ask her myself. Hey, now answer my question. What is the world of spirits like? I've always wanted to ask a spirit directly. That's. What do you say? Miguel, with sparkling eyes, asked me if it was his turn. I involuntarily raised my eyebrows and choked on my words. I couldn't come up with a good and well-crafted excuse in such a short period of time, but on the other hand, it was possible to tell a lie because he was a child. How about this? I'm a human spirit, and I lived in a different place compared to other spirits. Okay? Is that okay with you? Of course. I mean, I'd rather hear that. What kind of place did Eidos live in? What did you do before I summoned you? I see. Then, I lived in a place that's all white and in between worlds. There are countless doors that led to other worlds, and I repeatedly went through those doors to other worlds, helping people I met there and then returning to my original world. Not wanting to talk about my time as a mercenary, I told him about the situation I was in now. Miguel seemed to like it and leaned forward to ask me to continue. So that's why you came to me, too? Yes. I heard the voice of my lord calling to me, and from there I came to this world. It was a minor lie, but, well, this was good enough for now. It may not be a complete lie, since the summoning magic circle invoked by Miguel was used as the exit for the world transfer. Oh, that's right. Wow. Wait. If what you just said is true, has Eidos been to many other worlds besides this one? Oh, yes, I have. Do you want to hear about it? Yeah. Tell me. Ha. Fine. Then, at Miguel's urging, I proceeded to tell him a rousing tale of my exploits in the other world. This continued after dinner, and when I finally made sure Miguel collapsed into bed after falling asleep, I opened the window of his room and walked out of the dormitory. Maybe I'll wait a little longer. I laid down on the maintained lawn, looking at the 2 moons in the sky. The number and alignment of moons differ from world to world, but I liked how the ones here were nestled together like twins. It felt kind of sentimental to me right now. Well, it's about time. I waited until midnight, and called out, "Akashic Compass." "I'm looking for Tia," I whispered quietly, and the image of Tia lying on the floor instantly appeared on the compass. From the scenery reflected in the surroundings, it was almost certain that they were in the dormitory of this school. Then all that remained was to proceed in the direction pointed by the compass needle that appeared late. Mirage shift. Alerted to the presence of the night watchman, I used my banishing skill to make myself invisible. I went straight back to Miguel's room and slipped through the door and continued down the hallway. No, too close. Making sure they couldn't hear me when I spoke out loud, I quickly went ahead. The room that the compass pointed to was, to my surprise, only 10 steps to the left from Miguel's room. There was no point in patrolling at such a small distance, so I couldn't deny the feeling that I had wasted my skill. It was not like it won't be usable again after a day. What is this feeling of defeat? Well, it's okay. Sometimes it's just for precaution. Besides, this way I don't have to open the door to get into the room, so yeah. Lightly reassuring myself, I slipped through the door and entered the room. The room was about 50% larger than Miguel's, but still not big enough to accommodate 2 beds, and that was why Tia, wrapped in her cloak, was sleeping on the floor. The room had a soft carpet, so it was heavenly compared to camping out during an adventure. But what can I say? I was just a little bit pissed off. Well, I said myself that I'd be fine outside too, and Tia's not the kind of girl who would let kids sleep on the floor, so maybe she came up with the idea herself, even though, I'll just spill a vase of water on Nash's crotch. No, that's for later. Putting aside my unprofessional vengeance, I quietly moved closer to Tia's side. It had been 3 days from Tia's point of view, and not even a day had passed since we had parted, but something tugged at my heart because of my initial uneasiness. Tia. I quickly deactivated the mirage shift, and shook Tia's body just a little bit. Even with that, Tia, who had been working as a member of the heroes party, immediately woke up, and when she saw my face up close, her eyes widened to a full circle. Barker, you're too loud. I hurriedly covered Tia's mouth with my hand as she was about to scream. Tia immediately remembered the situation and delivered her voice to my head without moving her mouth. It was Tia's banishment skill, missing talk. "Ed, you're safe." That's my line. "Tia, are you alright?" I have a lot to say about that, but let me say this first. What? I removed my hand that was covering my mouth, and Tia hugged me just like that. As soon as my head was buried in Tia's chest, a nostalgic and reassuring scent tickled my nose. "Welcome home, Ed." "I'm home, Ed." Welcome back, Tia." "I'm home, Tia." After the unexpected separation, we just held each other quietly until our warmth reached each other. CH-64, are you satisfied? "Yes, I'm fine now." Tia slowly released my head, which was being held tightly, from her arms at my words. I thought that normally in such situations, I would be the one to hug her, but I guess it really doesn't matter either way. You can stay right where you are. I'll lie down. Then I'll sleep together with Ed. I used my hand to stop Tia from getting up, and laid down next to her. The floor was not as cold as I thought it would be. "So, Tia, I heard you reached here 3 days ago. What did you do?" "Yeah, that's it, Matilda. It was so hard." Tia pouted her cheeks in frustration, close enough to feel her breath. Instead of being able to speak, our joined hands were strained and a little sore. After we went through that door, I was surrounded by a white world for a moment and found myself outside. There were a lot of kids around, and among them was Nash, the one who's sleeping there. That one kid was a little ahead of me, and he started talking to me. He said, "I'll sign the contract, just give me your name." "Did you tell him?" I really wanted to ignore him, but then I noticed that you, who was supposed to be with me, was gone, so I decided to be mature and not change the course of the world that Ed was supposed to know, so I just went by my name, Tia. And in addition, it's a familiar name that I'm used to being called. The kid in front of me didn't look skilled enough magician to bind me up, and I didn't want Ed to not be able to find me if I changed something. Names were extremely important in contracts, especially in a case like this. It must have been very unfavorable to Tia, since Tia gave her original name. Well, There was no way that very unfavorable would be enough to bring Tia, a skilled spirit user who has lived for over 100 years, under his control. I see. Well, let's just say this time, no matter how many names you change, I'm not going to lose Tia, so if you're really in trouble, don't worry about it, okay? I believe you. But still, just in case. In fact, you found me right away like this, so it worked, didn't it? I'm not saying it didn't, but this time it wouldn't have made much difference what Tia called herself since she was right around the corner. But if she was far away, would it still be the same if I used their Akashic compass? Honestly, it's only the difference would be it will take a little longer before I can rest easy, okay? If so, then the name was worth it. Tia, who was pouting a moment ago, now smiled and winked at me. This quick change of mood was very typical of Tia. And then nothing special happened. I am acting like the contact has been made, so he shouldn't think I'm acting strange. The only thing I did was use spirit magic when I was asked to do it. And how did it go with you, Ed? Yeah, I'm just like you. Also, I call myself Fidos, the human spirit, in case you're wondering. What's that? The pseudonym is fine. But a human spirit, is there such a thing? I don't think there are any. That's why I'm calling myself that. I'm not going to bother anyone, and if I don't, it will act as a good cover. Wow, Ed is really smart when it comes to these things. Tia gave me a dumbfounded look as I smiled at her. Then, after exchanging some minor information, I quietly raised myself from the floor. Well, then, it's time to go back. I'm with a guy named Miguel, so if you need anything, just write me a letter or something. It's the next room over from this room. Okay, but don't you have to join us right away? I thought we had to work together in the heroes party. Yeah, he'll be fine. The best time to leave this world is a year from now, when the contract ends. If we can get Miguel to recognize you as one of his own friends within 6 months, we should be able to go home together then, so we're not in a rush yet. Once they were recognized as a party, it didn't matter living apart, at least within the school, and since Miguel and Nash were classmates, they would have frequent opportunities to interact with each other. Even if the two of them were to have a fallout in the worst-case scenario, neither Tia nor I were actually bound by a contract, so we would be able to move independently and so it won't matter. Ah, I see. I'm relieved. So I should just keep on acting like I'm contracted to do this? That's a safe bet. As far as I remember, there shouldn't be any major incidents. But still, try to keep a low profile for a while. At least, don't let your master stand out too much that he is taken in by the royal court. If that happened, he would be separated from the rest of us. Ah, I see. So the spirit magic I use is supposed to be Nash's ability, and depending on its evaluation, it might keep me away from the academy. Did I do it by any chance? Ring any bells? Tia's ears dropped with an anxious look on her face, and I asked her, reluctantly. When I made a contract with him, he asked me, what can you do? I used the magic of the 6 attributes as usual. Then it became a serious thing. Miguel was talking about something like that. In this world, you can only use magic of the attribute that your contracted spirit has, so it would be a really big deal if you could use all the 6 attributes. But that's strange. Is that so? Tia raised her eyebrows at my words, and I asked her once I had gotten back to my feet. I couldn't help but be curious about such a topic when I was about to leave. Of course it is. When I use spirit magic, I don't make contracts each time, do I? I am able to use magic without hassle, so it can't be that type of world one. Then why do the children here make contracts with spirits? That's what I don't understand. A contract with a spirit makes it easier to draw out the power of the contracted spirit, but on the other hand, the contracted spirit will always suck out your mana, and it becomes difficult to borrow the power of other spirits. So even if you make a contract with a spirit for some purpose, it's not like you can't use spirit magic without making a contract with one. So it's unthinkable to have contracting with a spirit as the goal. Then they can only use the power of the spirit they've contracted with. That's precisely because they have a contract with that spirit. Since it consumes mana to maintain a contract and additional mana is needed to use the power of uncontracted spirits, perhaps they can't meet the requirements to use spirit's power. For example, if a spirit magic requires 10 mana to activate when there is no contract with anyone, the contracted spirit's power can be used with 5 mana, but if you want to borrow power from a different spirit in that state, you need 20 mana. However, if it is common sense here to have a contract with a spirit, the mana required to activate spirit magic is 5, right? If they can't even see any sign of activation even after pouring in double or triple the mana required, it's quite possible that they came to the conclusion that you can't use the spirit magic without having a contract with them. Ah, that again. I became speechless listening to Tia, the expert. If it was true. Or maybe it was true, what a distorted tradition that has been passed down. However, such was the way of the world. It would be overwhelmingly difficult to overturn the common sense. This is the way it has always been. If there was one answer in front of you, no one would think, what if there is another answer to that? Hey, do you think I should point this out to him? Seriously? Please don't do that, I told Tia. He would either be beaten as a heretic or celebrated as a wise man. Either way, Nash's future would be severely distorted and guaranteed to keep him away from the academy. Well, you're right. I'll hold out as long as I can. Really, please. I patted a disgruntled Tia on the head, and this time, I got up. Then my eyes, now completely dark, caught a glimpse of Nash's sleeping face with a happy look on his face. Hang in there. After muttering inwardly sympathetically, which I had somehow developed, I stealthily opened the window of the room and hurried out to the outside, where it had begun to brighten before I knew it. Footnotes: that type of world probably refers to that space in the third world where the Sword of Light was stored. If you remember, her magic was blocked off there. I say probably as the author is pretty vague when saying that type of world. I also verified it with other translators. Ch 65, Heartilda. Morning. Rubbing my sleep-deprived eyes, I stretched out on the grass in the sun. I took a deep breath of the clean morning air, and the coolness of the air woke me up. It felt nice to be able to stretch my arms and legs as much as possible. The beds on the pirate ship were too small. Yosh, let's go back to the room first. I walked a mere 10 steps to the window, put my hand on the unlocked window and pushed it open. Then Miguel, they're getting dressed, saw me and greeted me with a smile. Good morning, Eidos. Good morning, my lord. Did you have a good sleep in these fields? If it seems too hard, I'll think of something. Just take it easy and let me know. I appreciate your concern, my lord, but for the time being, I am fine. If I need anything else, I will let you know. Yes. Oh, you're going to eat, right? Do you want to go to the cafeteria with me, or should I bring it here? That's. If it's okay with my lord, please let me accompany you to the cafeteria. Of course it is. Then let's go together. At Miguel's invitation, we walked side by side to the cafeteria. The main cafeteria was on the other side of the main entrance, so it was a short walk from this room. Hey, Miguel. Hey, Thomas. As we walked into the cafeteria, a student approached Miguel. Based on his friendliness, he must be a friend of Miguel's, but I honestly didn't remember him. It was not due to my memory, but rather because my experience was that bad in the first round. Good morning, Thomas. You're up early this morning. I know, right? The hell? Why did I even worry about him? Eh? What? Yesterday, you were so depressed because you got the short end of the stick, weren't you? You went back to your dorm by yourself, and you took your dinner to your room. So I thought today would be a good day to cheer you up. Ah, I see. I'm sorry, Thomas, but as you see, I'm fine. I guess so. Then let's have dinner together. Yeah, let's get in line, Eidos. The three of us stood in line waiting for our turn. Since everyone around me was a 12-year-old child, only my huge figure stood out, but for better or worse, people knew that I was a human spirit summoned by Miguel, so they did not look at me suspiciously. The food here is very good. And you probably know that because you had it yesterday. Oh, but in the morning it's the same for everyone. But in the evening we have 3 choices. Why don't we come here and eat tonight too? Oh, that sounds fun. The heck, Miguel, you have gotten along with your spirit pretty well. Thomas interrupted us as he saw me and Miguel having a friendly conversation. His tone sounded a little bit bitter, but in reality, Thomas had a smile on his face. Well, I talked to him and he seemed like a nice guy, and we had a really interesting conversation. I brought dinner to my room last night because I really wanted to hear the rest of his story. What? Damn it, I worried about you for nothing. I mean, is it really that interesting? Yes, it is. What I heard is, foo-foo. Looks like I don't have to worry about it this time. Seeing Miguel happily retelling the story I told him last night as if it were his own, and Thomas listening to it with sparkling eyes. I felt relieved seeing this. First time. When I first came to this world for the first time, I naturally had no way of knowing that I had been summoned as a spirit. The place was in turmoil when I showed up at a ceremony where only spirits could be summoned and I appeared as a human being. Now that I think about it, the school probably had some reasons for not wanting to set a precedent for forcibly summoning a human being. In the end, I was defined as an unsuccessful spirit close to humans. Miguel, who could not summon a proper spirit, was also called the first outcast since the beginning of the prestigious Rowan Royal Academy of Magic, and the first person to fail. His friends, who were concerned about him at first, gradually drifted away from him as he became distant and refused any contact with them due to his inferiority complex. After all, he was only a 12-year-old kid. By the time 2 months had passed, Miguel had no friends left. I wanted to do something about it, but of course, I was not a spirit, so I could not use the magic that Miguel wanted. Still, I wanted to somehow give him confidence and told Miguel that I had a talent for swords, but my words, which were the cause of his despair, never reached Miguel. On top of that, this world valued spirit magic over anything, and he discarded me like garbage at the end of our contract. I feel like my heart is being ripped out of my chest with guilt now that I remember. This environment, where everyone was both victim and perpetrator and where no one could take out their anger or resentment on anyone, was one of the worst worlds out of the 100 worlds I've experienced. But not this time. Miguel's confidence had been restored, and he was no longer left alone in a corner of the cafeteria with a despondent look on his face. I have never been a parent before. But even so, the sight of Miguel smiling and talking with his friends was more endearing than anything else, and I was proud of him. Eidos. Hey, Eidos. Oops. What is it, my lord? Not what. Come on, quick. Miguel's voice brought me back to reality. I hurriedly checked the situation, and it seemed that it was my turn to receive my meal. Oops. Sorry about that. I picked up one of the trays on the table and followed Miguel and the others. The three of us then arrived at the same table and immediately began to eat. As I thought, the food here is delicious. I know. Our maid makes only these weirdly sweet dishes. This one is definitely yummy. I'm sure she's thinking, let the kids eat something sweet. Of course there are sweet and tasty foods, but if everything is sweet, of course they will get bored. Miguel said. Ha. That may indeed be true. Do you have a sweet tooth, Eidos? Thomas asked. Me? Well, I don't particularly like it, but I don't really dislike it either. No, I don't like too much of anything. Too much, for example? Yeah. I was once offered a huge pastry decorated in the shape of a royal castle, but it was made almost entirely of sugar. It was sweet on its own, but on top of that, honey and other ingredients were smeared on the surface to give it an extra sheen. Wow, I'm getting a toothache just listening to you. Miguel and Thomas frowned when they heard my story. Yeah, that was really bad. No, it was torture. No matter how good it looked, sugar on honey was not human food. Just thinking about it makes my stomach ache. Oops. We have an outcast here, huh? Thomas, who was sitting in front of me, was the first to realize who it was and frowned. When Miguel and I turned around and looked in that direction, we saw the face of the boy who was sleeping peacefully last night. A small fat boy with chilly red hair trimmed on both sides stood next to Tia, who, for some reason, had no expression on her face. Nash, what do you want? What do I want? We're classmates, aren't we? Well, from the perspective of Miguel-san, a former child prodigy, an ordinary guy like me may not be worth talking about. Right? Hey, Nash. You. Thomas, shut the fuck up. I'm talking to Miguel right now. Hey Miguel, I'm having trouble using my spirit magic. Maybe you can tell me how to use it better? You know, don't you, Prodigy Miguel-san? At Nash's mocking words, Miguel hung his head and clenched his fists. I talked to him yesterday and he was positive. But we haven't done any training yet, so of course nothing will come of it. Then, my lord, since he is requesting so much from you, why don't you teach him? Eidos. What are you talking about? Miguel stared at me, surprised by my words, but I put my hand on his shoulder and smiled at him. What? It's simple. Spirit magic is a phenomenon caused by using the power of spirits, isn't it? Then it can be said that everything that my lord commands me to do is spirit magic. No, is that not different? Yes, it makes no difference. Now command, my lord. If it is in the power of man, I will surely accomplish it. Yesterday I felt a little sorry for him. But if he was getting so cocky, there was no need for that. I stood proudly in front of Nash with a fearless smile on my face, ready to punish the little rascal for getting carried away. CH-66. What are you? Hey Miguel, you don't think you can beat my Tia with this piece of crap, do you? You don't know that until you try. Miguel stood up from his seat with a thud at Nash's condescending words. Then he stood in line next to me and pointed his finger at Nash. It's true that up until yesterday I may have been a failure. But now I'm not. I'm different now. And even Eidos is not a failure. Hey, bold of you say that. Then let's settle this in class today. Sure. I'll show you what I'm talking about. In front of Miguel, who challenged him, Nash, uninterested, snorted and stood in line for breakfast. Then, when the situation settled down, Miguel once again held his head in his hands. What am I going to do? I went ahead and said it. Ha ha ha, isn't that great? Beat the crap out of Nash. Don't make it sound so easy, Thomas. Hey Eidos, are you sure we're going to be okay? Of course. That's what I'd like to say, but what's today's class? In the first place, since it was Tia who was following Nash, she could do whatever she wanted as far as winning or losing a fight in a normal fight. However, depending on the outcome of the fight, it may be necessary to be creative. I could not remember the contents of a year's worth of classes that I did not take, no matter how much I remembered from the first round. Now that I've made a contract with Eidos, I too can participate in practical training in the use of spirit magic starting today. But the first thing I have to do is to draw out the power of the spirits. Yeah, I'll do my best to draw out Siren's power too. Siren was the spirit with whom Thomas had a contract. He said that he was currently sleeping in his room. But since ordinary spirits do not eat human food, he would not bring him to the cafeteria unless requested to do so by the spirit himself. Well, this place was still rather crowded, so if there was no use, that was a good thing. Well, that's that. So you mean to say that the class will be a competition between my lord and that fat boy to see who can better draw out the power of the spirits? That would be the case. How will it be decided? Is it like the one who can do something amazing wins? That's right. Let's do it with a bang, Miguel. Thomas smacked Miguel, who was tilting his head. Looks like I should do something fancy, but the evaluation criteria was vague. Well, it was just part of the class, after all, and I'd consider asking Tia to make some adjustments. And while I was quietly thinking about this, the time was moving quickly. After finishing breakfast and getting ready, we headed to the school building to start classes, and finally it was time for the practical training in question. So today I'm going to have you all practice drawing out the power of your spirits. The place was a garden in front of the school building, different from the one where I was summoned. The trampled brown ground covered quite a large area. In addition, there was a grassy area, a water field, and even an area surrounded by a light stone wall where fire could be used, so that spirits of any attribute could exert their power. And all the students gathered here had spirits with them. Some looked like ordinary animals at a glance, while others had translucent bodies or floated in the air, or they were so diverse in appearance that they looked like complete deformities, and some were nothing more than pebbles. Among them, the most eye-catching were me and Tia, humanoid spirits. Well, we were not really spirits, so it was only natural for us to stand out because we didn't look like them. In the classes we've had so far, you've learned how to handle the power of the spirits well, haven't you? Then, first try to do it on your own. Then, if you don't understand something, ask your teacher. Okay? Yes. Good. Then, please begin. As the teacher clapped her hands, the students spontaneously assembled among friends and began to work together to draw out the power of the spirits. Soon after, Thomas came over to us waving his hand. Hey, Miguel, let's do this together. Thomas. Yeah. The two of them, having quickly joined up, squat down in front of me and start talking. Incidentally, Thomas's feet were covered in flames and a skink lizard covered in flames. A lizard with gills on its face and able to live underwater was standing there with a dazed look on its face. From what they were talking about in the cafeteria earlier, this must be the spirit that Thomas has a contract with. Then, let's start with me, shall we? Let's see. Siren, spirit of fire, lend me, your contractor, your power. With these words, Thomas raised his right hand high into the sky, but nothing in particular happened, and the spirit called Siren remained motionless at Thomas's feet. What the hell, Siren? Help me out a little more. In response to Thomas' protest, Siren yawned. Wait, was that even a normal yawn? Either way, he was not very cooperative, or he wasn't even motivated to begin with. Damn it, it's not working. I wish I had a spirit that could speak my language. Haha, but I heard it's a lot more difficult to convince people if you can talk to them, right? I said, I know, but Che, I'll just have to get used to it. Oh well, next, Miguel, let's go. Why yeah, human spirit Idos, lend me your power. Alright. Miguel raised his hand and I quickly grabbed it. Miguel looks at me with a puzzled expression on his face. Idos? What's this? As my lord commanded, I am lending you my power. Really? No, but this is. I don't understand, but if this doesn't work, what does? What? I don't know about that either, but hey Thomas, what do you think of this? Even if you ask me, maybe we should ask the teacher? Miguel asked with a troubled look on his face, to which Thomas replied while stroking Siren's body with a disheartened look on his face. Come on, Siren, get yourself together. Come on, I'll prepare another delicious fire next time. Thomas seems to be having a hard time. Maybe we should really ask the teacher. That sounds good to me. I don't want to be the one who doesn't know what kind of power I need to borrow. Yeah, Sensei. Gahahaha. What's that? Miguel was about to call for the teacher when a loud laugh echoed from a short distance away. Nash, who had probably been watching the whole thing, approached us with Tia in tow. Nash, what are you? Hi. That's my line. That's how you are drawing out the power of the spirits. Hi. Shut up. I am sure I am doing it right? Probably. Nash laughed, clutching his stomach, but Miguel's reply was brusque. Well, yeah, that's true. I too had serious doubts about whether this was an exchange that was recognized by the public as drawing on the power of the spirits, so I did understand the reaction. And it was precisely because he was aware of this. Nash was unrelenting. Don't speak bullshit. That's no spirit magic. If that's the case, I'll show you real spirit magic. Tia, spirit of beauty, lend me your power. Wow. I couldn't help but gasp at the incantation Nash chanted. Beauty. Tia's calling herself a spirit of beauty. It's true that Tia was beautiful, but I never thought she would call herself that. Tia stared at me with a terrifying look on her face as I struggled to hold back my laughter. I turned my face away as quickly as I could. Oh, number. She's probably really mad. And Nash continued chanting, oblivious to all of this. Gather round, O flame, and strike down my enemies. Fire arrow. The fire arrow appeared on Nash's hand and flew in a straight line towards the stone buried in the ground. Not there? What? Arg. A fire arrow, which changed its trajectory mid-air, hit me in the face, and as I rolled around in the heat, I could imagine Tia's smiling face clearly in my mind. CH-67. I got a new skill every time I was exiled, and after 100 different worlds, I was unmatched. Shin 17 9 minutes, the 9th of February 2022. Wow. What are you doing, Nash? What? No, I didn't. It's okay. I'm fine. I managed to stand up and address Miguel, who was furious, and Nash, who was agitated. I looked at Tia, who was sticking out her tongue. Damn it, I didn't expect her to fire back here. Really? Are you sure you're okay? Yeah, really. You can tell by looking at me, can't you? Certainly no burns or anything. Thank goodness. As expected from a spirit. Sort of. Actually, Tia went easy. Or perhaps her fire's strength. She made sure I wasn't properly injured. In short, it was a bit of a prank. But of course, others did not see it that way. Nash, who looked pale, held his fist in front of his knees and mumbled in front of me. To Nash, I squatted down on the spot to his eye level, and tried to reassure him by speaking to him in a gentle voice. Haha, really, it's okay, don't worry about it. It is not unusual for a child to fail to control his power, and, above all, the failure is not always the child's fault. Sometimes it's a problem on the part of the spirit that can cause the magic to go out of control. As I said this, I glanced in Tia's direction and saw that she too was apologetically drooping her ears. If it was between me and Tia, it would be just a little joking around, but not if it involved Miguel and Nash in it. Tia naturally understood this, and that was why she was reflecting on the situation. As far as I can tell, your contracted spirit is immensely powerful. Then that is why you should not be frightened by this failure, but listen carefully to her words and work hard. Then I am sure you will become a brilliant spirit magician. Is that so? Certainly, my Tia is the strongest. Alright. Now it's Miguel's turn. I'll be patient and wait for Miguel to draw his full strength. Yeah. But what do I do? I'm still. Oh, that's okay too. I looked back at Miguel, who was confused, and removed the wooden sword I had prepared in advance from my waist and handed it to Miguel. Fufu Tilda, I thought this would happen, so I snuck out for a bit while Miguel was taking a class and created it with Master Smith. Eidos, what's this? Remember that conversation I had with you yesterday? Why yeah, I remember. You said you were going to teach me how to use a sword, right? Sword? Why are you learning such a useless thing now? Nash barged in on the conversation between me and Miguel. Thomas did not interject, but he was looking at me as if he did not understand what I meant, so he probably felt the same way. Why do you think the sword is useless, huh? That's common sense. There's no way you can hit all the Nords flying in the sky with a sword, let alone with a bow. Nord was the general term for vicious demonic beasts that flew in from the northern continent, which was said to be ruled by the Demon Lord. Since the world has been separated into north and south by an ocean, all of the Nords attacking the humans, without exception, have the ability to fly. And, of course, swords and spears were never going to be effective against a flying opponent. As long as the earth had the power to attract all things, even a bow was only slightly better against a Nord flying at high altitude. This was why spirit magic, which was capable of ignoring the gravitational pull of Earth, was so popular, and why talented children were gathered from all over the world, even though it required a great amount of taxpayer money to provide them with education and training in this way. By the way, Nord was an abbreviation, and it was said that the official name was the Devil of Northland, but nobody used it, so it was only used when learning it in class. Fufu, you are still young, boy. Do you really believe that swords are useless in real combat? What? Is that really true? Or are you saying you can cut a flying Nord with your sword? I can, I strongly assured Nash, who was insisting, and turned to Miguel once again. Come, my lord, hold your swords with both hands and stand there. Huh? Yeah. Is this okay? That's good. Now close your eyes and leave everything to me. Okay. I stood behind Miguel as he closed his eyes. First of all, you should relax your whole body except for the hand that holds the sword and let your weight rest on me. Like that. Then I will slowly support my lord's body. As I do so, be aware of where and how the force is applied. Aware of power. Oh. You don't have to think too hard. It's sort of like this. Just about that. See, slowly, I supported Miguel's body, which had been leaning against me, and adjusted him to stand in Honored Tatsu 1 position. It would still be difficult to replicate that on my own, but this time it didn't matter, as long as I could maintain it for just a few moments. Now stand up straight. Then the next step is the arm. Swing them up and down. Normally, flawless swordsmanship would only be possible through tireless training, but this time, you can leave that to me. Swing up and down, up and down. 5 times in total. I took Miguel's unstrained hand and made him swing the sword. In other words, I was swinging the sword, so there was no shaking. Naturally, this was not something that could be imitated overnight. However, for this one moment, the proper swordsmanship was etched into Miguel's arm. And lastly, I, a human spirit, will pour out my power upon my lord. Feel the warmth of our combined heartbeats. The power my lord seeks is already within his body. There is power in me. There is hundreds and thousands of years. There is the power of a great man who has protected this land from evil. I am a human spirit. I can only do what a human being can do, and if I can do what a human being can do, I can do anything. Then what I can do, my lord can do. Yes, you can. If a human can protect the world, my lord can also protect the world. Compared to protecting the world, I gently put my hand over Miguel's eyes and made him open his eyelids. In front of him, a short distance away, was a plain, ordinary rock. It's no big deal to cut through a rock like that. Miguel, hypnotized by the effects of my banishment skill, fraud voice, slowly raised his sword. The blade of the sword glowed with a pale light, and as soon as it was lowered, a round slash like a crescent moon flew toward the rock. It was a skill that the hero Alexis excelled at. It was a technique that Miguel, also a hero, preempted only for a blink of an eye at the end of his self-effacement. Foosh! A large stone was slashed and slid down. Nash and Thomas, as well as the children who had been watching the scene around them, stopped clamoring and were stunned by the sight. Eidos, what was that? Miguel, who realized what he had done before anyone else, raised his head and looked up at me. Fufafu tilde, surprised? That is the power of man. That is the skill wielded by the greatest swordsman I have ever known. Its name is Moonscraper. Moonscraper. Yeah. Isn't it amazing what human beings can do? Yeah, I agree. Eidos is the best. Having used far more than his share of strength, Miguel once again leaned on me. His face, exhausted, nonetheless had a joyful smile on it. Footnotes: the first position in this picture: Tatsu. Ch 68. I got a new skill every time I was exiled, and after 100 different worlds, I was unmatched. Shin 17:9 minutes. The 9th of February 2022. Huff, huff, huff. One day after school, a month after the amazing blow, Miguel was swinging his sword with all his heart in the plaza near the dormitory, his body burning so hot that steam was rising from his body. Huff, huff, huff. I only allowed Miguel to swing 100 times a day. That was why Miguel put his whole heart and soul into each swing, taking his time and swinging slowly. Of course, I was not trying to be mean. A child with no foundation would never learn anything by swinging a sword aimlessly, and more importantly, at the age of 12, if he overworked himself, there would be no way to recover. But don't underestimate him. Swinging the sword 100 times while being aware of the position of the bones in the body and the arm movements to swing the sword straight without losing control of the torso was better than swinging the sword 10,000 times without knowing what you were doing, especially if the person held the title of hero and possessed exceptional talent with a sword. Huff, huff, huff. Okay, that's it for today's training. Good work, my lord. You did your best. I smiled and handed Miguel a cloth to wipe the sweat off his forehead as he adjusted his breathing. Miguel accepted it with a smile and began to wipe his face and neck. Thanks, Eidos. How was your day? It was good, as far as I could tell. Roughly 30% of the time, you were swinging correctly. I see. I've still got a long way to go. Fufafu, of course. But you're definitely moving forward. An ordinary child might be disheartened and lose motivation if told that after working hard every day for a month, they were only able to accomplish 30% of their goals. But Miguel was different. He was once hailed as a child prodigy, but since then his talent for spirit magic never developed, so he simply enjoyed the fact that the harder he worked, the more power and skill he would acquire. How about Nash? What do you think? Miguel then turns his attention to Nash, who was practicing spirit magic a little further away. Nash was also inspired by Miguel and practiced here with Tia on a daily basis. Like this? No, be more aware of the movement of mana. Simply passing mana to a spirit will change it to its attribute, but if the magician is aware of this, the conversion efficiency will increase dramatically. If you want to be better, you have to pay attention to details like that. I get it. Since that day, Tia has been speaking completely normally. I mean, she originally played the silent character so that her existence would not change the course of the world by the time she met me. So after she met me, she was reluctant and said it is already too late to change my tone. But Tia, who was concerned that she had made Nash apologize that day because of her own fault, chose to help him grow up properly, partly on my advice. For that reason, her character of not saying anything extra was extremely inconvenient. I saw Nash with all his talent, but he couldn't utilize it, so I couldn't resist and went back to being myself. She started speaking normally using that as an excuse. At least that's a start. How about this time? Oh, that's good. Now try invoking the magic. Alright, gather round, O flames, and strike down my enemies. Fire arrow. A fireball gathered at the tip of Nash's hand, transformed into a flaming arrow and shot out. It hit the rock in front of him accurately and succeeded in turning its surface slightly red. How's that? Fufu, aren't I awesome? Yeah, that was pretty good. Fufafu tilde. See that, Miguel? Unlike some guy who is only able to learn 30% of a sword's power, I'm perfectly capable of using spirit magic, you know. Hey, don't say that. Ouch. Tia smacked Nash on the head as he said this with a smug look on his face. Miguel, on the other hand, was a bit dissatisfied with Nash. What the hell, Nash, I won't lose either. Ha ha ha, I agree. It is easy to say about people, but feelings are not so easy to divide. Work hard and triumph. Yeah, I knew this from the fact that he tried to apologize when he burned my head, but Nash was a jerk but not a bad guy. In fact, the proof was that even though we quarreled like this every time, we trained at the same time face to face. If they really hated each other, one of them would have changed places or times long ago. Oi, Miguel. And then I heard a voice calling Miguel from the dormitory. I turned around to see Thomas there, accompanied by the subtly contradictory presence of a fiery skink lizard. I knew you were here. Well, you train every day, so of course I knew it. Thomas. What's wrong? Ama-sensei is calling you and Eidos. Oh, and Nash and Tia too. Ama-sensei was the female teacher in charge of Miguel and the others. She was there when I was summoned, so I knew her. Nash too? Oi, Nash. At Thomas' words, Miguel called out Nash. Soon after, Nash and Tia arrived here as well. Che, what the heck, that was such a good moment. Ara, it's Thomas and Srin. Hello. QR. Tia, who came to our side, crouched down on the spot and stroked Srin. Its body surface was enveloped in a fire, but of course, Tia was not affected by the fire. Che, why are you so docile when Tia strokes you? Is it because you're both spirits? QR. Fufafu, you pat her too rough. You have to pet her more gently. Okay. What? That's a lie. Srin, you were female. QR. Wow. Wait. Alright, I'm sorry. Thomas flapped his legs, which were burning hot, as Srin attached his flabby body to Thomas. It looks like the lady got offended. So, what? He is saying that Ama-sensei is calling me and Eidos, as well you and Tia. Yeah. He wants us to show up before dinner. Here, you got this, Srin. QR. Sensei, aside from me, who's super talented, why is he calling Miguel and Eidos? Who knows? Well, if we're called, why don't we just go? Eidos, are you sure you don't mind if we go back to the schoolhouse now? Yes, I have no problem with that, my lord. I'm fine, too. Then let's all go together. HMPH. I don't like the idea of being with Miguel, but let's go. Well, then, I sure did inform you, Thomas said. After seeing off Thomas, who was going back to the dormitory with Srin, we moved towards the school building. The sky was getting redder, but this shouldn't be a hindrance for us to walk along the familiar paths. We went straight to the faculty waiting room and told them what had happened, and Ama came and took us to another private room. Thank you for coming, Miguel and Nash. No problem. So, what can I do for you, Sensei? It was before, but this time I don't have business with you and Miguel, but with the spirits that you have contracted with. Eidos, the human spirit, and Tia, the spirit of beauty. No, I'll call you Eidos-san and Tia-san now. What do you want from us? I almost laughed when Tia was called the spirit of beauty, and Tia's ears turned slightly red with embarrassment, but I held it together and asked the faculty lady. The woman then made a proposal that we had not anticipated. You know, maybe you guys would be interested in teaching a class for me? CH69. Now, this is Eidos-sensei and Tia-sensei, who will be teaching you all today. Now, teachers, please say hello. I'm Tia. I'm going to teach you how to cast real spirit magic, so make sure you learn it well. I'm Eidos. I will teach everyone about the potential a human holds. Inside a classroom at the academy, in front of dozens of students, Tia and I greeted them. The reason for this, of course, was that we accepted a proposal that was made to us the other day, asking if we would be interested in teaching a class. There were two main reasons. Me, Ama-sensei, may I? Yes, what is it? While the classroom was buzzing with the unprecedented situation of a spirit teaching, Ama answered the female student who took the initiative and raised her hand. I understand what Tia-sensei will be teaching, but what does the potential of a human, as said by Eidos-sensei, mean? What exactly does that tell us? I'll answer that question for you. As the girl tilted her head, truly confused about the meaning, I asked Ama to exchange places with me and moved to the center of the class and began answering her question. To begin with, a human being holds a lot of potential. For example, everyone has the potential of being able to use spirit magic. But using spirit magic is not necessarily the very best a person is capable of. Haha, A little difficult? Then let me give you an example. My contractor, Miguel, his talent for spirit magic is not much, to be honest. Of course, as someone who has been invited here, with the right amount of effort, I'm sure he will be able to use it. But even if he trains for 10 years, he won't be able to beat even you guys the next year. Wow, that's lame. People used to consider him a genius. At my words, I heard people throughout the classroom ridiculing Miguel. But even with such taunts directed at him, Miguel looked at me with dignity and without condescension. I felt proud that Miguel had the confidence to do so, and I continued my explanation. Quiet. It is true that Miguel has no talent for spirit magic. Instead, he is blessed with an abundance of talent with the sword. Some of you may know that Miguel trains every day, but let me assure you, assuming you guys learn spirit magic seriously, 1 year later there is no one who will be able to beat Miguel in a one-on-one fight. 5 years, 10 years. The more time passes, the more the gap widens, and in 20 years, there will be nobody in this world who hasn't heard of Miguel's name. He is that talented. Yes, of course, if Miguel continues to train diligently. No way. How could swords possibly defeat spirit magic? Fufafu tilde. I will let you see when we practice. The important thing to remember here is that just because you have a talent for using spirit magic, it is not worth it to get obsessed with it. For example, you girl, you have a certain talent for spirit magic, but the best skill that you possess is sewing. Huh? Sewing? The girl in question looked surprised when I secretly invoked my banishment skill, Rainbow Glass, and pointed out her true talent. That's right, with proper training you will eventually even be able to sew dresses for a princess. Well, what do you think of that? I'm happy, I guess. But I don't really like sewing. I see. That's fine. People have different talents, and the talent that lies dormant in them might not always be the one they want. But as a human spirit, I am here to show you what human potential is, and what talents are lying dormant in you. All of you here are gifted spirit magic users. However, it is too bad that you are so preoccupied with it that you neglect the rest of the talents. People are a mass of potential. We can do anything and be anything. There is more than one way to achieve our goal, and becoming a spirit user is not all there is to it. T/N. Things like these really show this dude has lived for 100 Yoctoskans. Hey, E.Idos. There kids, you have to say it in a shorter, precise way. Oh, is that so? Let's see. Then what can I do to become stronger than I am now? ? I want to do something like this. What should I do? ? I'll start by teaching you about the methods to achieve them. How about that? Oh, damn, that's awesome. Sounds kind of useful. After getting scolded by Tia and rephrasing it, the kids finally responded in a positive way. Gosh, it was hard to communicate in a way that was easy to understand while still maintaining my dignity. I might as well just talk normally, right? But it was similar to Tia's spirit of beauty. It was too late to back out now. Nonetheless, this was the first reason. In short, I wanted to offer a bright future to childs like Miguel, who came to this school with just barely enough talent. Since the presence of spirit users was a key to national defense, a drastic change of policy would be difficult to achieve. Still, if we succeed in achieving results here, we may be able to avoid the ironic fate of having our future crushed by our talents, even if only a little. And that would surely help Miguel if the day comes when he stands as a hero. It won't reach the level of unbalance where all his comrades were spirit users. Well, that's all I have to say regarding the girl's question. Is there anything else? No one said anything this time. So that was the end of my turn for the moment. Then, let's start with Tia's lesson. I have to talk to each of you individually. After that, then, Tia, please take care of them. Okay, I'll start the class right away. As I relinquished the center of the podium, Tia began teaching with a lively expression on her face. Some students were surprised by her behavior, probably because of the image of her as a quiet spirit in her early days. For starters, you will know that spirit magic is magic that is activated with the help of spirits, right? Meaning everyone forms a contract with a spirit first, and then borrows its power to activate the magic. So far so good? Yes. The students responded to Tia's question in unison. Hearing this, Tia nodded her head and clapped her hands together in front of her chest. Yep. That's where you're wrong. You don't need a contract with a spirit to use spirit magic. In fact, Making a contract with a spirit from the very beginning is not a very good way to improve your spirit magic. Hey, wait a minute, Tia-sensei, what in the world? Tia's words elicited a response from the students. But it was Ama who was most perplexed. However, Tia smiled and spoke to Ama-sensei. Fufu, I think it's best to show them how it's done. Hey, Ama-sensei, what kind of spirit do you have a contract with? May I see them? Yes, that's fine. Come on in, Florcia. As Ama called out to her, the water gathered over his shoulders and eventually became a ball of water the size of a human head. To me, it completely looked like it was just floating water. I guess that's a spirit, too, looking at the flow. Ah, she's a pure attribute. This may be a little tough, but I hope Sensei can handle it. Hey, Ama-sensei, could you try, I guess, use some wind-based spirit magic? Wind? Florcia is water spirit, so she can't use magic of any other attribute, I think. Just go ahead. Gather the mana in yourself, not that girl, and then follow me in chanting. Gather O winds and strike. Gather O wind. Following Tia's chanting, Ama also started chanting. However, while a small whirlwind was generated on Tia's hand when she finished her chanting to the end, nothing appeared on Imla's hand. Look, send more mana. But I've already consumed about the same amount of mana needed for intermediate level magic, you know? If I pour so much mana into a rudimentary magic, let alone elementary spell, and it still doesn't work, then listen to me. Just keep your concentration and send the mana as fast as you can. It's not like we're going to be fighting anything after this, so it's okay if you use up all our mana, right? That's well. Then trust me. Understood. In response to Tia, who was staring at him with serious eyes, Ama kept pouring more mana. Even though he was half convinced, I honestly had no idea what was going on, but after a few moments, a tiny whirlpool of wind finally began to appear over Ama's hand. What? How? See, you did it, right? Tia smiled at the astonished Ama. This was the moment when common sense, which supported the very foundation of this world, was turned upside down. T/N, sorry for the delay, was on the finale of Cold Steel 2. CH70. See, you all saw that, right? The teacher only made a contract with a water-based spirit, but he was able to use wind magic. Which means that a contract with a spirit isn't absolutely necessary in order to use magic. So that means I shouldn't have made a contract with a spirit. And we were getting along so well. Kyu. Hearing Tia's explanation, one of the female students sounded disappointed. On her shoulder was an aloof small mouse, which too sounded lonely. Oh, no. That's not true. It is true that it is not good to make a contract without knowing anything about a spirit. But a spirit is a very nice thing in itself to befriend. So, let's start with an explanation of that as well. Wait a minute. Could you please wait a minute? Tia was about to start talking, but Ama-sensei stopped her with an impatient voice. What? Well, right away. I'll get the other teachers to come over right now. So I hope you don't mind sharing the stories with them too? The magnitude of the story is too great for me alone to comprehend. I don't mind. So, while you're at it, can you introduce me to the spirits you've all signed up with? I'll start with this and work my way around. Yes, I'll be right back. Despite Tia's smiling face as she began conversing with her students, Ama-sensei rushed out of the classroom in a panic. Then, shortly before Tia finished greeting the spirits of all 40 students, Ama-sensei returned back to the classroom, out of breath, with more than 10 men and women in tow. Did you really activate the magic of a spirit with whom you have no contract? If so, why don't you use it and show us? But my mana is already expended. Anyway, here it is. Tia-san, thank you for waiting. Just in time. Is that all of them? Yes, thank you. All right. Then, I'll start again. With that, Tia began to explain what she had told me the night we met again, but in a little more detail and gently. When the students heard this, they were in an uproar, and some of the adult teachers went crazy and shouted, "Screw you!" Got it? Hey, you can do it, right? If I, like Hamar, was able to activate magic of a different attribute than the spirit with which I was also contracted, I would have no choice but to believe in it. After all, it was the person themselves the cause of this impossible miracle. How is such a thing possible? Then what we've been teaching you all this time is? Oh my god, this is going to turn the world upside down. Or rather, Why did such false knowledge spread? Don't tell me that the legend of the founder Sama is also. I only heard about it in class with these students, so I can't say for sure, but it's true that you can use more powerful spirit magic if you sign a contract, you know? So I don't think it's true that this founder and others lied to you. If it is a spirit with whom you have a connection to the extent that you can say it is half of yourself, you can go far beyond your own limits. Use spirit magic that is so powerful it can only be described as a miracle. But if you were so blindly believing in it that the facts were twisted little by little, like you have to make a contract with a spirit, then, well, I can only say I'm sorry to hear that. What? An elderly man with grey hair, who appeared to be the oldest person in the room, tried to attack Tia, but she gently restrained him with her hand. She may look slender, and in fact she was not that strong physically. But even so, Tia, who had spent much of her life fighting actual battles as a member of a hero's party, could easily handle that level of strength. Anyway, I don't know the past and I can't change it, but I can change it from here. In that sense, I'd like to make a change, starting with the mindsets of these kids we have in front of us right now. What do you think? Okay, please do it. Headmaster, are you sure? The old man nodded at Tia's words, and the other faculty members shouted at him. So, that guy was the headmaster of the school, which means I've almost achieved my goal at this point. There is nothing fine. If by consuming a great deal of mana, they can use magic with attributes different from those of the spirits with whom they have a contract. What would you do if you turned your back on that fact? We should rather be thankful that we are now aware of it. Tia Dono, the spirit of beauty. You are the one who will save the future of this country. You have my thanks. No, it's not that big a deal. You see, just happened to be summoned here. If so, then that too must be the founders. Or God's guidance. I hope you will continue to teach our students how to use true spirit magic and how to engage with spirits. Yes, I do. I will do my best to help them while I am here. Thank you. Tia smiled and agreed, and the headmaster bowed deeply to her. At this moment, a truth that changed the world was accepted as fact. We were able to accomplish the second goal for which we had been asked to give a class. Tia had always wanted to correct the way humans and spirits interacted in this world. However, it was difficult to persuade children, who had not yet developed their magical powers, in the same way she had persuaded the adults by showing them the truth, and the children were the only ones who had not actually made a contract with a spirit. If only Nash, who also has a certain amount of talent, could invoke spirit magic of all attributes, but that would be simply dismissed away as Nash being a genius. Then, if we were to call one of the faculty members directly and talk to them, the impact on the world would be too great, and we would not know where or what kind of side effects may happen. If only we monopolize this knowledge, we would be promised a segregated status as spirit users, and if we did, we would be the only ones who knew something extra. In other words, it was possible that Tia, our contractors Miguel, Nash, and the teacher who reported the incident would be silenced. We could handle it if it were just us, but it would be irresponsible, and I didn't want to leave Miguel and the other teachers at risk when we were sure to be gone from this world in the not-too-distant future. On the other hand, there was no way that they had connections that could protect them. And so the result of searching for the most reliable way to tell the truth without risking anything was to revealing the truth at once to so many people that no information blockade would be possible. Rowan Royal Academy of Magic, as its name suggested, was a place of tradition and prestige where the elite gathered. Of course, it was impossible to silence all the teachers who may have been transferred from various factions, and if dozens of children, who couldn't be silenced by power like adults, were to have an accident at once, not only would the authority of the school be damaged, but future national security could even be compromised. In other words, the truth would no longer be covered up. Tia's teachings would eventually spread throughout the world, and eventually the country would be filled with legitimate spirit users who had learned how to interact with spirits properly. The wide variety of people that would grow up coupled with the teachings would be an important part of supporting Miguel the hero's battle that may someday come to be. Well then, let's resume our class. Shall we start with how to get along better with the spirits you are currently contracted with? And in parallel, No Idos, will be watching everyone and teaching them how to use the power of the spirits for various things. Fufu Tilda, it's going to get busy and fun now. Okay, are you guys ready? Of course we are. Good luck, Fufu-chan. Now I can triumph over my Nissan. Fufu. Tia Dono, may we join you for that class? Mixed in with the murmur of children, the faculty members asked Tia, coyly. The answer was, well, I don't have to think about it. Of course. Right, Eidos? Of course. As a human spirit, I will also assess the potential that lies in your hearts. Oh, thank you. Unlike children, adults had mixed reactions, but that won't stop them if they have something on their mind. From here on, it was all about education. CH71. Amazing. I can so easily. It's so fun. Kimi. In front of me, a young girl was easily inserting a needle into a rather thick piece of tanned leather. She was the girl I had pointed out as having a talent for sewing, because her needle's penetrating power was enhanced by the power of her contracted spirit, a wind-clad, palm-sized dog. Of course, unlike a proper magic enchantment, it consumed mana throughout the duration of its activation, and its efficiency wasn't exactly the best. That part appeared to be managed by the reduced consumption due to the spirit contract. In Tia's opinion, considering the concentration of children, they would probably get bored faster than they would run out of magic power. I didn't know spirit magic could do this. That's right. It's not that using magic to attack the enemy is the only way to use magic, and you don't have to limit your talents to any one thing. Free ideas and endless combinations. You can try anything that comes to your mind or that you think you can do, just don't be afraid to try it, as long as it's not dangerous, of course. Yes, Eidos-sensei. Me too. Look at me, too. Wait, I'm coming. I went to another male student as he called me. I looked at his face through my rainbow glasses, and I could see his potential in my mind. I see, you seem to have a talent for blacksmithing. Blacksmith. It's a pain in the ass. Washing dishes and all. Not housework, it's blacksmithing, where you forge swords and stuff. What's your contracted spirit? This guy. His name is Grim. At the boy's feet stood a knee-high dwarf in a green jacket and red tri-cornered hat. He seemed to be quite a good match, as he raised the gavel in his hand to show his motivation. He is an earth-based spirit. What do you think? Isn't that good? Earth can be used to get the impurities out of the ore and make a clean mass, and if it's a humanoid spirit, I might be able to get it to mimic me. Then, if you get better at it, you might even be able to bestow magic enchantments directly to swords and shields. I can do that? Then I want to make a glowing sword or something. I see. It's light magic that makes things glow, so then you'll have to listen to Tia carefully and hone your spirit magic skills as well. I get it. I'm on it. Aim for the sword of light. Having finished looking at the students I was in charge of for the time being, I took a breath and turned my attention to Tia. I could see a discussion taking place around Tia, involving not only the students who were genuinely talented in spirit magic, but also the teachers. Okay, the reason why we can transfer our mana to spirits is because the paths are connected like this, and since the contracted spirits are in the middle of this path, it is difficult for the mana to reach the other spirits. Oh. So this girl is in the way? She's not interrupting. Because you called her out, didn't you? If you invite your friends over, it's only natural that you should provide them with a nice meal and a comfortable place to sleep. I see, that's true. At Tia's words, a girl with a small octopus-like spirit sucking on her arm poked the octopus head with her finger. The octopus shook its head happily and spewed sparkling diamond dust from its outstretched mouth. T/N. Spirits do be adorable in this world. Then, Tia Dono, how do you get your mana to reach the other spirits in that state? I guess the only way is to forcefully push it, right? Well, that's one way to go. But the best way is to get to know the spirit better and make a dedicated path for it. If you exchange mana with the same spirit over and over again and develop an affinity with it, you will eventually be able to create a path dedicated to that spirit. Then you'll be able to deliver the mana to the other spirits without the interference of that child. But that should only be done in the presence of a skilled spirit user who can see the compatibility between the person and the spirit, and if teachers don't have the capability to do so, it's not a good idea to force students to do it alone. Gosh, that's really quite an earful. Tia-sensei. So how do I get friendly with the spirits so that I can have a dedicated path? I was taught in class that you should just send the mana. Another girl quietly raised her hand and asked a question, leaving the principal with a pained expression on his face. I agree, it is effective to give them mana. However, It is like food for spirits, so there is no point in giving them more than they need. You would be sad if you went to your friend's house and they skipped your meal, but you would also be annoyed if they kept serving you more than you could eat, wouldn't you? However, what to do depends on the individual spirit. So I think you should talk a lot with the spirits and figure out what they want you to do and what would please them. I see. So we just have to do what we do with our human friends, basically. Yes. However, what spirits like and what they want is different from humans, so you have to be careful about that. Some spirits might not like what you do, even if it makes you happy. So if you get angry with them and say, "Why aren't you happy about this?" it will be quite difficult to get along then. I understand. Thank you, Sensei. You're welcome. Tia smiled back at the female student who bowed to her. Things seem to be going well over there. If there was one thing I was a little concerned about, it was. It's impossible. Isn't it a heinous act of disregarding the contract, using magic other than that of your contracted spirit? It is true. Wisdom that disturbs the harmony of nature is like a drug. If such things spread, not only will our pride as spirit users be sullied, but it will have a negative impact on the training of the next generation of spirit users. In the first place, is that thing really a spirit of beauty? Sure, her ears are a little different, but other than that, she's a human being just like us, a little girl. About 3 men, separated from me, Tia, and the students. They were probably thinking they were whispering, but with my banishment skill, leak the talk, I could hear them all. Well, from the flow of the conversation, they'd be messing with Tia directly, so I didn't think I had to worry so much. I guess I'll take a little stab at them. Hey, you 3, you got a minute? What? I approached them casually and called out to them, and the 3 of them looked at me with blatantly alarmed faces. But of course, there was no reason for me to be intimidated by them. What? It seems that you have been doing nothing while hoping for my and Tia's guidance. If you don't feel comfortable saying it, I'll ask for you. Hey Tia. Oi, what are you? What? Idos? In contrast to the 3 of us who were agitated, Tia, called by me, came this way with a carefree look on her face. Tia, who had good ears, probably would have heard the disturbing conversation between these 3 people, but she didn't seem particularly alarmed, which meant that she didn't even recognize them as much of a threat. Well, because these 3 seemed to be too reserved to participate in class. Then can't Tia at least examine their spirits and tell them about it, huh? Sure. No need for that. Me and Spooks have perfect communication. Your great-grandfather asked it to stay with you. But if you want to become a great spirit user, you need to work on your control of mana a little more and give it more power over here. From my great-grandfather? Oh no, surely. So you should think about the other person and not just about yourself. That's why you can't strengthen your connection with it, and that's why the woman you love rejects you. What? How can a spirit understand human life and languages to such a degree? How is that possible? Lastly, you. Am I allowed to say this? What is it? What does my ally, Termrisha, want from me? She is asking you to quit going to the maid's room because she doesn't like the smell of heavy makeup. Don't mess. I don't feel good. Excuse me. Wait for me. If you'll excuse me, I am worried about you too. Me too. The trio, their faces reddening and turning blue, hurriedly left the place. I had no intention of doubting Tia from the start, but even from the point of view of others, that reaction could only mean she hit the bullseye. Hey, Ed, did I do something wrong? Well, it is what it is. Let nature do its work. I think it had the opposite effect, but still, this should have removed any doubt in Tia's power. If they still wanted to make a move, Fufu, I'd be happy to deal with them then. T/N. Yeah. So, I was playing Trails of Cold Steel. Finished all 4 of them. Forgive me. CH72. It has been a month since we started teaching and taking care of students. Today, as usual, I watched Miguel practicing swings after school, and unexpectedly, there was peace and quiet around me. This was because those 3 male teachers, who I thought would definitely take revenge on me, did nothing. I doubt those kinds of people would back down quietly after being humiliated. Once in public, or rather, because they have been humiliated. So I got suspicious and checked it out on my end, and it appeared that their spirit magic power had dropped to about half. How in the world did that happen? I wondered if Tia had done something by any chance, so I asked her about it. Me? I didn't do anything. Tia answered in a very straightforward manner to my question as she watched over Miguel and Nash as they went about their independent training. Well, then why has their spirit magic power dropped? Because they didn't want to be enemies with me. Sorry, I'm not quite seeing the connection. I tilted my head, and Tia made a slight gesture as if she were thinking before answering. You do know that there's a huge difference between me and them as spirit users, don't you? Well, yeah, the teachers were probably in their 30s to 40s, so if they made their first contract with a spirit at the age of 12 like the current students, they would have at most 30 years of experience as spirit users. Tia was born an elf who was said to be able to communicate with spirits from birth, and she was even more gifted than the others. Since she has been practicing as a spirit user for more than 100 years, there must be a difference in ability between a child wielding a stick and a knight of the Imperial Guard. If there is that much difference in power, you can even forcibly take the other person's spirit and force them to make a contract with you. Of course, I don't intend to do that, but even their spirits are with them all the time for some reason, aren't they? I don't want that to happen, so I'm suppressing their power to keep them from having strange thoughts. Ah. You mean like intentionally limiting the contractor's power so that he can't even compete out of desperation? Yes, since only the power of spirit magic is declining, they can harass us in other ways, but this world has a kind of supremacy of spirit magic, doesn't it? In a world like that, where their pride and joy, spirit magic, has been weakened, they really shouldn't be messing with us anymore, right? I mean, I didn't know that was going to happen. In this world, just by being a strong spirit user, one received considerable preferential treatment. It was certainly no wonder that once the power that served as the foundation of the country was weakened, all one could do was to protect one's own position before dealing with others. Even so, they may be able to use their authority to harass us. But our position in this world was that of spirits. Spirits had no honor or authority, and if we caused any problems, the responsibility would fall upon our contractors, Miguel and Nash. However, no one would be foolish enough to seriously hold a 12-year-old child, who made a contract with a spirit for the first time this year, accountable. In fact, the teachers and academy who manage that child would be held accountable. In other words, we have a joke of relationship where if you undermine us, those teachers who orchestrated it would be held accountable for it because of their position. Yeah, no wonder they won't be able to touch us. So, we're just going to enjoy school life as usual after this? Who knows? It's you who knows that, isn't it? No, well, I do, but since the course of events has changed so drastically from the beginning, I honestly have no idea how much of the first round experience will be useful in the later stages. In the first place, the scope of activity itself was different between the Miguel of that time, who spent his time without getting involved with anyone, and the Miguel of today, who was surrounded by many friends and actively enjoyed his school life. There were field exercises, mock battles between schools, and other things, but Miguel wasn't involved in any of them. Miguel, who could not use proper spirit magic, could not participate in dangerous field exercises, and a mock battle between representative students was out of the question. He could have watched the game, but there was no way the abject Miguel would have gone through the torture of going all the way into the crowd to watch his classmates in all their brilliance. If I had to guess, there's an exam next month. Huff. Huff. Looking at Miguel wielding the sword with a serious expression on his face, I felt no anxiety over a mere test. The accumulated effort never lies, and given Miguel's current attitude and relationships, even if he were to make a terrible mistake, he would be depressed, but he would not break. I don't have anything in particular to say. Well, as long as you're on your guard, you should be fine living a normal life. I see. Then I'll take it a little easier. It's a shame we can't explore freely, but it's so much more comfortable than being crammed into a ship. Ha ha ha, true, Tia said jokingly, to which I responded with a laugh. In fact, we've had a few small problems since then, but nothing that threatened our peace and quiet. Miguel bravely saved a female student from being attacked by a wild beast in an extracurricular class, and she was smitten with him. Nash's demonstration of the 4 attributes of spirit magic in the inter-school competition attracted attention. We enjoyed a really fun school life, with everyone being baffled by Thomas' contracted spirit who suddenly turned into a beautiful human-shaped girl. And then, 8 months after I came to this world, Huff. 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 Yes, perfect, my lord. Really? Woohoo. At last, Miguel completed all 100 swings, and my expression softened at the sight of him jumping up and down with joy. I never thought you could do it in such a short period of time. As I thought, my lord is very talented. Heh, is that so? But what is most wonderful is your spirit. Every day the same thing was repeated, and yet my lord never took a day off, but faced each and every one of them seriously. The fruit of your tireless efforts and unbreakable will is your sword. Be very proud, my lord. What the heck, Eidos? It's a little embarrassing to get a compliment so suddenly. Oh, Miguel. What, have you finally graduated from swinging? Nash approached Miguel, who was twitching with happiness and embarrassment, with the same attitude as ever. Miguel's expression immediately turned grim, but it was business as usual, so Tia and I could only watch on with a wry smile. What's with you, Nash? What about you? Me? I've finally mastered all 6 spirit magic attributes completely and perfectly. I am the first in the world to master all the attributes. Damn it. Nash bragged about it, while Miguel looked frustrated. While they were standing there, I gently touched my fingertip to Tia and spoke to her. Hey Tia, how great is Nash really? Well, if the other kids hadn't signed up with the other spirits, I'd say about 30% of them could have been just as good. If the system of first signing a contract with a spirit is revised, next year it won't be anything special anymore. I see. Well, let's leave him feeling good for a little while longer. I agree. It's true he did his best. How's Miguel, by the way? He is awesome. The easiest way to describe it to you is that if he continues to grow, he's going to be as awesome as Alexis. Wow, that's really great. Tia's eyes widened in surprise, her fingers separated, and the effect of the missing talk wore off. Because Tia had traveled with Alexis, she understood that Miguel's growth was tremendous. It's a shame we won't get to see it through to the end. That's just the way it is. Tia smiled a little sadly, and I chuckled and shrugged my shoulders. Miguel, who had been exchanging insults with Nash, spoke to me about our situation. Hey, Eidos, teach me some tricks. Something that would scare the crap out of Nash. Ha ha ha, true. You still have a lot to learn, but if my lord has mastered the basic swordsmanship. At that moment, a chill crept up my spine and set off alarm bells in my brain. Next to me, Tia, who was also looking at me sharply and alert of her surroundings, was holding Nash close to her and looking around. Tia, you got anything? Nothing specific. But the spirits are buzzing tremendously towards north. When I looked in that direction, I saw the usual scene of a deep forest surrounding the school grounds and a blue sky that had begun to turn slightly reddish. No, something's different. Burning. The red that colored the sky was by no means only the sunset. Flickering in the distance were the burning embers of the trees, and above the black smoke that rose to wound the sky, tiny black spots were gradually increasing in number. Oi, Miguel, Nash. And then, just as he had done some time before, Thomas came toward us. But his frantic look made me feel a sense of danger that was incomparable to that day. Thomas, what's wrong? It's terrible. It's terrible. The Nords. Sensei says hordes of Nord are headed this way. What? What are you talking about, you stupid Thomas? There's no way the Nords will come this far into the middle of the continent, is there? I don't know anything about that. Anyway, you two, come with me, quickly. Without taking Nash's words to heart, Thomas pulled away Miguel and the others vigorously. Naturally, me and Tia followed suit. This is going to be a very, very messy day. I looked back once at the red burning sky and muttered to myself, CH-73. Sensei, what do you mean Nords are attacking us? Calm down. Everyone, please calm down first. The children gathered in the classrooms were causing a racket, and the teachers were trying their best to appease them. The same scene extended inside every classroom we passed by, and it was the same again in the classroom we arrived at. Sensei, I've brought Miguel and Nash. Thank you, Thomas. Then please both of you take your seats immediately. I'll explain the situation to you right away. Both Miguel and Nash obediently took their seats, regardless of what they may have been thinking. After confirming that the entire class had gathered, Amar took a deep breath once and then slowly began to explain. Let me begin by explaining. You all know about the Nords, don't you? They are evil beings who attack us from the northern continent ruled by the Demon Lord. I know. But they are usually held back by the coast, aren't they?" Amma nodded at the female student who raised her hand and continued. "Yes, that is true. They were shot down at sea by excellent spirit users, and the few Nords that escaped from there were all destroyed before they entered this country due to the activities of the Imperial Knights. This time, however, the Nords were moving in a completely different way. Not only did they come in an unprecedentedly large group, but they also disregarded all towns and villages along the way and headed toward us." "What? Why?" I don't know, but anyway, there are a large number of Nords flying towards this school right now. So I'm going to ask you all to take shelter here for a while. The school buildings are better protected than the dormitories. It will be uncomfortable for a while, but thud, thud, boom. Suddenly, the room was filled with the sound of an explosion and a shock, and the students screamed and crouched on the spot. Looking out the window, there was a black humanoid with bat-like wings. I saw a Nord stuck to it. It's an Nord. No, it's okay. It's alright, everyone. This school building is protected by a powerful barrier, so this is no problem. But, Sensei, it's a Nord. Somebody help me. Father, mother, calm down. This situation has already been reported to the king and the knights will come to our aid, so please be patient for a moment. No matter how desperately Amma appealed, the wailing in the room would not subside. But that was rather natural. It would be rather strange for a 12-year-old child with no experience in actual combat not to cry if they were subjected to this kind of situation. But still, some kids remained calm. It's alright, it's okay, don't cry. That's right, with me, who can use the spirit magic of all 6 attributes, I'll blow Nords away in no time. That's right. Crying will only make you hungry. It ain't going to make help come any faster, okay? In times like this, you have to love your spirits and calm down. Hey, Siren, Miguel consoling his classmate, Nash encouraging everyone by beating his chest, and Thomas patting his spirit with a carefree look on his face. Incidentally, of course, Siren's appearance has long since reverted back to that of a skink lizard. Seeing these three, the confusion in the room gradually subsided. Just as confusion was contagious, so too was calmness. Miguel, do you really think we're going to be okay? Of course. Hey, Eidos, we're going to be okay, right? Of course. As long as I am here, the safety of my lord and his friends will never falter. Oi, Tia, you're gonna help me this time, right? Yes, I will. When the time comes, I'll do it with a bang. I'm an average guy, but my friends are pretty awesome. Miguel and Nash will take care of me. Thomas, yeah, leave it to me. Fine, I'll do it. In reality, Miguel, Nash, and even Thomas must be quite overwhelmed. The three of them, their hands shaking slightly, still maintained their strength and composure, and completely calmed down the classroom. I took advantage of the opportunity to sneak up and talk to Amma-sensei. Sensei, so what's the real story here? How long is it gonna hold? That's, in the current condition, probably for a week. It just takes as long for the knights to arrive, and I don't know if the children can stand that much, let alone us adults. It would be difficult. There was no way they would feel secure if the time that the defenses would hold and the time when rescue might arrive were the same. And even if they were calm now, a child's psyche would not be able to endure such a harsh situation very well. Then, let's make our debut here. Tia. Of course, let's go. At my call, Tia nodded with a big smile on her face. Then there was only one thing left to do. My lord, as a human spirit, I am going out now to protect people. I request your permission to do so. Permission? What are you going to do out there? Of course, I'm going to strike down the insolent ones who threaten my lord. Can you do it? I can. Looking straight into each other's eyes, I emphatically assured Miguel. In the past, I would have been expelled here, but this time I won't do that. I couldn't take the risk of returning in 10 minutes when the enemy's strength was unknown. Conversely, that also meant that as long as I wasn't dead, I would not have the opportunity to fully resurrect in 10 minutes. What on earth could I protect if I wasn't prepared to do that much? What, you're just going to leave me here? No, I'm leaving you in charge. You have a bad mouth and a mean personality, but you have learned enough to protect everyone when the time comes, haven't you? So you stay here and protect them. Next to me, Nash and Tia were also continuing their discussion. Nash's face, which was always arrogant and irreverent, turned sullen and turned his head away, but he said what he wanted to say as if he had made up his mind. Understood. Then go out there and do your work as my contracted spirit, and don't be ashamed of it. Blow away all the Nords. And be sure to come back. Okay? Fufu Tilda. Okay. This one's fine, Eidos. Got it. Miguel? Yeah, go ahead, Eidos. Show me what you can do, and show us that you can beat the Nords. I'm on it. After nodding vigorously, I ran alongside Tia through the school building and out the entrance. I would have liked to break through the window and jump out, momentum-wise. Ed, you don't know what that would do to the barrier, do you? I know. That's why I came all the way out here in the regular way. Coming from forward, numbering about 300. After completing the search using the banishment skills, Akashic Compass, and auto-mapping, I informed Tia of the results. After that, I took out a steel word from their stranger box that I had bought and left behind. I need you to defend the school building. I don't know how long the barrier will hold up. Roger that. You need backup. Ha. Kidding. A Nord plunged at me from the sky, and I split it in two, head first. Then the corpse disappeared in a few seconds as a black mist. I've never fought one before, but apparently they were similar in nature to the Kuranurus at Wafer's place. This would make it easier to fight without getting bogged down by corpses. Come on, I'm gonna cut every last one of you up. I won't let you get even a single scratch on those kids. 300 versus 2. In the face of the difference in numbers, even despair, I grinned and swung my sword at Nord, who jumped at me. T/N, Trails players, Elise, Juna or Sarah? Hard to decide between Elise and Juna for me. CH-74, there's 100 of them. I swung my sword, and Nord, which had been split in half, dissipated. But there were still too many enemies to take a breather. I won't let you. I used my banishment skill, Hermes Dash, and accelerated at once to intercept a blow from Nord, who was about to attack the school building. And then the Nord tried to fly away from me, but I was not so naive as to let it get away with it. People can't fly? Who decided that? I channeled all the impact from the attack into my legs with the orbit reflector, and leapt over Nord's head as it was about to fly away. I called out just before I entered free fall, leaving the Nord chopped up in half from the crotch. Tia, Ara, I thought you said you didn't need backup. Don't be stupid. People can't fly. Who decided that people couldn't fly? That would be God or something like that. So, as a mere human, I couldn't overrule that, but if it was an elf who claimed to be a spirit of beauty, it would be a different story. Ed is really Ed. Release, air pressure. With a wry smile on her face, Tia swung her silver sword and I felt a solid sensation under my feet. In spite of what she said, she was prepared for it. She really was a great partner. I kicked the invisible foothold and dispatched 3 more Nords flying in the air before landing on the ground. I could hear the cheers of the students behind me when they saw my acrobatic moves, so I turned my back and lightly waved my hand to them. Fufu Tilda, you're very popular. I'm moving quite flashily. How's it going over there? I'm trying to conserve my mana because I don't know what might happen. But so far it's okay. Maybe they're giving the blessings of the spirits to the land and the building to make them more durable. I see. That's a nice miscalculation. This could have seriously kept working for a week or so, but even if it were safe, there would be no peace of mind if a vicious magic beast was screaming to kill you right next to you. But I'm not going to neglect my targets on a defensive mission. Instead of rushing, let's keep up this pace, I said. Understood. Luggage never complains, but humans could easily break down from anxiety. Even if it may take a little longer, I should try to be careful here. What? I felt a vicious presence from the north that was so different from anything I had ever felt before. The Nords in front of me seemed like mere winged insects, and I focused my attention on the north, kicking away the Nords around me. Ugh, what's this? It's disgusting. Oh, oi Tia. Suddenly, Tia crouched down with her hand on her mouth. I rushed over to her and she turned her pale face to me. I'm fine. I was just a little surprised. What's wrong? The spirits suddenly went berserk. If I have to put it in a way that you can understand, it is like suddenly having an invisible hand shoved into my stomach and stirring around. Something like that? But I'm fine now. I'm fine. Tia turned her head in concern, and naturally, the school building was there. There was nothing wrong with the building, but we didn't know if the children in it were all right. If you are concerned, Why don't we go back inside and see what's going on? Nah, that's not my job. That's the teacher's job. Just as Ed stayed behind that day to keep us going, now I will do what only I can do. Following Tia's gaze, we saw a huge, pitch-black body flying toward us, recognizable even from a distance. I see. Then will you stay with me a little longer, young lady? Yes, that would be great. Fufu. Tia took the hand I offered and stood up. Meanwhile, the black shadow, which had been approaching us, finally arrived in front of us and opened its big mouth. Dragon, right? No matter how you look at it. Yeah, but it's not a dragon. No matter how you look at it. It was a jet black dragon that must have been over 10 meters long. But that was only in appearance. My impression was that it was close to a statue. If anything, it was more like a golem or other magical creature. The dragon turned its face upward, and a black mass of energy converged on its open mouth. This is bad. Tia, sorry, I can't do the thing. Fuck that. Jaya. Fortunately, what the dragon released was not a breath but a dark fireball. I saw it as a lump of mana and activated Magiab soap, but the moment I touched the black ball, I was struck by a painful sensation as if my soul had been ripped out of my body. As it was a technique to suck out mana, the very contamination of the sucked-in mana was damaging me. Damn, you made me eat shit. If I couldn't suck it up, I'd have to deflect it somehow. I activated Regenerate, and also Invincible, to deflect it to the side with all my might, ignoring the sound of my body buzzing in the flames of darkness. The moment it landed on the ground, a large hole opened up in the yard with a loud thud. And at the same time, a nasty cracking sound was heard from the school building. Tia, what was that sound? The defensive magic on the schoolhouse has been weakened. Maybe the land being raised has weakened the blessings tied to it. No, it's impossible to protect the entire academy grounds. Even a school building with 300 students and 400 faculty members was big enough, but it was impossible for us alone to protect the entire campus, which was dozens of times bigger than that. So the best way to avoid causing damage was to defeat the source of the problem. That was the black dragon in front of us. I knew it. I didn't know how intelligent it was, but the black dragon, which was blocked by my blow, now began to launch countless dark fireballs in order to exploit our absolute weakness of manpower. Of course, each fireball was much weaker compared to the previous one. However, the difference in the number of shots was insurmountable, and the remaining 200 or so Nord took this opportunity to swarm into the school building at once. I tried my best to deal with them, but every time a missed fireball or Nord's body hit the school building, a banging sound would be heard and an amber-colored wall would appear around the building for a brief moment. And I could clearly see cracks spreading across its surface. It's hopeless. The barrier can't hold that much longer. You just said it was sturdier than I thought. That black fireball is cutting directly into the power of the spirits. Can your magic stop it? 10 minutes would be enough to prevent even the oversized fireball I just saw. But then don't hesitate. That's what only you can do now. And this is what I can do now. Activate Limit Break. Without waiting for Tia's reply, I activated my banishment skill. If I activated Hermes Dash, along with it, I could run about 3 times as fast as usual. But the cost was not light. While there, Blood Engine increased the body's abilities by 100 times. There, Limit Break merely removed the limits on one's body. In other words, it did not make it sturdier. In addition, since this was an impact emanating from within oneself, it was not eligible for their orbit reflector, either. GGHH. What happens when one starts moving with 3 times the force of a normal body? Bones were broken, flesh was crushed, and legs, like water bags with holes in them, dangled down, dripping with blood. Of course, Regenerate would immediately start to heal it. But once it was healed to the point where it would at least move, I would kick the ground again with my feet and jump, knocking down every one of the black dragon's fireballs. GGGHH. Ha! Come on, flying lizard. Let's see who has more persistence, you or me. Wiping the greasy sweat from my forehead, I grinned at the black dragon as it soared effortlessly through the sky. CH-75. Damn it, this is dreary. Under the darkening night sky. In the schoolyard, where the surrounding forests and buildings were lit up with a burning red glow, I pushed forward with all my might and swung my sword, crushing my feet. Each time I moved, the enemy's attack disappeared from my trajectory. but it was soon replaced by a new attack. The reason why we were forced to cope with the situation with less leeway than we had originally estimated. The reason, of course, was that the remaining 200 or so Nord had also joined the attack. Of course I thought about it. Am I an idiot? Shut up. I'm not stupid. While spewing out a torrent chanting along with the flames of the black dragon, I was constantly popping off black fireballs from the black dragons and cutting down the swarming Nord as well. The enemy, however, was no slouch either. They seemed to understand that it was effective to scatter around and attack from different angles, and it was extremely troublesome keeping up with their attacks coming from all over the place. Ugh, damn it. The school building's too big. I couldn't stop complaining, hoping that no one could hear me due to the sound of the battle. From a distance, it may look like I was fighting heroically, but, well, I had no choice. Otherwise, I would not be able to maintain my sanity. GGHH. Every time I moved, my legs crushed. Every time I swung my sword, my arm nearly fell off. Every time I healed with regenerate, those parts of my body were used, and every time they healed, my head would hurt like having a nice stake driven through it. At first glance, I was at an overwhelming disadvantage, but I was focused on the end of this tightrope battle. If I could defeat all the normal Nord, I think I'd be able to take advantage of the gap and take down the black dragon. What? The fireball that came after the one I flicked off was dense. It looked like it was able to increase the firepower of the fireball without changing its appearance. You can't do that. Damn it. Moreover, in conjunction with this, about 30 of the remaining Nords rushed towards the school building at once. It would take at least 3 steps to intercept all of them, but I only had 2 legs and my crushed leg would need some time to heal. First step. The left foot crumpled into an gnarled mess, and the healing process began instantly. Combining that with the momentum of the Hermes dash, 7 Nords were cut off. Second step, kicking the wall of the school building. The right foot was also destroyed. I jumped through the densely packed area, and finished off 13 Nords. The moment my crushed right leg healed, I took a third step. However, I was 2 seconds behind the time to completely block Nord's attack. At that moment, the barrier that enveloped the school building shattered with a bang before my eyes. Now, fire. What? Suddenly, the windows of the school building were opened and spirit magic poured out of them like a storm. The students of the school were attacking, crammed together by the windows. Take Master Nash's brilliant 6-attribute magic. If we're all attacking at once, does it matter what attributes we use? Well, whatever. Srun, fire arrow. QR. Here we go. Tack on. Ice ball. Let me show you. Grim. Rock missile. 300 children unleashed 300 spells. The attack filled the sky, and all the Nord who were swarming around fell to the ground helplessly. Miguel jumped out of the window of the classroom on the first floor and stabbed the dying Nord, who had fallen. In his hand was the sword I had given him, and the clean, straight line of the sword sliced Nord's head off. Miguel? What are you? I'm the contractor of Eidos. Miguel shouted at my panicked voice. I can't just hide and watch while my spirit is fighting so hard. Everyone wanted to help Eidos. You guys. The eyes that wavered with fear and determination were the eyes of a warrior, though they were the eyes of a child. They were the eyes of a fool who had mistaken courage for savagery, but they were the eyes of a young hero who wanted to protect what was important to him. Good Lord. All of you. They were more like kids than I thought they would be. They were reckless, overreaching, and willing to risk everything to get what they wanted without compromising safety. Or, if anything, there were faculty members, including Amar, at the window. Apparently, they were on the defense, not on the offense. You will all be lectured later, especially my lord. Not believing in your own spirit is proof that you are still immature. That's, Miguel. Look out. Almost simultaneously with the warning from the window, a black dragon fireball flew towards Miguel. It was a direct hit course, and Miguel's evasion, as well as the teacher's defensive magic, would not make it in time, but I didn't move. Before the fireball even hit Miguel, a newly erected amber wall catched the black dragon's fireball and obliterated it without leaving a trace. Its robust radiance did not waver no matter how many of the remaining Nords rushed into it, and on the contrary, it obliterated any Nords that touched it with its reflective magic power. I've got it. I can hold off any attack for at least an hour. Great. Tia, give me that. I asked Tia, who was smiling through the window, holding up my right hand. Then Tia pulled out the silver spirit sword from her waist and threw it toward me. I took it and waited patiently in the same position. Look closely, Nash. This is the destination you spirit users should reach. What shines from binded light be the scintillating moon, sheltered by a cage of serrated gust. Eyes of the spirit who possesses a keen eye for evil that harbors the light. A glowing white ball of light was born on Tia's hand. Furthermore, a raging blade of wind covered its surroundings, creating a destructive force resulting from the convergence of tremendous magical power. And no way you are using different attributes at the same time. No. You are combining them? Yeah. If you train hard enough, you'll be able to do this. Shine, shoot, and blast through. In the name of Lunarisha, manifest, Starhustu. As Tia finished her chanting, a storm-clad star shot out from her hand. Its target, of course, was Barbaka. Where are you shooting at, Tia? Eidos, look out. No, it's all right. A direct hit could have killed me instantly, but I caught it with a sword I borrowed from Tia. The blade of the sword began to shine brightly, and a light green wind materialized around it. My lord, watch carefully. The skill of men and the power of spirits, when they are combined. The fireball was already bigger than its main body, which was more than 10 meters long, and has already blended more than twice as much mana as the first shot. Such a fireball was shot out with a cry. No matter how solid the barriers that Tia had put up were, they would not be able to withstand a fireball like that. So I raised my sword straight up and down, just like I taught Miguel. No fancy movement, no cool technique name, just a basic movement, but ... That's why it was the deepest and highest point attained in swordsmanship. A blade of light shot out from the tip of the cut the supersized fireball in half and obliterated it. Still not stopping, it sliced the black dragon's body in two, and further into the sky. It even tore through the clouds in the sky and sliced the two moons in there. Night sky into two little pieces. Did I go overboard? Well, that much will be fine. Eidos. That was? Miguel looked up at me and the sky alternately with his eyes wide open. I grinned at such young contracted and there is nothing that cannot be cut off. The potential of man succeeded in showing its maximum potential. T/N, going out is pain. Also for those who don't know, I shifted an Isan novel to Zetro translations. Ch 76. After that, Tia and I took care of the remaining Nords properly, and the first major invasion of Nords in the history of mankind came to an end. The invasion, which focused more on speed, ended with surprisingly little damage, both property and human, and, thanks to the fact that they had penetrated deep into human territory, made us brace ourselves so that the Nords never crossed the border again. However, not all was well for the children. While some left the school traumatized by the sudden attack of Nords, others felt confident that they could defeat Nords with their own hands, and some children became even more enthusiastic about honing their spirit magic after experiencing Nord's threat firsthand. As a result, although only 80% of the children remained, all of them reached to incomparably higher level in using spirit magic than they had ever attained before. Of course, the efforts of me and Tia had an influence on this. That's why some of the bigwigs were asking us to do all kinds of things, but we were just spirits, and they had no control over what we did. If you want to give us orders so badly, why don't you just summon us and make a contract with us? Still, that didn't stop some of them from trying to enslave us by force, but to me, the enslavement as a spirit method was pointless, and Tia's was. Well, I won't say much, but let's just say she had an awfully nice smile. We spent such a lively, troublesome, but irreplaceable time to the fullest. And today, the contract between Miguel and me, who'll advance to the next grade tomorrow, ends here. Saran, QR. The burning lizard and Thomas embraced each other tightly. Sarang's face, which was mostly expressionless, looked a little sad. Only today, but not so much. Hey Thomas, were you listening to Tia-sensei's class? Even if the contract is expired, you can still summon, or rather, she said you can summon spirits even if you don't have a contract to begin with. Hey, Caillou-chan, you'll come back when I summon you, right? Kayumi. The little dog spirit on her shoulder licked her cheeks at the words of the girl who had completely awakened her sewing skills. Yes, That was true. According to the conventional beliefs of this world until now, spirit magic could only be used if you had a contract with a spirit. And since they could only use magic with the attributes of the spirit they were contracted with, they had to summon a different spirit each year to see what attribute they were best suited for. The method was to determine what kind of spirit one would ultimately make a contract with. But since this year, when Tia's teachings became more widespread, it started to be different. This year, with a few exceptions, many students no longer made a contract with the spirits. But that did not mean that the bond that connected them would be severed. It would be akin to a being who was always with you as your friend who would come when you called them. Of course, summoning a spirit without a contract required a certain amount of mana and skill, so it would be a short separation. But if one made a serious effort, a reunion with a friend would not be so far off in the future. Therefore, no one here was saddened by the parting. Except for two people, Miguel and Nash. So I guess this is goodbye. Yeah, I guess so. Miguel had no talent for spirit magic. That's why he was convinced that he would never be able to summon me again. I won't deny that. I will always and forever be a human spirit. For Miguel, the potential of a human. Let's do this. I handed Miguel, who looked down quietly, a sword I had prepared. This was also one of my best swords, which I created with Master Smith, in between classes. This is, as you can see, it is a sword. It is a sword that will not cut at all unless it is wielded in the correct form, but it will not break, it will not bend, it will not decay, and it will always remain with my lord, unchanged. When you have mastered the way of the sword, and when normal swords no longer fit your body, you will receive the license to use it. Wow, is there a time limit? That seems pretty tough. Fufu, my lord can do that. Yeah, I'll do my best. Ugh. Really? You really won't recontract with me? Haha. Sorry. Next to us, Tia and Nash were saying goodbye. But Tia only had a troubled smile on her face, and Nash was one-sidedly squirming. It's not that you are a bad guy, okay? It's just that, you know, I have my reasons. I thought after I made a contract with Tia and became able to use all 6 attributes or spirit magic, my legend of being the strongest had begun. Don't get carried away. Sure, you're doing pretty well at this stage, but if you're not careful, the new kids who are coming in will catch up to you in no time. Okay? No, I am not. HMPH, fine. I'll make you regret not making a contract with me again. Fufu, I'm looking forward to it. Well then, it's time to go. Time to go. Tia and I looked at each other and stepped onto the magic circle drawn under our feet. Around us, other spirits were also on the magic circle, and children who were the contractors were chanting spells in front of them. Now herewith the contract is expired, and I am the one to repatriate thee. O Eidos, spirit of man, return to thy rightful place. As Miguel finished his chanting, the magic circle under my feet began to glow with white light. As my vision gradually turned white, Miguel unexpectedly grabbed the sword I gave him. Naive. With a clink, my sword blocked Miguel's. Miguel took a few steps backward and yelled at me, tears streaming down his face. Absolutely. I'll become a better swordsman than Eidos. I swear that I will pursue the human potential that Eidos showed me for the rest of my life. So someday again when I reach that point, we'll meet again. Spirit of man, Eidos. My mentor, my benefactor, my friend. T/N. Okay, I cried a bit here. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. My lord, my disciple, and my friend Miguel. The light disappeared from the magic circle under my feet as I smiled. But I didn't disappear. Our return was 10 minutes after we were expelled from the heroic party, so it was only natural. Huh? What? No way, I failed. What should I do? What should I do? Number. It's not that, it's just something about me needing another 10 minutes or so to get back over there. Yeah. Why the hell are you still here? Damn it, I can't even send Tia back. No, it's not your fault. Next to Miguel, who looked indescribably dismayed, was Tia, who was trying desperately to get Nash to return to himself with an embarrassed look on her face. Calm down, both of you. Tia and I are somewhat powerful spirits, so it will just take us a little while to disappear. Really? What? You should have said that first. Thomas said. I'm sorry, okay? I didn't have the right time to say it. Tia replied. What a mess. However, I feel that it's because of me. Miguel said. Well, That's certainly a Miguel-like thing to say, I said. Eidos, what's with the way you're talking? Since our contract is over and you are no longer my lord, why don't we just talk normally? We've got 10 minutes, let's talk as friends. Eidos, yeah, oi, Tia. Then tell me some new magic I can learn in 10 minutes. That's just absurd. The last moments before the transfer, Miguel and I talked as friends for the first time, and Tia tried to figure out a way to deal with Nash's recklessness. What should have been a tearful goodbye, instead carried us into the white world with smiles on our faces. T/N, man, I love this novel. CH77. World transfer complete. A voice echoed in my head, and a white world appeared up in my vision. Normally, I would have let my guard down, but not this time. As I looked around me, alert and aware of my surroundings, a familiar voice called out to me from beside me. Phew, so much has happened this time. What's up, Ed? No, it's nothing. There was no change in the scenery around me, and Tia was properly back with me. I finally relaxed my shoulders and let out a long, slow breath. Phew. Looks like it's the same as usual. So that means. I turned around and looked at the doors behind me. The door to the world we just came out of had the number 004, and the new door, which had yet to be opened, had the number 005 engraved on it. Shouldn't it be 028? Does that mean on the way it was not skipped or something, but the order was switched? If there were a large number of doors in a row of the worlds I'd have shipped, I would have had a hard time wrapping my head around what was going on, but this was also something to worry about. Is it just a coincidence that they have been in the same order so far, or is it inherently random, or are only the first 3 fixed, but not from here on out? Nope, too little information. At the very least, we didn't know what the criteria were for the next world we'd hop to unless we opened the next door. Will we hop to the appropriate world again, or will we hop to 0029? There were a lot of things we didn't know, like whether the world we left behind would ever be chosen again or anything. Hey, Ed, why are you staring at the door as soon as you get back? Even if we're going to the next world, I'd at least like to know what happened to those kids. Yeah, let's read it then. At Tia's urging, I walked towards the table. On the table, there was a book sitting on the table, and the title of the book was the 004th World, Records of the Hero's Story. Looks like there was no doubt that the order in which we experienced this time would be consistent. I've never taught anything to that many kids before. I wonder if what I taught them helped. Who knows? Well, we'll find out soon enough. Opening the pages of the book, we slowly read through the contents. The first thing written in the book was Miguel's tormented childhood, when he was discovered as a child with outstanding talent but never grew after that. It was not as life-destroying as that of a vagabond from the slums, but the feelings of envy and contempt that were pummeled into the young Miguel's mind certainly chipped away at his heart. He really must have had a hard time. I know, if we had met at this time. No, I shouldn't say that. If we had met 6 years earlier, Miguel would not have suffered, but on the other hand, if we had met 6 years later, Miguel's heart might have been distorted and shattered. It was late, but not too late. Remembering Miguel's face when we parted, it would be the height of nonsense to discuss any other possibility. From there, it described Miguel's life as a student. The first year of his school life included our existence, but it also included information that even we, who were there, could not have known. I see. So that was the reason for that attack. The Nord attack, which did not exist in the first round. It was apparently the result of a move by the Demon Lord of the North, who felt threatened by the students who had been strengthened by me and Tia, as if the times were advancing. Well, if you ask me, that was true. The fact that a mere 12-year-old child was able to use enough spirit magic to shoot down hordes of Nord, albeit one-sidedly from a safe distance, made their abilities completely different from those of previous years, and from the first round. If such things continued to increase in the future, it would be natural to want to attack the school where they originated, even if it was by force. However, that plan was crushed by the efforts of me, Tia, and Miguel and the others. Miguel and the others, who had grown up safely, began to participate in the battle against Nords as planned, and the last chapter, The Unfinished Sword Saint in the 004th World, Records of the Hero's Story. At a turning point in history that would later be called the Awakening of the Spirits, The first generation of the Sword Saint Miguel and his companions finally succeeded in establishing a base on the northern continent, which was under the control of the Demon Lord, for the first time in human history. Unlike the spirit magic users of the previous generation, who could only fight, those of the new generation possessed skills necessary for human life, such as blacksmithing, farming, and sewing. And the teachings that led them to this point were the words of the two spirits who changed the world. Because they had learned the diversity of human potential and the correct way to interact with spirits, the new generation of spirit users had a variety of skills and could use them in combination with conventional spirit magic. With the spread of their teachings, mankind finally had a chance to fight back. Over a prolonged period of time from now, they would increase their strongholds on the northern continent and eventually defeat the Demon Lord. Sword Saint Miguel also devoted his life to that battle, and together with his two friends, Nash, the first human being to master spirit magic of all attributes without a spirit contract, and Thomas, the foolish flame spirit user who burned all his enemies with the power of Siren, the scarlet ichthyosaurus with whom he had a contract. He slaughtered over 10,000 Nords before his death at age 78. This was, and still is, the greatest battle in human history. He said, "I am a novice who cannot even cut the moon. I am still far away from mastering this sword." Kept on using his favorite delicate sword throughout his lifetime. It was passed down after his death as a symbol of the Sword Saints, but only Miguel himself was able to wield it properly as a weapon. That idiot, I told you to change it. I couldn't help but say those words as I finished the book to the end. There was no mention of Miguel's physique, but the fact that there was no mention of him being particularly small or anything like that suggests that he was a normal adult. It must have been very difficult to wield that sword in such a state. It was too short for ordinary cutting and too long to be used as a spear. The fact that he continued to use the sword and was so good with it that he was called a sword saint. If he used a proper weapon, he'd probably be stronger than me. I mean, he must be strong. If it was a killing match using the banishment skill, there was no way that pure sword skills could beat a well-trained hero. And yet, there was this itchy feeling to be respected as a mentor by someone like that for the rest of your life. Fufu Tilda, you all did a great job. I'm sorry I didn't get to witness it with my own eyes this time too. But thinking about it, it's rather amazing to be able to know the end result of all this, even if it's only in writing, isn't it? I think that's true. Tia may be able to see one or two things through, but a normal human being may reach the end of his or her life before seeing even one thing. I mean, in the first place, walking across completely different worlds and knowing their destinies, that must be like being a god. God, huh? What are we? How can we do this? Tia uttered a genuine question, but I didn't have the answer. I mean, if anyone knew, tell me first. I don't know about that either, but normally, that's exactly what God or whatever is doing. That for some reason, isn't it? No, I don't know the reason for it all the same. Reason? That he wanted the world to be saved or something? The worlds have been better off with Ed's interference so far, right? I wouldn't say no, but you know. It was certainly the most likely possibility, but that would mean assuming that I wanted a second round. Of course, the other party was God, so if they said they knew all that and were doing so, I would have to agree with them. Does that mean there's a reason I was sent to this world? I muttered. If everything was God's intention, then there must be some reason why we were sent to the 028th world instead of the 004th world at this time. But as far as I could understand, the worlds were all independent, and I don't think there was a way where if you did something in one world, it would affect the other worlds. And it was the same for us. If I come back over here, my physical age would rewind, and I myself wouldn't be able to use my banishment skills. Well, Tears. Hey Tia, I never asked you, but what effect did the skills you got when you came back from Rebecca's world have on you in the end? Huh? I never told you. Tia responded to my question lightheartedly, then she grinned, and her hand sank into the void. Da. What do you think? Tia, with a smug look on her face, was holding one of the steel swords I had in storage. CH-78. What the? Fufu, what do you think? With the single bank ability, I can now take out and put in the contents of Ed's stranger box. I can now put things in and out. I was going to surprise you, but I forgot all about it. It's rather heavy." Tia laughed happily and tried to put the sword on the floor in front of me as I exclaimed. But I took her hand with a serious expression on my face, and went straight to Tia's side. "What do you mean?" What do you mean? "Ah no, number. It's not like I'm going to do anything with Ed's belongings." "If I misled you." "No, not that." "How? Can you use your skills here?" "Wow, what do you mean? How?" "Why?" I repeated why and stumbled over my words in front of Tia, who looked slightly frightened by the pressure of the situation. I hurriedly tried to open their stranger's box, too, but my skill was still not activated and my hand only gripped the void. Why was Tia the only one who can use it? Since when? I wanted to ask a million questions. Hey, what are you doing, Ed?" I hit my head on the table, and Tia yelled out in panic. Perhaps I couldn't or wouldn't get hurt in this world, but still, the intense pain that hit my head brought some calm to my thoughts that were about to go out of control. Phew. Okay, I'm calmed down. "Sorry, did I scare you?" "That's fine, but what's really going on?" I may have explained this to you, but I can't use my banishment skills here in the White World." "What? Does that mean you can't take out a sword or anything here like I did just now?" "I've never thought about it because we always go to the next world right away." "Well, yes, because now, Tia used that single bank." "I was surprised to see you use that." "Since when did you become able to use skills here?" "Eh? Since when? Not the beginning." What makes you think so?" "I can go to different worlds with Ed because I can use the first skill that I was given, right? If I couldn't use that power in this world, then I wouldn't have been able to go with you in the first place, right?" Wow. I gave her the dumbest look I've probably ever made in my entire life as she said this with a scowling face. "Oh yeah, that's right." Tia's first banishment skill, Shake Hands, which enabled world travel with the person you held hands with. If that wasn't triggered, then surely Tia would be the only one left here. Ed? No, it's nothing. I'm just feeling dumb and stupid. I am sorry. You didn't do anything. But, yeah, that would make a lot of things. Foo. I could think of a myriad of things that could be done if their stranger box could be opened at this location as well. For example, updating initial equipment. If we converted to different equipment here than we have now when we went to a different world, it would be somewhat useful if we could equip ourselves with that equipment from the beginning. If this initial equipment was the equipment that we had when we crossed the world, hopefully, we may be able to multiply valuable armaments. That's not all. For example, if we could bring materials from other worlds into this world and build a forge, we would be able to create armors to our satisfaction in this world where time seemed to stand still. Then we'd be able to create time-consuming things and things like that without any worries, and other things like Ugh. I can't stop being excited. Yuah. Ed has that look on his face again. What? I am not thinking anything bad. What do you mean, again? Tia looked at me with a frown as I giggled uncontrollably. I hurriedly tried to mend my expression, but Tia's attitude did not change. Well, whatever. And what ability will I get this time? Fun. Humming happily, Tia placed her hand on the pale, shiny crystal. As usual, the light absorbed into Tia's body, and her eyes, which were originally large, widened even more. Wow, I can get something like this. Foo. Oh, what kind of ability did you get this time? Do you want to know? Of course, or are you going to say it's a secret again? Except for the first time, Tia had been annoying every time and never told me what skills she got on the spot. Up until now I thought that we had to go to another world to use it, so I thought, I guess she wants to practice before actually using it. But if she could use her skills here without any problems, then I don't have to worry about that. Okay. Then hold my hand. Like this? When I held Tia's hand, which she surprisingly agreed to show me easily, her body suddenly relaxed as she closed her eyes. What's going on? Yeah. Wow. What the hell is this? I heard Tia's voice in me as I saw her suddenly lose consciousness. I looked around, but there was no sign of Tia's ghost. So that meant I'm possessed by Tia. Don't be so presumptuous. Well, but yes, the name of the skill is Heart Engage, and the effect is to make my heart consciousness reside in the person you hold hands with, but I can't move my body during that time, and you can't go inside anyone. At least, It seems that the only place I can go right now is inside Ed. I see. What can I say except what? I don't know what to say. Foo-fa-foo, what's that? No, because even if you say that there was another person in me. Somehow, an image of a chibi Tia giggling in my head came to mind. It was not that I was uncomfortable with it, but I didn't know how to accept this situation. If you just look at the effect, it's like an enhanced version of missing talk. No, but it's not a fusion of consciousness. Instead of the body being unprotected, is it like coexistence? Is that much different? I think so. By the way, you should be able to use your skills in this state. You are? Wow, seriously. When I activated the stranger box, as told, my hand is easily swallowed by the void and touched the contents. So, in this state, I could not only take out the contents of the stranger box, but also use all my banishing skills. It's amazing. This is seriously going to expand the range of things we can do, you know? I'm glad you're pleased. I'm going to go back now. Can you hold my hand one more time? Like this? I put the dagger I had taken from their stranger box on the table and held Tia's hand instead, who was lying prostrate. Then something warm flowed out of me, and in exchange for the indescribable sense of loss, Tia in front of me let out a small moan. Ugh. Haha, I'm home. Welcome back. Is there anything wrong with your body? I'm fine. I don't feel particularly worn out. I see. But in this world, you don't get injured in the first place, so there's no wear and tear because of that. But the effect is an effect, and if it is to be used in another world, it must be carefully examined. Yes. Well, if there's a safe place in the next world, we'll check it out there. Sure. And with that, we both got up from our seats. The possibilities in this world have expanded exponentially, but in order to solidify them, it was imperative that we leave for the next world. Then, let's go to the next world, shall we? Yes. By the way, what kind of world is the next one? No, I seriously don't know. I don't think it's going to be like it was before. But just be prepared. When it came to the ambiguity of the law, not the ambiguity of memory, the only way to deal with it was to be prepared. Well, I was sure there was no world that would be in danger the moment we enter, so unless we were sent to a completely new world that we didn't know at all, then I'll do my best to abuse God. Yeah, Ed, you really are rapidly becoming unreliable these days. That's just kidding. Just kidding. Come on, let's go. I feel defeated. With a big smile on my face, I firmly grasped Tia's hand. We walked side by side and soon arrived at the fifth door. Well, let's see what comes out. Well, whatever comes out of. What? It's nothing. With Tia, it didn't matter. Checking the warmth of our joined hands, I vigorously opened the door in front of me. T/N. From Sunday next arc will begin. Need to stock up on chapters ahead. CH79. World transfer complete. Yosh. Foo-foo. I grinned looking at the steel sword on my waist as I landed in the new world. At least now I didn't have to worry about making a first impression every time. Now I'd just have to change my clothes into a little nicer gear, and I'd be seen as a full-fledged warrior in most places. Phew, normal this time. Next to me, Tia was muttering some unsavory thoughts. However, as someone who knew the importance of normal, I couldn't help but chuckle lightly. What? Usually you're not happy? I guess it's better than being in a box or in front of a bunch of kids, huh? Foo-foo tilde. So what's this world like? Yes. I looked around the area, but there was nothing unique about the scenery. The place where we were standing was a sparsely forested area along the road, and once we passed through the trees, we could see a wide grassy field. Beyond that, what appeared to be a town could be seen in the distance, but it too was a very ordinary town surrounded by stone walls. Hey, what's the point if the scenery is so mundane? This is it. What the hell? Hearing such a voice coming from a short distance away, Tia and I reflexively lowered ourselves and approached towards the location from where it was coming, exchanging only glances. We carefully raked through the branches and leaves so as not to make any noise, and when we moved to hide ourselves in a gap between the trees, we found three very strange figures there. Now, get off your ass and give me what you've got in your hand. No, I won't. I won't let you have this. A woman with blonde hair in curls, which would have taken a lot of effort, and wearing a light red dress, which was not suitable for outdoor activities, thrusted her sword. In front of her, a man in a grey traveling outfit and a deep green cloak was cornered with his butt on the ground. Both were young, in their 20s or so. "May I suggest that you hand over your belongings while Oju-sama is being nice?" Shut up. "Anyway, if it's hopeless, it's hopeless." Beside the lady was an elderly man, who appeared to be in his 60s or so. Although he was dressed in an out-of-place butler's uniform, his eyes were sharp, and his age-defying stance and appearance suggested that he had trained in some form of martial arts. T/N. Yes, the op butler. "Hey Ed, what's going on here?" "Which one should we help?" Tia placed her own hand on mine and spoke to me using missing talk. It was extremely useful to be able to communicate without making any sound at a time like this, but I couldn't give an immediate answer to her question. How did that go? Since the woman's side was quite well dressed, the situation appeared to be that the man had stolen something and was about to get it back. However, the world was not always that simple. In the meantime, I used rainbow glass, and it seemed that the woman had more room to grow. But it wasn't enough to say that she was the hero. Damn it, why don't I remember anything for once? But I'm not going to do nothing in this situation. What would I do? What would I have done in the first round? The headache that awaited me did not occur, and I asked myself with a mild sense of impatience. What we needed was information, and that information was right in front of. "Oh, yeah, ain't that easy?" I said. "Enough. Then let's give him a little pain." The woman in front of him drawed her sword lightly. She then tried to thrust it into the man's thigh, who fell to the ground, to create a hole in his thigh, but, oops, my bad. With a hard cling sound, my sword flicked the woman's sword. The woman looked at me suspiciously as I appeared on the scene. "Ara, who are you?" I can't give you my name." "Ara, I see. Then could you please get out of my way?" "Claude." The moment the woman called out his name, the butler who was waiting by her side rushed toward me furiously. When I catched his fist with my sword, which looked many times bigger than before due to his fighting spirit, a somewhat less loud sound than before, like metal clashing against metal, was heard. "What's that metallic sound? How hard is it?" I mean, no explanation of the situation or anything? That's what I wanted to know. "If you don't understand, ask them yourself." In response to my actions that arrived at the extremely simple and clear answer, the woman in front of me snorted and said, "When you interfere with me, you are my enemy." "Claude, get rid of them." Don't worry, I'll go easy on you to the extent that you don't die." "There's nothing to be relieved about." "Oina-chan, why are you being attacked?" I asked the man. That's right. Please help me." "That depends on what you say." I talked to the man who was slumped down, while fending off the storm of fist blows. To tell you the truth, I could completely neutralize him by invoking Invincible, but that wasn't something I was willing to show here. The situation I can not tell you, but what I have is very important. I can't tell you. Do you understand the situation? I know, but I can't tell you. If I backed out of this situation, that would be the end of it. But to honestly tell me that I can't say, instead of deceiving me with a proper lie, was just stupid in general. But from my current point of view, the scales were slightly tilted in the guy's favor. However, I couldn't take his side for sure at this level. Hey, Oju-san. If the reason why you attacked this guy is something I can understand, can I withdraw? I asked. I ignored the pitiful voice behind me and turned my gaze towards her. But the woman in question dismissed me with a boring look. "No need. It will be the same if we get rid of you." "Claude, what's wrong?" "Clean up this mess quickly." "I'm sorry, Oju-sama. This one seems to be quite skilled." This is a mess. In light of the new situation based on the conversation up to this point, the impression that this lady was trying to take the man's belongings was strong, contrary to my initial impression. If we followed righteousness, we could just get rid of them both. But the biggest conundrum that stood in the way here was which one is the hero? If the young lady was a hero, let alone overlooking this robbery-like act, she may even need help to cover up this act. That's why we were fighting with a degree of caution so that we don't settle and fall into a fatal rupture. But even that couldn't be stretched out indefinitely. Which is the right answer? If I make a mistake here, I probably won't be able to change it, right? I didn't know what they were fighting over. But in case we made a mistake, we won't be able to say we got your goods back, so let us join you. Well, there was still a chance that we could fulfill the conditions by hanging around in the worst-case scenario, but that was really a last resort. Well, while I was thinking about that, the rain of fists attacking me did not stop. With such a strong opponent, if I wasn't in the second round of this world, I wouldn't have been able to compete with him. No, so I didn't fight in the first round, or GGH, a gap check. Finally, a headache struck at the worst possible time, and my body was blown backwards by the steel fist. I hit my back against a tree and coughed violently, and the butler came at me to finish me off. At that moment, reveal yourself, Boris Lipa. You are what? Kaya? What? With 3 different screams, a storm blade passed by the spot. Then, emerging from the shadows of the trees, a terrifyingly beautiful elf warrior with eyes filled with fighting spirit. I won't let you do this anymore. How heroic was her figure holding the silver sword that held the tornado. But no, Tia, it's not like that. It's not like that. Ha. Inhaling desperately, I reached for my partner's back. If I touched her, I could tell her. So please, let me tell you what I really. It's okay, Ed. You just rest now. Why? Yahoo! Do not fight. Do not win. Because this was a losing event. T/N. A coin system aka cookie system is introduced in Folksaholic 18 today. You can buy coins aka cookie to read chapters ahead of my regular schedule. I'll be posting my regular chapters on schedule and also add vacant locked chapters. 1 coin equals $0.1. Here's the link for anyone who wants to read. I got a new skill. TCH. I didn't expect a magician to be waiting for me. The young lady blatantly frowned and clicked her tongue at Tia, who stood in front of her. And to this young lady, the butler took 3 steps back and stood side by side with his guard up, and continued, Oju-sama, I think it would be best if we retire for the moment. Claude, do you really think I'm going to let a little girl like her beat me? Who was a little girl? Tia yelled in protest at the young lady's words. But the butler ignored her and continued the conversation. The only thing that was in his line of sight was me leaning against a tree, hiding the fact that I've long since recovered, and looking at him. Was it obvious? I wouldn't say so, but from the blow I just received, I don't think they are an easy opponent to defeat, and regrettably, mine was not finished with the blow I had just struck. Which means that. Yes, that's true. The lady's gaze turned to the man who was still on his buttocks. If the butler, and Tia and the lady each faced each other, the reason of dispute, the man lying on the ground, would escape alone. Which meant there would be no reason to fight. In other words, the young lady, who understood this correctly, easily broke it off and said to Tia, Okay, I'll leave this place to you, but the next time we meet. You think there's gonna be a next time? Tia said. Let it be, Tia. Ed, okay. I stood up quietly, and Tia withdrew her sword at my words. At this point, it would be better to let these guys go so that we have more options. Or rather, if we defeat them poorly, we will not be able to make the next move, which would be really bad. Well, good day to you. Let's go, Claude. Well then, I'm off. When the lady, who had settled on a beautiful courtesy, turned away, the butler also bowed and left the scene. And so, when they were out of sight, Tia finally relaxed the tension from her body. Phew, that's done for now. Yes. I smiled at Tia's smiling face, but I was inwardly puzzled. It was true that we got through the situation, but the problem was that we got through it in reverse. Thank you for helping me. As I was fretting, a voice called out to me from behind. I turned around to see the man we had saved standing there, bowing deeply toward me. Well, that's it for me. Thank you so much. No, wait a minute. Still have anything for me? I decided to use this opportunity I got by letting the lady and her company go. If this won't get through, I'll be in a pinch. But I'll think what to do when that happens. They only backed off because we were here, right? If you're alone here, they're going to attack you again, right? I told him. That's certainly true. Right? So, come on. Let's at least go to town together. I'm not going to force you to find out what's going on or ingratiate myself with you and ask you to pay for it. Well, you could at least buy me a drink. That's true. If that's about it, I understand. It's just a little while. But please continue to help me out. Leave it to me. I responded to the unreliable man's words with a thump on my chest and a smile, and inwardly I patted my chest in relief. Thank God, it seems I didn't have to make the worst choice of sneaking around from the shadows. I'll give you a quick introduction. I'm Ed and this is Tia. Who are you? Ed-san and Tia-san. Huh. My name is Toby. Toby, we'll be right behind you, and we'll be your escorts as well. Okay. Toby said this and started to walk away, and Tia and I followed a little behind him. Tia's fingertips gently touched my hand. Hey Ed, if we're following him, does that mean this Toby guy is hero? Yes, that's right, but... Tia tilted her head and looked at me as I scratched my head with a bitter look on my face. It was a little embarrassing to suddenly confess to a huge failure, but there was nothing I could do to hide this. You know, that battle earlier, actually losing that was the beginning of my adventures in this world. According to my recollection, this was the 116th world. I came here for the first time, and in much the same vein, I challenged the duo to protect Toby. As a result, I was easily knocked unconscious and Toby was robbed of his important things. And with that, I went around to various places with Toby the hero to get back the important things from that duo and fight with them, which was how the first round went. But this time, we skipped over the premise of being robbed of something important. Since nothing was taken from him, there was no point for Toby to work with us, and as a result, we would not achieve our goal of joining the hero's party. I was trying to let us accompany him, but I was having trouble with that. When I explained this to Tia, she looked at me with a very mixed expression on her face. What the hell is that? Then why didn't you say so in the first place? No, it was hard for me to remember too. I mean, the moment I remembered, I got a blow from the old butler, and after that, you came out before I could say anything. Perhaps I picked the wrong time? As Tia's shoulders slumped in disappointment, I gently put strength into our joined hands. No way. I was just an idiot. But, well, how to turn things around from here is the question. Is there anything we can do? I'm frantically searching my memory right now, but it's difficult. I'm sorry, but can you please have a chat with Toby? I'll pick up some information from that conversation and we'll work out a plan so that we can somehow accompany him before we get to town. Okay. Hey, Toby. Do you have a minute? Yeah. What? Toby was blushing as he spoke to the beautiful woman who suddenly started talking to him at a distance where their shoulders were almost touching. I better make sure I say that right later. I've already seen more than enough people getting crushed because they misunderstood Tia's closeness to them. Nevertheless, this gave me both miscellaneous information and time to think. Then I'll first sort out the information I had in my mind. The man in front of me was Toby. He was the hero of this world and seemed to be carrying something important, but I didn't know what it was. He didn't tell me until the end of the first round, and by the looks of him, he won't tell me honestly this time either. In contrast, the young lady with blonde hair and ringlet curls was named Palm Moiska, commonly known as Greedy Princess. Formerly a noble or royalty of some sort, she was banished because of her vice of always getting what she wants, but now she was a bandit who went around the world wreaking havoc, because she no longer felt bound by the shackles that restrained her before. She was a wanted criminal with a very high bounty, but she had not been caught because of the strength of her follower, Claude, as well as because she herself was an excellent magician. They stole whatever they wanted, and they always returned the favor to anyone who tried to take it from them. They were a very troublesome presence, but they were also troublesome because they were not an enemy that could simply be defeated, considering the future course of events. Incidentally, the reason why Toby had been safe so far from such opponents was because of his talent for escape. He had the talent to be a hero of escape, so to speak. But even so, he was not skilled enough to always escape from any enemy at present. In fact, the reason he was being hunted down this time was because he used up all of his escape gear in order to get away from Palm and the others. I guess the key is to know what Toby is carrying and where. If we can figure that out, can we get some guidance along the lines of escorting him to his destination? Hey, you're equipped with all that stuff? Well, sort of. I was a little underprepared this time, but normally I could have left those guys behind in a jiffy. Great. Then can you show it to me in person sometime? Fine. Then, first of all, shall we go to the next town together? T/N, the town after this one from what I can make out. Yay. In front of me, Tia easily made a promise to accompany Toby on the road. I couldn't help but smile with a dumb expression at Tia, who looked at me for a moment and winked at me. Ah, yeah, that's right. If a cute girl asks him to do something, he'll do it, instead of me trying to come up with a shitty plan. Ha ha ha. I've taken the liberty of deciding, but you're okay with it, right Ed? Yeah, of course I'm in. It's just another chance for us to be together. Ah, I see. Ed-san is also with you. That's right. Let's have a nice journey together, the three of us. Yes, yes. Let's have a good journey together. Well, yeah. Let's have fun. Thus we easily succeeded in joining Toby's heroes party, despite the fact that we made a huge mistake in our first move. Well, Tia-san, you're really not half bad. Chapter 85, Locked, is up on Fox 18. I got a new skill every time WN81-100 CH81. After that, we made it to the nearby town without the attack I had feared. As we passed through the gate and into the bustle of the town, Toby spoke to us, pointing towards Tia. Well then, let's get a place to stay for the time being. As for me, I'd like to stock up on various necessary tools after this and leave town around noon tomorrow. Is that okay with Tia-san and you? You're in such a hurry. Well, we're fine. Hey, Ed? Yes, that's fine. If we had just finished a long journey, we would probably want to rest for a couple of days, but we were not tired at all since we had just arrived in this world. I understand Toby's urgency as he was carrying something important, so I had no reason to object. I understand. How about we split up after we get our accommodations, and I thank you for what you just did over dinner. I understand. Then let's find a place to stay quickly. I nodded back at Toby's words and we walked down the main street. We got a room at the same expensive, but secure, place as Toby's, and we spent our time buying extra snacks and such, and the appointed time came quickly. Well then, to our meeting. Cheers. In a corner of an ordinary bar, we toasted each other by slamming our wooden mugs together with a thud. The impact caused a little of the overflowing amber to spill onto the table, and Toby and I hurriedly sipped from our mugs. Ha, delicious. Especially when it's free. Ha ha, don't hesitate to drink. You really helped me out during the day. Speaking of which, who are those people? Tia, who was the only one drinking fruit wine instead of ale, asked this question casually as she moistened her mouth and snacked on her food. This was a question asked out of pure curiosity, as I dare not tell Tia, who was not very good at acting, anything. Those people are, in one word, bandits. I'm carrying a package at the request of a certain someone, but I feel like I've been spotted because of it. I shouldn't ask what you're carrying, right? Yes. I'm sorry. Toby lightly bowed his head, but Tia gently tilted her head and continued her words. But does that make sense? What? Meaning? Yeah. I don't mean to go around blabbing about it, but we already have the information that Toby is carrying something valuable, don't we? On the contrary, the people who attacked Toby probably have more information about what Toby is carrying, don't they? I'm just wondering how much sense it makes to keep the details from us in that situation. T/N. Tia. You smart. That's certainly a good point of view. Toby folded his arms and made a difficult face when asked such a question, which I would not have thought of, knowing what was behind. I don't know the details of the luggage. T/N, meaning he knows what's the package. No, but still. You really don't have to tell us if you don't want to, okay? But if those people are going to attack again in the future, I think it's a good idea to have guards. And if that's the case, why not ask us, who are already involved in it, to protect the secret? And I just thought that if we're going to protect it, it would be easier to do it if we knew what it was that we were protecting, that's all. And I'm not going to force you to go with me if you don't want to. I don't like that. I would be very happy to travel with Tia-san, but... Guards. I didn't think about it, but I didn't expect to be spotted by such a big name so early. Now, don't think so hard. For now, why don't we just have a nice meal and a few drinks, and then we can come to a conclusion, right? For now, we were just talking about going with you to the next town. Here, drink. I slapped a distressed Toby on the shoulder and took his mug and brought it close to his mouth. If it were an emergency, I could have pushed him into a corner and made him come to a conclusion, but there was no need to do that now. Rather, it would be better to let him open up in this way and slowly let his caution fade away. Thank you, Eda-san. You don't look any different from me. But you seem to be very used to it. What is your adventurer rank? Like this. In response to Toby's question, I pulled out the deep green metallic slabs from the bag on my waist and showed it to him. On the metal plate was a crystal carved into an oval shape, on which 4 faint lights were shining. Only 4? I thought you'd be at least 6 or 7 if you could drive those guys back. Ha ha ha, I'm flattered to hear that. We think we have some ability, but we don't have any achievements. By the way, I'm 20 years old, and Tia, I'm 21. I'm older than you. Yes, Tia's older. I chuckled mildly at Tia's vigorous intrusion into our conversation. I didn't know why Tia was so obsessed with being older. Elven minds. Nevertheless, Toby nodded his head in agreement with our words. I see. It is certainly difficult to move up the ranks at that age. People look down on you just because you are young. That's right. Well, there's no point in being in a hurry about this. We'll take our time. Yeah. Toby didn't pursue the matter any further as I gulped down my drink. The Adventurers Guild card was actually a counterfeit. We, who came to this world today, would not have any ID card in this world. As soon as we left Toby, we showed up at the guild and completed registration, but there would be no trust or shit if we told him that someone like us were apprentices who had just registered today. So I copied the card of a random adventurer nearby with my banishment skill, copy and fake. Of course, it was a counterfeit, so if looked at properly, one would notice the discrepancy, and even the Adventurers Guild could not use it, or rather, they will arrest us the moment we try to use it. But one doesn't look at the card seriously at a bar, and if for some reason we received a request, we could just show the real card we just registered, so we decided this was enough for a temporary measure. We were deceiving, or rather deceiving him to the fullest, so I felt bad for Toby, but if you put it that way, our existence was like a bunch of basic lies. But it's not a bad idea to raise your ranks to add some prestige. I'm open to tough requests, you know. I can get you a contract for a lot cheaper than the market price. Toby said, I understand. I'll give it some serious thought. Okay, Fufu, I'd be very happy to travel with you. Yes, I'll think about it very seriously. When it was me, he just nodded normally, but when Toby was told by Tia, his cheeks blushed and nodded deeply, in a different way from getting drunk. Toby's reaction was easy to understand. Hey Toby, by any chance, if that young lady over there grabbed your hand and begged you give me your package, you wouldn't hand it over, would you? That's not true. Why are you so hesitant? I didn't mean to be too persistent, but Toby, you should really hire us, you know? I'll think about it. Yeah, really? Toby gulped down his drink, trying to suppress his inner turmoil. I couldn't help but chuckle at a side of the hero Toby I hadn't noticed during the first round. Chapter 86 locked will be up later this day. CH 82. After a pleasant but uneasy dinner, the next day dawned. We left town as planned and came to the plains a little ways off the road. The reason, of course, was for Toby to show Tia what he was good at, and to show us what he was capable of. My basic fighting style is this. Toby pointed to 3 small bags on his waist. He pulled out a round ball each the size of a thumbnail, and held it in the palm of his hand to show us. A magic ball. What's that? I knew, but Tia, who didn't know, looked alternately at the balls in his palms and at Toby's face. Toby then slowly picked up one of them and slammed it down to the ground as hard as he could. What's all that smoke? But isn't it chemically strong? Ha ha ha, this is a smoke ball that blocks the enemy's vision and hides our presence. It looks like smoke, but it's not like smoke from burning something, so you don't have to worry about inhaling it. I see. It's true, if I stick my hand in, I can't see. It disappeared. Tia was moving her hand in and out of the produced smoke, but after the 10 seconds or so of effect time, the smoke disappeared without a trace. Since it was generated by magic, no trace of it is left anywhere. The next one is a flash ball. Hitting it on the ground produces a very dazzling light. If you look directly at it, it will hurt your eyes, so be careful. Here we go. Toby slammed it down, and poof, a flower of light bloomed in its place. Even knowing about it in advance, the brightness of the light was exceptional. My eyes are tingling. This is intense, Tia exclaimed. If you use it in front of an opponent who is chasing you, it can be quite effective. However, as you can see, it only glows for a moment, so if you miss the timing, it will be completely wasted. And the last one is this acoustic ball. It makes a loud noise, so be careful. When Toby slammed the ball into the ground 3 times, the hard sound of metal hitting metal echoed around the area. Even with my ears covered, I could still feel the impact as if a thin stake had been driven into my head. Ah, no. This is no good. My ears. Oi, are you okay, Tia? I'm sorry. Are you okay? I'm somehow okay, but this is pretty hard on someone with good hearing. Unlike the light earlier, we can't completely block it even if we knew it was coming. Tia, clutching her long ears tightly, said with slight tears in her eyes. Tia certainly had good ears. This must have been quite painful for her. I guess the most common reason to use this is because it is effective not only against humans, but also against beasts and demons. There are also some very stinky stink balls, but those are a bit. Stop. You don't have to do that. I know. I've just left town and I don't want to get stinky. I have to agree with Tia, who looked seriously disgusted. The reason why rotten balls, which were overwhelmingly effective against those with a sense of smell, were not very popular was because the person who used them also smelled bad no matter how he or she used them. I understand. And one more thing, this will be my trump card. I can't have you tell me about that. It doesn't matter, even if you know it, you can't deal with it. Smiling at Tia's words, Toby lifted his foot to show us his shoes. The shoe had a metal ring around the instep, and 2 small metal protrusions could be seen where it met the sole. This is a magic tool. If I put magic power into it like this and then step into it after activating it, I can. Toby stepped down to the ground and then lifted his foot. Then the grass grew out of each of the 2 small dents in the ground and wrapped around in the center to form a small circle. Generating plants? No, I don't think he can do that. Are you planting seeds in the ground and making them grow rapidly? Wow. That's true. Yes, there is a special seed planted in this sharp point, and every time I step in this way, the grass grows out of the trail and becomes a trap to trap your foot. With that said, Toby took a few steps, and each time he moved, a circle of grass formed from his footprints. What a strange sight. But despite appearances, it was quite a nasty trick. If they don't know anything about it, we can just let them fall, and if they know we have this, we can slow them down by forcing them to pay extra attention to their feet. Even as we speak, the grass that grew in the first place was rapidly shriveling up and dying. This one seemed to crumble to the ground as a rotting weed in about 30 seconds. If it could last that long, it would be enough to hold them back. Basically, my fighting style is to use a combination of these things to get away from the enemy. I'm not a big fan of head-on combat, to be honest. What do you think about this? It's hard to completely prevent you from destroying their sight and hearing or slowing their gait, even if they know you're going to use those kinds of moves. In addition, it is a reasonable strategy to take advantage of an opening and defeat them or run away. That's right. I think it would be rather scary if I got hit with this at first sight. However, relying on magic tools for any means is a bit scary. And isn't it hard to deal with attacks from a distance with practically nothing but a smoke ball? If you're attacked from an unobstructed area, even if you fire a lot of smoke balls, you'll probably get dreamed out by bows or magic, right? I asked. Yeah, I know, but it is still difficult to be fully prepared in all situations. Well, of course it is. It was one thing to be aware of one's weaknesses and another thing to be able to compensate for them well. At the very least, it would be difficult for even the heroes in the stories to be able to handle every situation on their own. That's why even heroes formed parties. In that case, why don't you hire us? With me in the vanguard, a swordsman, and Tia in the rearguard, a spirit user, I think we can handle a pretty wide range of situations. By the way, how much would you charge? Yeah. If you're not including expenses, how about 2 silver coins per person on a daily basis? Toby got on board, and I pretended to think lightly before telling him so. If it was too cheap, he'd be suspicious, and if it was too expensive, he won't hire us. But considering the class of the inn where we stayed yesterday and the skill we actually showed him, this should make him think it's cheap enough. How about it, assuming that 4 silver coins a day, right? But if we want to go all the way to Ekra, I can't do it with what I have on hand right now. Would you mind if I respond to you when we get to the next town? I've got some things going on there. It doesn't matter. We don't have anything urgent on our end, right? Yeah, we're fine. Don't worry, we won't run away. It's all good. Thank you very much. Well, let's go to the next town for now. Although we did not officially join the team, we still had hope. We continued on our way to the next town and arrived there without incident. Once through the town gates, Toby patted his chest in relief and smiled. Ah, thank goodness. We arrived without a hitch. Yeah. Contrary to Toby, who seemed to be in a good mood, I was a little impatient inside. I had been expecting an attack by Palm and the others, so the fact that nothing happened was unexpected. Don't tell me you're thinking that by not daring to attack him, you'll make him need less of an escort and then draw us away from him? That's the last thing we wanted to do, and the last thing Toby wanted to do. Toby would spare the money to hire us if the threat was too distant, and we couldn't force him to let us come along if he refused. At the very least, a powerful magic beast. Is it a demon here? It would be a little different if they attacked, but there was no such thing along the highway, and there were no bandits attacking a small group of armed merchants, let alone merchants in carriages. At that time, I started to think about appealing for a sense of crisis from a different direction, and somehow getting him to hire us. Oh ho 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 ho. How about some delicious baja oishiyaki T/N, basically grilled meat, just some isekai food. Recommended by Oju-sama. In one of the town's streets, a pair of people I clearly recognized were, for some reason, setting up a stall selling grilled skewers. T/N. You can already guess, I finished the Crossball Games trails from Zero and Azure. CH83, A. Eda-san. Are those people? Yeah, I think so. The white cape wrapped around her head swept her curly hair to the back of her head, and she was wearing a white apron over a dress that was not suitable for a food stall in any way. Even with such a disguise, there was no way I could mistake the face of a wanted woman I had just confronted a short while ago. I mean, Claude standing next to her was dressed just as he was at that time. What's with the butler's uniform at a skewer stall? You geese don't have the slightest intention of hiding, do you? Toby, just confirming it. But can a wanted person really be that brazen? I don't know about that. Until now, I didn't think that was the case either. But no one seems to care. Tia, any sign of magic? Unless it's very highly concealed, I don't think it's just what? I don't think people know what they look like when they think about it, do they? You know, we only become aware of them when we got information like they're causing havoc nearby, otherwise no one would take the time to look at a wanted person's face. Ah, that's a blind spot, Tia said with a reluctant look on her face, and I couldn't help but agree with her. Certainly, unless you specialized in bounty hunting, you would only glance at the faces on the wanted list in a corner of the wall. Unless they had a very memorable face, you may miss them if you just pass them in town. And if they were ordinary people, they would not go out of their way to visit the guild to see the faces of the wanted. Especially since Palm was the type of bandit who carefully selected her prey, so she didn't even have to worry about being attacked except by nobles or rich people. Still, I was sure the town gatekeeper would remember it. Well, if it was just them, they could be fooled in any way they wanted. So, what are we going to do? Toby asked. I don't know, we'll just have to go there, I said. Since they went out of their way to get ahead of us and were in such a conspicuous place, it was not a good idea to ignore them as we proceeded. It was common knowledge that the longer you put off the problem and the debt, the more debt you incur. Okay, then, let's go. Hurrah, welcome. How many do you want? Huh? No. How many do you want? T3. Claude. 3 baja oishiyaki, please. T/N. An isekai food. That's the literal translation. Imagine grilled meat. Understood, Oju-sama. Toby, who was easily overwhelmed, ordered, and Claude finished the skewers with his excellent hands. The grilled meat looked, frankly speaking, delicious. Here you go. I'll take whatever treasure you have in your possession for the price. Okay? No, you can't do that. What a pity. Then 6 silver coins will do. If that's the case. Wait, 6 silver coins? Toby, who was about to take out his wallet with a relieved look on his face, raised his voice once again at the price. That's right, No one would be stupid enough to pay 2 silver coins for a single skewer from a street vendor. No, but what's your problem? I have the price written down right there. Yueg? See, certainly. The sign in front of the stall read, for you, the finest inconvenience. Bajoyisiaki, 2 silver coins apiece. In other words, the reason why there were no people at this stall was not only because it was run by an overtly suspicious person, but also because it was stupidly overpriced. Yueg, 2 silver coins. For 1 skewer. Can't help it. Here you go, Oju-san. Pushing aside Toby, who was gnashing his teeth with a face like the end of the world, I put a silver coin in Palm's hand. Instead, he snatched the skewers from her with a flick and handed 2 of them to Tia before biting into the remaining one. Oh, it's delicious. Fufu tilde. I use the finest ingredients. The juices that seeped out every time it was bit into, and the thick sauce was quite good. Personally, I would buy it for 7 or 8 copper coins every once in a while, but of course, I did not feel that it was worth 2 silver coins. So, what are you going to do with the difference? As far as I'm concerned, I'd appreciate it if you'd get away from Toby, I said. T/N. So I think what happened, author made some kind of typo because it says MC placed silver coin in her hand and then asks for difference, aka change. That should not happen as skewers are priced at 2 silver a pop, so perhaps it was some other kind of coin. No way. The things you have aren't cheap enough to give up with such a small amount of money. Besides, I always get what I want. I choose my means, but I will not give up. I see. Even so, why do you want that thing so much? I asked. Because it's beautiful, of course. That radiance should be in my hands by all means. It would be churlish to keep it in the depths of the temple. Palm provided a nice bit of information in response to my query. From what she said, I wonder if the treasure Toby was carrying was some kind of gem-like object. However, the fact that it would be kept in the depths of the temple, I could only assume that there was some kind of negative effect. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous that a single individual would own something like this, and the reason for that is because it's beautiful. What are you going to do when this thing wakes up? She exclaimed. Do you really think I would fail to manage my treasures? How dare you underestimate me? That's not the point. No, that's the problem. Hey, you, Toby, right? In response to Toby, who was furious, Palm came out of the stall and took his hand. What? I can see that if you bring such a dangerous object to a temple, it will eventually be used as a tool in a petty power struggle. But if it's me. Precisely because it's me, I can promise you that I would use it only for the purpose of loving it. Even in terms of management, unlike those who never knew when they would be dazzled by greed, Claude would never betray. When it is in my hands, it is safer than anywhere else. So Toby's armor, please trust me and entrust it to me. Palm gently wrapped her hand around Toby's. Looking up at him with moist eyes, Toby frowned more than ever, but shook his head and shook her hand away. No, I won't give in to that temptation. Oh, well said, Toby. But as expected of the Oju-san, you can't get through with that, you know. Then, from Toby's side, I talked to Palm. Toby has properly brushed off the request, so it was my turn to proceed. Would be understandable if that was what you first tried, but to use force first, then try to entice after it failed is a little unreasonable. No, really? I always take the most efficient means. I tried to solve the problem with money and he refused, so I tried to take it away from him. That failed too, so this time I tried to get it with my charm, not with money or force. That's all there is to it. Though it seems that you don't accept my sincerity. No, sincerity is... Toby stuttered. Fufu, there is no honor in power. It's just a matter of superiority and inferiority. It is so common that we don't even need to talk about the history of the lords who are lured by beautiful flowers to hand over their secrets and treasures, do we? Well, that's for sure. I scratched my head at Palm, who said this with a generous smile on her face. There were certainly plenty of people, from royalty and aristocrats to thugs, who are ruined because of love. So let's try a different approach. Are you interested in working for me? If you're just a bodyguard, I'll pay you enough to keep your career clean, okay? She asked me. What? Me? Of course. Not. I told Palm, who looked at me with a seductive, flirtatious gaze. Without a moment's hesitation, Palm was a little surprised at my attitude. "May I ask you the reason for your immediate answer? Without hesitation? It's not such a big reason. Our goal was to be with Toby, so it stood to reason that we wouldn't be motivated by money. But even without those selfish reasons, I was sure I wouldn't take that offer. Even if it had never happened now, I would always remember the journey we took to get the treasure back from the Palms. The journey with Toby, who was still weak and I was still weak, was full of danger and adventure, and although it was hard, it was fun. So, I want to help my friend who is in danger. That's all I can say," I said with a laugh, looking back to the future that had passed. T/N. I was having a translation burnout because I finished 4 novels on Zetro translations last month. I'll start posting regularly. Thanks for bearing with me. I'll link the Zetro novels in the comments section if anyone wants to read them. Ch84. I see. If it's a simple emotion, there is certainly nothing I can do about it. Claude. Palm, with a small sigh, glanced at him and gave him instructions. Then Claude started to move, and I became more alert, nonchalantly protecting Toby. "Oi, are you planning to do it in a place like this?" I asked. "No, not that. If it was something I could not get otherwise, I would make that choice. But now is not the time yet." "Because it's true." "No, it would take 4 months to transport it to the temple, no matter how quickly." "With that much time, there are a lot of things we can do." "In other words, you have no intention of giving up?" "Isn't it obvious? I'm the only one who deserves it. So, take good care not to let someone else take it from you." "Oju-sama, we're ready." "All right." "Well then, everyone, have a good day." I thought they were just preparing for battle, but it seemed they were working on taking down the stalls. Palm, grabbing the hem of her skirt and bowing, left the scene with Claude, who was pulling the stall. I finally relaxed when I couldn't see their backs. Phew. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. What? Ed-san, are you alright? You drew us to such a prominent place. It's only natural to be on the lookout for surprises, right? I shrugged my shoulders and told Toby, who looked at me curiously. The reason why Tia did not join the conversation was not because she was in a daze. She was concentrating on using her spirit magic to search the surrounding area and be vigilant, leaving the Radon negotiation to me. I checked the roofs and even the shadows of the buildings, but I didn't see anyone who looked like them. If they're not skilled enough to fool me with their magic, it looks like they're really the only 2 people left. That's good news, because if there's a lot of people, that's a disadvantage. Do you really need to be that vigilant? Of course there is. If there is an obvious adversary in front of you, your attention will be drawn to him no matter what you do. If you are attacked from a blind spot at that time, you will die easily, and if that happens, they can easily get the treasure by fishing in your pockets under the pretense of taking care of the fallen Toby, or by carefully searching through the rooms of your rented inn. I mean, I'm rather surprised you didn't take that kind of precaution before. How did you manage it all this time? Ha, I seem to have a good instinct for that kind of thing. I try to avoid dangerous places as much as possible. Intuition. This was my own theory, but a hunch was a collection of uncomfortable feelings that a person was unaware of. The more knowledge and experience you accumulated, the closer your intuition becomes to solid proof, and at the same time, you become aware of things that you could not feel before as intuition. In the end, good intuition, being able to get through a predicament with intuition, had room for growth. I knew he was talented with the rainbow glasses, but if we could calmly analyze the basis of his intuition after we have ensured his safety, his ability to sense danger will grow exponentially. I'll train you to develop that intuition too, only if you're willing to ask for an escort. I'll do my best. Toby replied with a wry smile, having unexpectedly demonstrated his ability while also raising a sense of urgency. After that, it would have been nice if the financial problem could be solved, as the person himself said. But that was also solved by Toby, who came out of the Adventurers Guild and had a nice smile on his face. I wasn't too worried because I knew that Toby had received financial support from somewhere in the first round, but anyway, this was a relief for both the parties. The only time we had a close call was when we were asked to escort Toby through the guild, and the receptionist who received the real guild card we presented asked, "Are you sure you want these 2 guys to escort you?" Normally, an adventurer who had just registered would not be asked for an escort job. but Toby himself knew what we were capable of and told them it was okay, so we got away with it. Perhaps they mistakenly thought that we originally knew each other and went out of our way to register as adventurers in order to receive this escort request. And so, officially Toby's comrades. We were recognized as members of the Heroes Party and began our journey to the next town, with some light training for Toby. Run, run, run. Toby, smoke ball. Yes. At my command, Toby, running at the front of the pack, slammed the smoke ball down on his feet. Smoke immediately formed around Toby, but it did not matter if the smoke was enough to cover a single person on a plane with good visibility. Tia. Reveal. Clingfield. What? But it depended on how you used things. The smoke generated by Tia's magic clung to the faces of the black-clad men who had attacked us. It was not real smoke, so it was not effective in suffocating, but it almost completely took away the enemy's vision for about 10 seconds until the smoke dissipated. This one is payback. I took a knife I had picked up from their stranger box, and threw it back at the enemy. It grazed the enemy's arm, and the black-suited man, who was shaken up, fell to the ground. So it was coated with poison after all. Well, they probably prepared the poison themselves, so if this kills them, they deserve it. Shia. Come on, Toby, hurry up. Just run through the woods. Yes, yes, yes. Without checking to see if the enemy was alive or dead, we started running again. We managed to get into the woods along the road, found a good spot where the raised ground prevented us from seeing behind us, ducked down, and finally exhaled a long breath. Phew. Are you two okay? I asked. Yes, yes. Ha, somehow. Ha, I'm fine too. Well. Damn. They must be stupid. Are they stupid enough to attack us openly in an open area along the street? Even though I was relieved by the two's replies, I couldn't stop the cursing words from my mouth. If they were going to attack us, they should have done it in a more obscure place. Why would you come up to us in broad daylight in a horse-drawn carriage and attack? I exclaimed. Ha. Well, it felt like they didn't care at all even if there were witnesses. It's the first time I've felt that bad. It was not unusual for a horse-drawn carriage to pass by on the road connecting towns. Although I was always on the lookout for such a thing, if I overreacted, they would think we were robbers, so I did not pull out my sword but held it at least at the ready. And it was daytime now. The best I could do was to stay a few meters away and try not to get pulled in. There was no way I could have imagined that a group of armed men would jump out of that carriage and attack us. Black in the daylight means it wasn't about hiding appearance. It was about not being identified. No one happened to be there by accident, but if anyone had been, they probably would have killed everyone. Sorry Toby, I completely misjudged the situation. I never thought the Oju-san would resort to such blatant measures. Ara, could you please stop talking about people like they're villains? What? With a rustling sound, I heard a familiar voice coming from the top of the wall against me. Toby was startled by it, Tia looked on calmly, and I lifted my chin in exasperation and looked up. Quite an exciting reunion, isn't it, Missy? Foo, I did properly warn you. No, that's not what I meant. White, Claude. Yuya. At Palm's instruction, with her face bright red and holding back her skirt, Claude dropped a large stone at my face. I barely avoided it, and as I tried to walk toward my friends. Eda-san, you're the worst. Huh? Toby with a complicated smile and Tia with eyes that looked at me like I was horse shit. It seemed the wonderful friends I trusted with all my heart were not on my side. I don't get it. CH85, you are quite shameless, peeping into a lady's underwear. It's the height of indecency. Claude said. Even I won't go that far. Toby muttered. Don't worry. I'm on your side, Ed. I didn't see it because I wanted to see it. And Tia, can you seriously stop saying things like that with a sad face? As I walked over to Tia and Toby, a barrage of harsh words rained down on me. I don't care if they were angry or disdainful, but I really don't want them to say kind words to me, because it really hurts my heart. Well, it's fine. More than that, you geese seem to be cornered quite a bit, right? Palm looked down at us from the top of the 3-meter-high cliff. Incidentally, she had already taken 2 steps back, so even if we stand at the edge and look up, there should be nothing but sky beyond our field of vision. The way you put it, those black guys have nothing with you, Oju-san. Of course. They are Imperial intelligence. Imperial. At Palm's words, I quickly searched my brain. We were now in a reasonably large country called the Kingdom of Esperanto, and we were aiming for the Holy Surround State, located in the north. It was a small country, but it claimed to be permanently neutral, and our destination was the town of Ikora in that country, or more precisely, the Great Temple there. And the Empire. The Lebrenian Empire was a major power in the east that bordered both of those countries. If Palm was to be believed, they were crossing the border to attack us. The Empire is quite big, but... Do you think we will believe that? HMPH, it doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. It is an undeniable fact that you were attacked and are still being hunted. Certainly. But what does that have to do with you? If you're looking to profit, you wouldn't bother approaching us, would you? T/N. Here he means if she wanted to attack them while they were being chased she wouldn't bother approaching. Yes, that's right. So I have a suggestion. What do you think? How about you work with us until we cross the border, where the Empire will no longer be able to touch you? Why? Toby shouted behind me as I pondered the unexpected suggestion. Why are you suggesting that we join forces? I'm not going to accept a proposal that I don't understand. Toby-sama. The reason is simple. It would be very inconvenient for me to lose what you have to the Empire. That's the reason. Inconvenient. Yeah, I am aware that I'm smart. But I'm not so foolish as to think that I can easily break into the castle's treasury and steal the treasure. And it's the same with us. I thought that if we could quickly take the treasure from Tobi-sama and bring it back to a hideout, we would be able to compete with the Empire. Now that that plan has fallen through, I have reluctantly decided that it would be more convenient for us to work with you to keep it out of the hands of the Empire. Hey, I was inwardly impressed by Palm's words. I see, I had never met the Imperial Intelligence Service during the first round, which meant that Palm was the one who dealt with them. And then we took advantage of the gap and got it back. Well, since the robber and the robbed have switched sides, it's only natural that the actions were reversed. That means you'll take the treasure from Toby again when the Empire backs off. Right? Yes, that's right. Tia gave her a sharp look, but Palm responded simply and without a trace of apology. Now then, what are you going to do? Kick our outstretched hand and continue to fight with the Empire? Of course we will take advantage of the opportunity. That's Toby, with a pained expression on his face, looked at me and Tia alternately. But I respond calmly to that without looking away from Palm. Tia and I are both Toby's escorts. Basically, Toby can make the decision and whichever he chooses, you can rest assured that we will continue to escort him. But, yes, I would like to add as a matter of judgment that we don't need to work with you and your butler to break out of the situation for now. We can handle it just fine on our own. Is that so? Are you serious? As far as I can tell, the number of Imperial troops coming here is over 20. What? Toby, don't be so surprised. No. Because 20. Wasn't it 6 that came out of the wagon just now? Yes, they were. One of them we took down, so there should be 5 left. If the plan is to keep all the witnesses quiet, then they must be hiding their forces in plain sight. Toby was surprised and Tia and I calmly told him so. Palm frowned doubtfully at our reaction. You noticed? And yet you don't need our help? Yes. If we had stuck to staying where we were attacked and fighting off the enemy, we would be in a lot of trouble right now. Even if it was just me and Tia taking down the enemy, it would be considerably more difficult to take down more than 20 enemies while protecting Toby. Then, I shall observe how you deal with them. Claude, we are withdrawing for now. As you wish, Oju-sama. With that, Palm and Claude disappeared into the woods. Replacing them, a thick murderous intent drifts in from the direction from which we had fled. Ied-san, are you sure we're going to be okay? It's all right. We're in the woods, after all. Come on, get over there by the wall. Why yes. Toby followed my words and stood against the steep rock. Tia was also standing next to him, but she was working hard. Well, gentlemen of the Empire, I'm sorry, but you're going home empty-handed. Okay? As I said this as if provoking them, knives flew at me from the shadows of the trees. I lightly flicked away the knives with my sword as a greeting, and at that moment, nearly 10 knives flew at once from the fan-shaped area in front of me. But I didn't let them through. The escort target was behind me. In other words, the enemy's attacks only came flying at me while I was standing still. I could shoot down all the knives with just a little flick of my arm, because they attacked only where they could reach. Of course, as soon as they saw that the projectiles were ineffective, they would come out of the grass and challenge us to a close combat. I didn't know how skilled they were, but if they were prepared to die, they might throw a poison knife, knowing it would be a misfire, or they might use a gadget like the ones Toby was using. The only 3 people in the game, and the only one fighting properly, were surrounded, so there was no worry about them escaping. In that case, there was no need to go so far as to make sacrifices. Weaken them from a distance and finish close. Such a simple decision was the reason for their defeat. Reveal, struggle bind. What? Suddenly Ivy grew up from all around me, quickly restraining the black-clad man. The same went for enemies located a short distance away or in blind spots that we couldn't see. What the hell is this? Damn, I can't shake it off. Impossible. How could he single-handedly activate magic to restrain such a large number of people at once? Ha ha ha, I'm sorry. My partner is special. I laughed at the screaming Imperial soldier as I tapped him on the shoulder with my sword. Yes, it is usually no matter how skilled a spirit user Tia was, it was impossible for her to disable dozens of enemies in range in an instant, ignoring their blind spots. So we set up the conditions to be able to do it. In the forest, a place infinitely favorable to the elves, she abandoned her defense and concentrated only on her magic, while also thrusting her silver spirit sword into the ground to amplify its effect. That was the result of this. Hey, was it okay? I said, looking up after climbing the cliff and entering the forest for a bit. It would seem so. There hung Palm and her butler, who had been restrained by Tia as well as the Imperial soldiers, with a very reluctant look on their faces. CH-86. Alright then, Oju-san. Before we continue our pleasant negotiations, in front of the seemingly composed but inwardly frustrated young lady suspended in midair, I jumped off the cliff and approached the restrained Imperial guard. Then, so this is how it's going to be after all. Everyone who had been restrained was suddenly engulfed in intense flames. In a flash, the bodies of the Imperial soldiers were consumed, and in a mere 10 seconds or so, there was nothing around but thick ivy, which had lost its captors, swaying vainly in the wind. Ed-san? Wow, what was that? What you ask? It's a way to keep their mouths shut. It's a common move for people like these. Common? So you knew these people were going to kill themselves and you left them alone? That's not. Is that cruel? Neither Tia nor I are so soft-hearted as to do everything in our power to help someone who is trying to kill us without question. You know? That apostrophe s. But I'm sorry Toby. I understand how you feel, but we couldn't help it. Tia said a little sorrowfully to Toby, who seemed to understand but not be convinced. Even Tia would not hesitate to kill an attacker, but she would not want to kill an unarmed opponent after the battle was over. As said by Oju-san court above, these guys are from the Empire, right? If they are found to be robbing in another country after crossing the border without permission, it would be a common trigger for war. The minimum criteria is that both friend and foe must be meticulous and leave no trace. So there's not much we can do about that. No backing from the nation was a given. They probably didn't have suicide equipment that could be easily disabled by an individual, and frankly speaking, we couldn't afford to have them around. If they were to be captured alive, the next time they would do everything in their power to crush us. Nope. If we were to run away from the country, even if it's the last resort, I don't want to get into a fight with the country. Well, you can just chalk it up to the fact that the trouble's gone. Listen, Toby, the robber who attacked us out of the blue is dead, that's all. Even if we had cut them down one by one, the result would be the same, right? Yeah, I'm sorry, I got a little emotional. No problem. Now then, with Toby convinced, I went up to the cliff again. It was a hassle and I didn't want to go back and forth again if possible, but that depends on how they want to play it. Sorry to keep you waiting, Oju-san. So, regarding your treatment, please hold. While I was talking to Palm, Claude interrupted me from the side. He, too, was suspended in midair, but unlike Palm, his face showed no signs of anger or impatience. What is it, old man? We are willing to negotiate money, information, and strength, all of which we believe would be beneficial to you. What do you say? Negotiations, huh? Hey Tia, can you come over here with Toby? Okay. I'm on my way. I understand. At my call, Tia and Toby also came to the top of the cliff. Tia, of course, and Toby, who was apparently specialized in escaping, were able to climb up the 3-meter cliff without any difficulty. as they had plenty or places to put their hands and feet. "All right, we're all here." "Hey, Toby, this old guy wants to negotiate with us." "Negotiation? What kind of negotiations?" "Yes, first, the money. I am prepared to pay you a reasonable amount of money if you will at least let Oju-sama, and preferably me, off the hook." "Hey, is it okay for you to decide that on your own, old man?" Palm slightly turned her head away from me as I said this while glancing at her. "I don't care. If it's simply a matter of money, it's a small price to pay." "That's right." "How much then?" "Eh? How much you say?" Toby said. "Ah, that's it, then." "How much did this lady initially charge for Toby's treasure?" 2,000 gold coins. "Then give us 6,000, how's that sound?" "I understand." "Well, then." "Whoa, wait. Why are you making it sound like it's over?" "That's the first of the 3 conditions you presented, right? Let's talk about the other 2. I don't think it's a good idea to be too greedy, you know." "I'm sorry, I just take what I can get, when I can get it." While Toby was fidgeting beside me, Claude and I stared at each other silently. Incidentally, these two seemed to be looking for an opportunity to escape, but Tia, who was standing behind them, would not allow it. No matter how hard Claude tried, the ivy would not shred, and every time Palm moved her fingertips, the ivy would tighten around her torso. "Okay, Claude. We'll concede as much as we can." "Understood, Oju-sama." "Then let us continue our negotiations." Palm's words were mixed with resignation, and Claude continued to speak once again. However, I noticed a thin layer of anger on his face that I couldn't see before. I don't know whether it was against us or against his own incompetence that brought about this situation, but it's good to be able to see his emotions. "Well then, the next is information. According to my research, there are other forces that are after what you have, Toby-sama. I would be happy to discuss those details with you after you release me." "Okay?" "You didn't tell it first because you were not confident whether this information was valuable enough to get us to help you or not?" "You must be joking." "We just can't hand it over to you before we receive something of an equal value to it because we believe it's worth it." "What's the third thing?" "With your permission, I would like to accompany you and be an asset." "Oh? Is that all right with you, Oju-san?" "If you ask me if it's favorable or unfavorable, of course it's not favorable. But Claude would not be used up by you. There are also gems that give off new light when you let them go, that's all." Palm answered my question nonchalantly. Such a reaction. If that's the case, I have made up my mind, but I can't forget that this wasn't my negotiation. "What do you say, Toby?" Me? "No, I told you from the beginning that we were just escorts and that Toby would be the one to make the decision." "That apostrophe s. But we were talking about various things, and I thought that Ed-san was going to make the decision." "I mean, that's totally fine, you know." "Number. I'll give advice if asked, and I'll give my opinion if you make too many stupid decisions, but the decision is yours, Toby." "So, what do you say?" "Ito." Toby began to worry with a serious expression on his face as I asked him the question. After about 5 minutes Toby, who had been scowling, finally opened his mouth. I think it would be nice if you could add one condition to that." "What is it?" In terms of strength." "Not only Claude-san but also Palm. Palm-san? If you can come with me, I'll agree." "Are you saying that I alone isn't enough as a force?" "How should I put it? I am insulted." "And you want a weak woman like me to fight? Are you going to order me to do something nasty under the guise of fighting?" "What a filthy..." Claude was furious and Palm looked at him with contempt. Toby was scared to death under the pressure of these two, but when I put my hand on his back, Toby shouted out as if he had made up his mind. "That's not true." "It's not like that. But I won't agree if you don't accept those conditions." "That's our employer's decision." "What are you going to do?" Toby, who was ready to run away, but never chose to lose, and Palm and the others continued to glare at each other. Eventually, Palm sighed, as if defeated. "I understand. I'll accept it." I'm glad." "Why are you so nervous, Toby?" I couldn't help but chuckle at Toby's sigh of relief, as if he was the one being rescued. Ch-87. "So, now that the deal is done, Tia, drop them." "Okay." At my words, Tia released the magic. Then the ivy, including those already not restraining anything, shortened and disappeared as if time was rewinding. With nothing to support them, Palm and Claude were thrown from midair, but they did not lose their posture. After a fall of only 1 meter, At last. This old body can't take the strain. You're letting us go so easily? In contrast to Claude, who was lightly patting his body, Palm was slightly grumpy. Perhaps she was unhappy that they were treated as only that good, and since she was right, I replied with a small shrug. Well, I'm a man of my word, you know. I see. Palm's face clouded as she accurately grasped the implied meaning. So, you'll keep your promise, and if you break it, you know what will happen? Seeing the exchange between me and her, Toby, who was standing beside me, suddenly muttered something. But this, if you think about it, is the same as accepting the first proposal, isn't it? That's not true, Toby. If we had accepted the situation at that time, we would have been the ones to be rescued by them. But we single-handedly defeated the enemy, and even captured these two. They're bad guys after your treasure, and if we hadn't shown them what we can do, they would have betrayed us and taken it from us in a heartbeat. Ah, that's true. I'm sorry. I'm not used to this kind of exchange at all. No problem. But let me ask you something then. Why did you add the Oju-san? No, Palm, to the release conditions? To show that we were clearly on top, I dared to call her by her name and asked Toby about it. Toby frowned with hesitation, but began to speak his mind. Well, I can't explain it properly, but I had a premonition. I had a bad feeling about letting Palm go. There were so many paths in front of me, and I felt like they were being blocked one by one. Oh, was it not allowed? No, I'm with you. I think you should treasure your instincts. Thank you, Eda-san. I pat him on the shoulder, and Toby smiled happily. I see, as expected of a hero specialized in running away. His ability to avoid danger was definitely high. In fact, even in my opinion, it was definitely not a good thing to leave her alone. Claude was ready to give up everything for Palm, and if Palm was not by his side, he might resort to some kind of suicide bombing. In addition, while Palm also cared about Claude, she would be ruthless enough to cut him off at the drop of a hat. If she had a goal that took precedence over Claude, she may very well choose radical measures that would incorporate Claude's death. It would be as dangerous to take your eyes off of one half of two people who were bound by such trust that they were willing to die or let the other die, as it would be to fight the country. By the way, there was no point in thinking about it because the reverse situation was not possible. The only time it would be acceptable to release Claude with Palm as hostage was if there was a near absolute certainty of victory on Palm's side. It would be futile to envision a negotiation they were sure to lose when it gets accepted. So, let's put the money aside for later and get to the bottom of who's out to get Toby, shall we? I understand. Then I will explain it to you as we move. Even though we had defeated the enemy for the time being, there was nothing good about staying in a place like this. Leaving the lead to Palm and her butler, Toby and I lined up in the center with Tia in the front, and we resumed our journey to the town. On the way, Claude spoke without looking back, and what he said made my head hurt. No way, they're after you that hard. There are some ambiguous parts, but if anything, I think it's better to assume that you're being targeted. Hey Ed, what do you mean? I sighed heavily, and Tia, who came up to me, tugged my sleeve and asked me a question. The confusion on her face matched my inner feelings perfectly. I'd be happy if I misheard you, but you mentioned a lot of names, didn't you? Yeah. There are so many. Well, it seems that almost all of the surrounding countries are targeting us. I knew it. Tia was giving me a pained smile as I held my head in my hands. If it were just a neighboring country, or if someone said that even countries that did not share a border with us might come to steal our treasures, that would be the kind of face I would have. Although, in truth, that was still not unacceptable. The worst part was, is it true what you just said? Toby, who had a very pale complexion, asked Claude with a slight tremor in his voice. I can't believe it. I don't want to believe it. Toby couldn't even hide these thoughts anymore, but Claude shook his head ruthlessly. Of course I will not lie to you, since you released me on those terms. But that's no way. The Kingdom of Esperanto is after us too. The Kingdom of Esperanto? That was the country we were in now. The country that asked Toby to carry the treasure. It was only natural that he would not be able to keep his cool if the person who asked him to do so was targeting what he was carrying. That's the way it is in the country. I don't know if there are factions that want to dispose of it quietly and others that want to use it, or if they want to use Toby-sama as bait to create the fact that it was stolen in order to hide the fact that the whole country is going to use it. Toby looked down dejectedly at Palm, who spoke coldly but in a matter-of-fact way. His steps were quite heavy, even though we still had a long way to go to the town. Evidence. Do you have any evidence? Even if they say there was no such thing, there was no going back to the way things were. Even so, the reality of Toby's question, which still held out a glimmer of hope, was mercilessly confronted. I have it. It seems that the box in which it is placed has been modified. But still, even what should have been a ray of hope was easily shattered, and Toby took a small box from his pocket with his voice and hands trembling. The black metal box was solid and luxurious, but at the same time, it looked somewhat ominous. Tia spoke to Toby, who was staring at it intently. Hey, can I have a minute? What is it? I know I said before that I wouldn't ask, but we've come this far and I want to know what it is. Aren't you the same, Ed? I guess so. Palm and Claude seem to know what it is. Just me and Tia. You're escorting Toby. Don't. It's not like we're safe if we don't know, since we've already fought off the Empire. Hey, Toby, tell me. What the hell is that? What are you carrying? That's a fact that not even Toby, who spent a long time with me in the first round, could tell me. But now that I think about it, it was only possible because Palm and Claude took care of almost all the nuisances, and I was just an outsider until the end. But not now. As long as I fought to protect Toby, Tia and I were both involved. If we were to be captured by the enemy, we would never be able to make the convenient demand that we don't know anything, that we haven't heard anything, and therefore we should be released. I understand. The longest silence ever. At the end of it, Toby said with determination, what I'm carrying is there. Heart of the Demon Lord. T/N. What? The answer that came to me after 100 years was far greater than I had expected. CH-88. Heart of the Demon Lord. Just to make sure, it's not just a gem with a name like that, right? Toby shook his head helplessly as I said this with a bead of sweat dripping from my forehead. Number. No, I don't think so exactly. At least I have heard that this is the stone that contains the power of the Demon Lord. However, I have not opened the box and seen the contents, so I can't be absolutely sure. I see. Well, that's true. If it's that dangerous, it was only natural to give several people fake ones and have them transport them separately, not knowing which one was the real one. But I was convinced that Toby's was the real deal. In other words, I encountered heroes without exception. If someone else was carrying the real thing, then it was strange I was not working with them. Don't worry, it's definitely the real thing, okay? Why? Palm confirmed my prediction. To Toby's surprise, Palm smiled elated. Of course it is. I have confirmed that everything I took from the other four was a fake. I don't know if there is a sixth person that I don't know about, but if you're worried, I can give you an appraisal. Shall we? I shall pass. Toby smiled wryly at Palm's words. I see. All the other couriers got hit. Well, if we hadn't interfered, they would have taken Toby, too. But if it's so terrific, why are they only letting Toby carry it? Isn't there normally some kind of escort? Some of the people carrying the fakes were protected by a large number of guards, you know? That's the way to do it. Unless it's physically difficult to get to, like the castle treasury, then it doesn't matter. Really? You guys are pretty amazing. It sounds ironic coming from the people who captured us so easily. Haha, well that means we're even more amazing. Oh yeah, Toby, let me borrow that for a second, Palm said sulking, to which I replied with a giggle, snatching the box from Toby's hand and shoving it into the bag attached to my waist. Huh? Hey, Ed-san, what are you doing? No, I'm just checking if it's something that important, you know, in case of emergency. Me or Tia can carry it, right? I just wanted to know if it would fit in my bag since it's the same size as the metal. You want to do the same, Tia? Yeah. No, please return it. Toby hurriedly snatched the box I held out to Tia. He tucked it into his pocket and looked at me with a slightly reproachful look. Give me a break. Sorry, but there's a big difference between having to hold it in your hand and having it in your bag. You know, even your pocket? What will you do if your pocket gets ripped open? Well, that's true. Toby groaned with a very complicated expression on his face. As a hero specializing in escaping, Toby would know how hard it is to try to fight or flee with something so important in his hands. By the way, if push comes to shove, who do you want me to protect, Toby or that box? Gah. Can you please do both of them somehow? I'll try. Ashimi, be certain about it. Ha 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 ha. Ed-san, I chuckled dryly, and Toby let out a squeal of annoyance. While playing around like that, we managed to reach the next town. And that night, good job! Exclamation mark. A man entered through the window of the room where Toby and I stayed, and I swung my sword down on him without question. I didn't cut him because it was still sheathed, but I still hit him in the neck from behind as hard as I could, so he would die depending on where I hit him. They really came. Right. I wonder from where they are this time? Toby and I were having a carefree conversation in front of the man who was lying on the floor silently. From their point of view, it would have been a complete surprise attack, but with the information that other forces may attack us, and with the use of auto-mapping and Akashic Compass, the surprise attack was basically impossible to accomplish. The only exceptions would be if they either flew at super high speed from out of range or jumped with a transfer-type magic or magical tool. So, Eda-san, what should we do with this? What? This time it's easy. Oh, you're alive. Well, let's try one more time. While Toby looked troubled in front of the robber lying on the floor, I carried the man up and threw him out the window. This was the second floor, but I dropped him from the hip, so the second judgment was likely to be kinder than the first. After doing so and making sure the man fell to the ground with a thud, I slowly closed the window. The wooden window closed perfectly, thanks to the fact that it was pried open cleanly, probably to avoid leaving any evidence. Is there any point in closing that? It was easily broken earlier. For security measures, it's basically useless. But it's a sign indicating we are not watching anything. At the very least, it will save you from being yelled at by the innkeeper or questioned by the town guards tomorrow morning. So, unless the other side is a total idiot or a warmongering army, this is the end of the situation for tonight. Look, I'll keep a little more watch just in case, and Toby, go to bed. If you don't force yourself to sleep, you're going to have a hard time tomorrow. Okay. Toby pulled the covers over his face, not convinced in the slightest. I, too, looked around for a while before deciding that there would be no more attacks, so I went to bed. Naturally, there was no commotion about a suspicious man lying by the inn, and we had a good breakfast and restocked our supplies before setting off for the next town. We really got out of town without incident. It's a tacit understanding. They don't want to make a fuss, I suppose. I really don't understand anything about that kind of interaction. Is that something that other adventurers usually know? I'm not saying it's normal, but people who know, they know. When you're good at something, you're bound to get into more trouble than you think. Just to be clear, an adventurer who is used to dealing with the dark side of a large organization, let alone bandits, is not normal, you know? Palm joined the conversation between me and Toby with a dumbfounded look on her face. When I turned my head to look at her, I found that even Tia, for some reason, had a complicated expression on her face. I'm sorry, I don't know much about that kind of thing either. Is that so? No, but what about the factions that were hostile to Alexis? Did they not make a move? Not that I know of, at least. Even though he was a prince of a major power. No, that's why I don't think there was nothing going on. Maybe old man Gonzo was cleaning up the mess or something? Or did Alexis do it himself? Maybe you didn't know. But I'm sure there was a lot going on. Is that so? Maybe I should study those things, too? I guess so. Well, I'll teach Toby how to deal with them, just for the sake of training him. I'm sure it will come in handy many times before we get to Ikura. Thank you very much. Fufu. It's exciting to gain new knowledge. In front of Toby, who said with a serious face, and Tia, who laughed happily, I freely shared the knowledge and experience I had gained by crossing over to 100 different worlds. The problem was that their expressions were getting more and more stiff because of the content. Yeah, that's how reality is. I know I should not say this, but I feel like I didn't really want to know. Ed has tainted me. I can't go back to the days when I was pure. You are exaggerating. That's still on the light side, you know. Hey Claude, I'd like to congratulate myself on my foresight in not immediately turning against you. What do you think? I suspect you're right. I could not help but make a face as if I myself was biting a bitter bug at the reluctant looks that the other 4 people were giving me. T/N Romcom will be uploaded later in the day. CH89. After that, we were involved in troublesome situations fairly often. However, it was not as if some assassin attacked us every time like a bunch of idiots. Our enemies also changed their tactics and tried to trick us in various ways. For example, they would try to get rid of us without getting their hands dirty and take away our treasures. Damn, so many. Tia, get back. Release. Stormbringer. Countless hordes of demons attacked us as we were walking along the street. We had moved away from the road long enough to avoid the obviously unnatural force of the swarm, but it didn't slow them down. That's a bit too much. I'll mow them down, hold them off for 5 seconds. Leave it to me, Oju-sama. Behind us, of course, Palm and Claude were also fighting. Unlike humans, it was impossible to negotiate with demons, and if attacked from all directions, it would be impossible to outwit Palm, no matter how much the demons anticipated her attack. Eat my demons and burn my enemies. I am the true slaughterer of demons. Burn them. Volcanic napalm. Glancing at the enormous heat generated behind me, I saw the breath of flame released from Palm's hand caressing the crowd of demons. Every life in its path was consumed, and in its path the unquenchable flames continued to burn in search of more sacrifices. Ed, she's amazing. I know, we can't lose either. The Palm's ability, which we had witnessed once again, fired up Tia and I to defeat the demons. Toby, standing in the center between us, just cheered us on and said, "You got this." "You're really carefree, Toby." "No, I don't have a choice. I think I can manage if I just run away. But there's absolutely no way I can fight something like this. If you really think you can escape this herd, that's great." "Tia-san, not so much." Hey. Compliment? Or was that a compliment? "Certainly, if you can get out of this situation alive, it's normally awesome, and Tia would no doubt be praising you for it." "Well, let's leave it at that. But then, why are all these demons gathering around us?" "I'm not so naive as to call this a coincidence, you know." "That's right. I think there's a reason for it." "Does Tobi-sama and the others have any idea?" "I don't." "What about you, Tia?" "Me especially not." "Then it's Toby. Didn't you do something strange?" "Before we left town, you were a little happy, weren't you?" "Nothing unusual. I was happy because I bought a good luck charm from a passing street vendor that said I'd be blessed with a wonderful encounter. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it, isn't it?" Toby's words were overlapped by the voices of everyone except himself. "Toby, show me that." This is it." I take the small wooden carving that Toby had taken out and throw it as far away as I can. The crowd of demons was subtly drawn toward me, and I immediately lost control of their movement. Perhaps because I stepped on it, the wood carving broke. "All right, no more reinforcements now. Let's clear out what's left." "All right." That was a good luck charm that the big-breasted lady handed me. Tobi-sama. If you want, I can comfort you, okay? Palm-san. Huh? I won't be deceived. Stop playing around. Fight seriously. TCH, it can't be helped. Palm, who tried to reach into Toby's pocket and was rejected, lightly clicked her tongue and joined the battle. And so, after all the enemies were defeated, Toby was made to sit on his knees by Tia and was given a sermon that he was drearily, but a little too happy to hear. And, for example, the tormenting tests from those who don't trust us to carry such a blatant hazard. The tiger-faced beastman catched my sword with its claws. The reason for the frown on its face was that its claws, the pride of the beastman, were clearly broken. I don't get it. How could a mere piece of steel, not even a magic sword, crack my claws? Hey, this is the work of the sword that humans have mastered. I have neither claws nor fangs, but my blade will reach you. Don't get carried away, you human. With his fighting spirit and fangs bared, the tiger beastman striked at me with his free hand. I had one sword, but he had two hands. I backed away, but the tiger beastman kept on chasing after me. The warrior backs away. I've seen the bottom. A warrior who doesn't know when to back off is just a fool. In an attempt to fully utilize his vastly superior physical capabilities, the beastman came lunging at me head-on. In response, I readied my sword from behind my back, tightly clutching the grip with my left hand. I thrust my blade forward as hard as I could as the beastman was just at the apex of his lunge, only to find that he had suddenly vanished. seemingly out of thin air. With this dash, it's over. The tip of my sword struck the tiger beastman in the throat, who instantly moved behind me. Predicting the enemy's movement, I swung my sword not in a straight line, but in an arc, aiming the blade behind me. If my sword had been a split second too late, my neck would have been bitten off from behind. If my opponent had noticed and stopped moving a moment too late, my sword would have pierced his throat. The tiger beastman spoke to me in a voice that sounded offended by my momentary victory. Why did you stop your sword? A warrior who cannot kill his enemy is the height of weakness. It is the right of the victor to decide who lives and who dies. And winning without killing is stronger than winning by killing. And since you guys are asking us to show strength, this one scores higher, doesn't it? Ha ha ha. Yes, that's right. I smirked and said to him, and the tiger beastman replied happily. I put my sword away and turned around to see my opponent, whom I had been battling for the kill a few seconds earlier, standing there with a big smile on his face. All right. As promised, we, the people of Gladra, recognize you as warriors worthy to be entrusted with the heart of the Demon Lord. May the future of the strong be just and glorious. Thank you. I shook hands with my attacker, who said he wouldn't leave a dangerous thing in the hands of a small fish, and as I watched him walk away, my companion and his companion came up to me. As expected from you, Ed. That was amazing. The beast warriors of Gladra are famous for their strength, and you beat them. It was a great fight, even from my point of view. Right, Claude? I agree. It reminded me of my youth and made my blood boil. Ha ha ha. Well, not that much. I was praised for defeating obstacles, and my cheeks relaxed as I sipped the wine of victory. With a dependable companion, an unreliable hero, and a companion who should not be relied upon, we continued our journey for about half a year. It took a long time because of all the interference, but we managed to get close to the border between the kingdom and the Holy Surround State, and what was waiting for us was. This was unexpected. A fully armed army that showed a strong determination not to let us through. I had no choice but to look at them with a disgusted expression on my face as I faced the army flying the flag of the Kingdom of Esperanto. CH-90. I see, so this is what comes at the end. Since the risk of territorial invasion into a country that claimed to be a neutral country was exceedingly heavy, I knew that there would be forces that would take some steps in front of us. But it was beyond my expectation that we would be blocked by an army carrying the flag of this country. We can't bypass them or anything, can we? The detour itself might be possible, but wouldn't the result be the same? In the first place, it would be quite difficult to head for another checkpoint against the cavalry. Yeah. If Tio and I put forth our best efforts, it would still not be impossible just to escape. However, this was the only gateway from the kingdom to Holy Surround State, and even if we go through another country, that country's army might block the gateway in the same way. At this point, we were only talking about possibilities. But withdrawal was basically a bad idea in the current situation where neighboring countries were all untrustworthy. The only country that seemed to be open to talk was Gladra, and it shared no borders with the Pope's country. Welcome, thieves. We continued our discussion with reluctance, when we heard a voice from the army. A young man, not much older than us, dressed in a gorgeous outfit, slowly rode up to us in time. I am Lowell Esperanto, the second prince of the Kingdom of Esperanto. Thieves who have robbed our country of its treasures, stop your futile resistance and be quiet. Stole it? Hey, Toby, what do you? What do you mean? Before I could ask, Toby stepped forward and shouted loudly. Then Prince Lowell, seeing Toby's appearance, called out to him, looking down on him both physically and mentally. Are you that bastard who deceived His Majesty and stole a national treasure? A thief? That's absurd. I definitely got the job from His Majesty the King. Shut up. There is no room for contest between a lowly thief like you and the word of me, the second prince. Or what? Are you going to say that I am lying? That's... No. It's just a misunderstanding. To His Majesty. Please check with His Majesty the King. That's impossible. At Toby's desperate appeal, Prince Lowell smiled. For about 2 months now, His Majesty has been ill, and for some reason, my brother has not returned from Stolelm, where he studied abroad. Therefore, I am now in full charge of this country. That's TSK. Oi Toby, didn't you get something like a power of attorney from the king? I spoke to Toby in a whisper, leaving Prince Lowell as he said with a smirk. But Toby, with a shocked expression on his face, shook his head helplessly. Nope. I can't reveal it to anyone else or entrust it to anyone else, because this is a secret request. I was told it was an important mission, and so I have nothing that can be used as proof. I see. That's tough. I had no way of knowing how it happened, but at least for now, there was nothing to vouch for Toby's legitimacy, and with the royalty on the other side, it would be impossible to overturn the decision by any honest means. Seriously, what was His Majesty, my father, thinking when he decided to let the national treasure out of the country? There are so many ways to use it, in diplomacy or war. Come on, give it to me quickly. Or would you rather I behead you right here and then take it from you? War? Toby's body jerked at Prince Lowell's casually muttered words. He put his hands in his pockets and squeezed out a trembling voice. His Majesty said, "The management of a nation is not a sweet thing that can be achieved only with beautiful things. Because we bear the lives of millions of people on our shoulders, we sometimes choose what might be called ruthless and heartless measures. But still, there is a line that must not be crossed. As people living in this world, we cannot accept the power to destroy everything. If we used it to gain national interests, others would surely take it away and use it against each other, and in the end, everything would be destroyed. That is why he asked me to seal it. If one day my country is destroyed because I give up this power, I will be ready to leave my name as the foolish king. Still, I wish for a brighter future for all in the world." What is that? What is a king without pursuing the national interest? I don't care if an adventurer like you who can emigrate as he pleases supports that king. My people will not support a king who abandons the means of enriching our country. No matter how dangerous and powerful that power is, I will use it perfectly. All for the sake of my kingdom of Esperanto," he added. Prince Lowell glared squarely back at Toby, who glared at him with burning eyes. Neither side was willing to budge an inch, and neither side had a cause. "Hey there, escorting adventurers. How about you? If you are impressed by my cause and help me capture these insurgents here, I will pay you a handsome reward. Oh, and I'll grant amnesty to those filthy thieves over there as well, but only domestically. Both righteousness and profit are on my side. Now, show me your loyalty." However, what are you going to do, Ed? We've had our answer all along. What about Palm and Claude? What a coincidence. We have our answer, too. I glanced at her, and Palm answered with a small smile. So the four of us walked past Toby, and in front of the prince, who was grinning, we readied our weapons. What do you think you're doing? You said it yourself. Me and Tio are wandering adventurers. We're not citizens of this country, so it's only natural that we take the interests of the world as a whole over the national interests of one country, right? Besides, we've been asked to escort him. That's right. Trust is the #1 priority for adventurers, you know. Of course, we have our own agenda as well, and we won't and can't betray Toby. But even if we didn't, it wouldn't change where we stand. There was no way we would choose to turn our backs on the heroes of the worlds we have passed by until now. I'm not foolish enough to take the word of someone I don't trust. Besides, saying that, Palm glanced at Toby. I'm the one who deserves the treasure, not you. The value of the jewel will be diminished if it falls into the hands of a small person like you. If you want to lower the value of the treasure, then we have every right to interfere, don't we? Right, Claude? Indeed. It's quite a hassle to wipe off the sticky pork fat. If possible, please refrain from doing it. T/N, man really called a prince a piglamau? I see. After all, you're a lowly person. If you are so stupid that you cannot even read the situation, let alone understand the cause, then you are nothing more than vermin, no better than goblins. Spitting out words of contempt, Prince Lowell turned on his heel and walked back into the army. It was probably out of pride and conceit that he turned his back on us so brazenly, and in fact, we would not touch him. If we kill him and get rid of him, we will lose our cause. However, so, what are you going to do, Toby? You can't beat him, can you? For me and Tia, we would be leaving this world in the not-too-distant future, and for Palm and Claude, who have been bounty hunters from the beginning, there was no big problem in dealing with the Kingdom Army here. If I had to say so, Palm's bounty would jump if we destroyed them here, but that was not my concern. But Toby was different. If he wants to continue to live a normal life in this world, he cannot defeat the Kingdom's army here. If a mere adventurer clearly crossed blades with the National Army, he he would have to travel to a very distant country to get a proper job. The one who understood this best was, of course, Toby himself. Of course, if I let even one person die, I'm sure I'll become a wanted man. So, his arms and legs trembled, his voice shook, but his eyes looked straight at me. Let's get through that army and escape to the holy state without letting anyone die. I see. A wonderfully peaceful solution. So, what exactly is your plan? I'm going straight through by myself. Can you cover me? About 100 cavalrymen stood in front of us. It was insane to run through them alone, but I nodded with a smile to Toby's eyes, which were filled with determination. I get it. Then for now, I'll protect your path. Not you. Go, Toby. With my shout, Toby rushed to the front. And so the battle with a one-sided disadvantage began. CH91. Whole chapter is from a third-person POV. Thump, thump, thump. It was something Toby always felt when he was running away from something. But today, it was stronger than ever. It was only natural, since he was running away in what could only be considered a reckless way. 100 cavalrymen were in front of him. Even if he ran alone, he would end up being trampled. Although he should have known that, for some reason, Toby could not imagine himself being caught at all. I can go. The first thing he did was to strike the sound ball in front of the approaching cavalrymen. Well-trained warhorses were not distraught by this, but they were at least startled when a loud sound suddenly rang out in their vicinity. Toby's own hearing would be affected, but as long as he was prepared for this from the start, losing sound for a few seconds would not be a big blow. With a short exhale, he slid his body between the horses. While determining the position of the horse's body, which would be lethal to the rider, he avoided a deadly attack from overhead which took advantage of the height of being on a horse. I know. I can see? Before he knew it, Toby's vision had turned blue. Time moved slowly in this world, and somehow he could see the future trajectory of the attacks. Toby moved his body to avoid the trajectory, and as a result, he barely dodged all the attacks that poured down like a torrential downpour. I can go. I can go. I can go. I can escape this time too. Toby moved forward, sometimes to the right, sometimes to the left, and sometimes even through the crotch of the horse who was crouching down to run past. He ran through the frantic world by finding where he was supposed to be and fitting his body into that place without missing a beat. Just a little more, just a little more. As they charged toward each other, Toby and the cavalry crossed paths for only a few seconds. The short time stretched into what felt like hours, and Toby's vision, shaking off tens of thousands of possibilities of death, soon saw a blue other than the trail of death. He was through the cavalry. I did it! ! I can't say that yet. On the other side of the cavalry, was Prince Lowell, who was looking at Toby with a reproachful gaze, and was surrounded by 5 cavalrymen who were guarding him. Wearing luxurious armor that distinguished them from the others, they were probably the prince's personal imperial guards. TCH, you incompetents! Kill him! At Prince Lowell's command, the imperial guards rushed toward Toby. 2 knights flanked him from the left and right, and dozens of blue trails were etched in front of his eyes. T/N, trail of blue probably means death. Who? Toby responded to the crushing pressure by exhaling deeply. He had been on the run for most of his life since he became an adventurer at 15. Or even before that, but this was the first time he had felt death so close to home. Yet, Toby's mind was rather calm. It was only in extreme conditions that one's talent, which was awakened only in the extreme, could find a way to live, even if they were close to death. Impossible. Jumping, crouching, shifting, dodging. Toby's evasive maneuvers, not just his physical skills, as he passed by, startled the 2 members of the Imperial Guards. He quickly turned around to face Toby, but by that time, Toby had already reached Prince Lowell. Don't dodge and come towards me. It's fine, I'll behead you myself. I have no intention of doing that. Since the opponents were all cavalry, running straight and at full speed had a better chance of survival than making a bad turn and slowing down. He screamed inwardly at being misunderstood for doing just that, but his heart's voice did not reach Prince Lowell. Raoul, his face contorted in abhorrence, unsheathed the sword at his waist and swung it down at Toby. With a dumb cry, Toby spun his body around and dodged the sword. He was almost knocked off his feet by the complicated steps, but since a fall would have killed him almost instantly, he held on just in time and succeeded in slipping past Prince Lowell. Incidentally, Toby would have died had the Imperial Guards beside him thrust his sword at him. However, there was no way they would have thrust their sword at the prince, and it was precisely because of that Toby, who could not see the track of death, ran with a once-in-a-generation determination that he survived. I did it, I did it, I did it this time. There was no longer any enemy in sight. There were only 100 meters left to the stone gate of the checkpoint. If that thick door were to be closed, everything would be over. But since it would require an agreement between both countries, it would be impossible for Lowell to do it on his own, even if he was the prince. This is, just as he was thinking of his victory, the first Imperial Guard to pass him cut back, chased after Toby, to strike him with a body blow that would send its horse tumbling down. That desperate blow couldn't be dodged no matter what, because the effective range was too wide. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Even in the midst of his inner turmoil, he could see the blue trail that would lead to his death. However, it had already completely wrapped him up, and the power that saved him had promised his death. Toby, however, did not give up trying to escape. In order to escape death as much as possible, he grabbed a small ball out of the bag at his waist and dropped it on the ground. Bah! The horse was about to fall down, reeling itself in because of too much momentum. The ball that rolled under his feet was trampled, instantly sending smoke into the area. It was an extremely minor difference. The horse slipped just a fingernail's length from stepping on the ball, and the horse's body leaned a hair extra as it turned its head away, not liking the smoke that had blown out. That difference was not enough to escape the trail of death. It only extended the time until his own death by about one blink of an eye. A last-ditch, last-minute display of the pathetic misadventures of the escaping hero. That changed Toby's fate! There was something that pushed Toby's back. A gust of wind was supporting the horse's body, which should have fallen over. An explosion erupted right under the nose of the screaming prince, and the second Imperial Guard, who had been following close behind, was blown off his horse. Go, go, just go, please go. He heard the voices of his traveling companions. No, I don't think it's fair to call them half-companions. But at least here they were supposed to be allies, and the voice pushed Toby back and turned his feet. Run, run, to escape, to protect. Don't let him escape. Anyone, stop him. Shut up. I'm in the middle of something here, so shut the fuck up. Each step was unbelievably far and each moment was unbelievably long. And yet, Toby heard the exchange behind him so clearly that it made him smile inwardly. Almost there. Ignoring his heart that felt like it was about to burst into pieces, Toby raised his legs that felt like they would break into 1,000 pieces, and ran straight ahead with only the goal in his gradually narrowing field of vision. Usually there would be several people waiting for their turn, but now there were only guards standing quietly guarding the gate. 10 more steps to go. 3 more steps to go. And then the last step. With all his might. The moment he passed through the gate, Toby fell face down on the spot. With the last of his strength, he turned his body onto his back and saw an unremarkable stone ceiling. My win. I've escaped. It's a rule, so could you go through immigration procedures? Yes. Toby the hero, who had mastered the art of escape. The afterglow of his victory also escaped him in a mere 2 seconds. CH-92. The pursuit of us, who had safely escaped from the kingdom's army and entered Holy Surround State, lost its intensity at once. However, this did not mean that they did not do anything to us. Instead of resorting to direct violence, the ratio of bribes and honey traps increased dramatically. However, once in the country, it would take 2 weeks to get to Ekril, and most of that time would be spent traveling. When we stayed in a town along the way, the beautiful men and women and the merchants who came to the town at the right moment crushed each other to keep them in check, and as a result, we made it to the town without much trouble. We'll leave here. We got off the coach and were only a short distance from the town gate. Then suddenly, Palm spoke up, and we all looked at the prized young lady. What, you're not going in? Yes. I don't think I'll have a chance to rob Toby-sama now that we have come this far. We will just have to take it from the temple. Ha ha ha. You won't give up robbing it, will you? Of course. I have no doubt in my mind that I am the one who deserves the treasure. But are you sure about this? Even if it is a great temple in a country that claims to be neutral, there are certainly those who are blinded by power, are there not? That's true, but there's no other suitable place." At Palm's words, Toby smiled weakly. "If it's just to keep it out of people's hands, I could probably just dump it in the ocean, but that's likely to leak power before you know it. But then again, if I destroy it, you don't know what might happen. In that case, His Majesty's decision was that it would be most reliable to seal and monitor the area with human hands, even if some uneasiness remained." "Well, it's not wrong. But wouldn't it be the same if I kept it in my possession and manage it?" "No, there's a difference between a permanent neutral independent state and a bounty hunter's hideout." "Well, Edsama is inelegant." "Saying the truth is inelegant." I shrugged my shoulders and Palm's lips twitched in dissatisfaction. "I think gentlemen should be more open-minded, don't you?" "Well then, good day, everyone." "Excuse us." After saying this and bowing, Palm and the others left more easily than I had expected. Toby's face as he looked away looked somewhat sad. "What, are you lonely by any chance?" "Honestly, just a little bit." Even though they were bounty hunters, they were together the whole time. "I don't know how I feel," he added. "You have to change your mind here. Come on, let's go." "Yes, that's right." Toby, who had regained his smile, replied to my and Tia's words. We entered the town of Ekril again and immediately went to the temple, but were told that it was not possible for them to respond immediately, so we just made a reservation and stayed at an inn that day. "This is a letter from His Majesty. Please confirm." Toby handed the letter made of fine paper to the female priestess who came out to respond. The priestess who received the letter opened it without hesitation, looked at its contents, and spoke to Toby again. "I have certainly confirmed it." "Then, could you hand over the box containing the heart of the Demon Lord to me?" "No, I'd like to give it directly to the High Priest." "Even if you say so, we cannot give it to the High Priest until we have examined the actual object. It would be a great inconvenience if the High Priest were to be put in direct danger." "Ah, that is certainly true, but I showed you the letter from His Majesty the King, didn't I?" "Doesn't that give you any assurance? The letter was written more than 6 months ago, wasn't it?" "How can you deny the possibility that the seal on the box has deteriorated in such a short period of time?" "Only after we examine it ourselves can we deliver it to the High Priest." I understand. Okay, then how about at least having the High Priest come over here and then we can check it out?" So irritating. The discussion between the hooded priestess and Toby was endlessly deadlocked. The priestess sighed at the lack of progress and unexpectedly approached Toby and quickly put her mouth over his. What?" Toby stiffened in surprise, and a startled tear covered her face with her hands while looking through the gaps between her fingers. A smile of satisfaction appeared on the priestess' puckered little lips, and in her hand she held the metal box that Toby had been holding. What? Foo, is that the price you want?" "Toby-sama?" "What? That voice, don't tell me it's—" Ho. She quickly removed her robe and there appeared Palm, whom we had just parted with yesterday. I quickly ran up to the triumphant figure, and in its path stood an elderly man dressed in a butler's uniform. "Hold it, I won't let you go." You did come, Tia." "Sorry, it's impossible here." I confronted Claude, but Tia frowned at my words and said, "Inside the temple, the walls and floors were all made of beautifully polished stone, and I guess it was impossible to activate the binding magic here like in the forest. Everything is just as I calculated. So, goodbye this time." "Farewell." Talk more nonsense." Without uttering a word about how they had impersonated priests or how they had changed their voices, which a typical scoundrel would have been proud to talk about, they, having achieved their goal, were running away from the place at a breakneck pace. As I watched them go, Toby, who had been looking on in amazement, belatedly made a commotion. Hey, what are we going to do, Ed-san?" "The Demon Lord's heart has been stolen." "First of all, calm down, Toby." "It's fine." "What do you mean, it's fine?" "I've come this far and it's been stolen." "Certainly, it was stolen. So, here." I pulled out the metal box from the bag at my waist and handed it to Toby. Toby was so confused by this impossible scene that he looked at me and the box alternately and repeatedly at great speed. Huh? What is this?" "What is it?" "It's a box containing the Demon Lord's heart." "You know it, right?" "I know that." Did you take it back in that instant?" "No, not that. I switched it out with a fake from the beginning, just in case something like this ever happened." "On the day we were attacked by the Imperial soldiers, I pretended to put the real one I borrowed from Toby in my bag and put it away in my stranger box, and then I returned the fake one I made by copy and fake. In short, it was a secret even to Toby himself, and I kept the real thing in a place where it would never be stolen. If you want to fool your enemies, start with your allies. It seems that the poison, which was kept hidden until the very end, worked at the best time. Well, I told Tia about it last night. I knew that at some point the Palm and him would try something, so I prepared for it. Oh, and I also prepared this so we can finish sealing it before they come back and realize they've been duped. Shall we? Even the letter? As for the letter, it was duplicated while Toby and the others were talking. This one was a fake, of course, but the fact that it looked the same was enough for a letter, and more importantly, the content of the letter itself was definitely from the king, so there was no problem. Hey Toby, isn't this your last job? Get another priest and have him handle it properly this time. Well, yeah. What is this? My head is a mess. Perhaps because too many things happened at once. Toby, dizzy, stopped the priest walking in the distance again to talk to him. A little further away from Toby, Tia spoke softly to me. You've done something evil. I can't help it. I couldn't even tell the truth. Regardless of the exchange we just had, Toby will definitely have to give up the box at some point. And if the threat of Palm was not eliminated at that time, there was still a possibility that it could be taken from us out of our sight. In order to prevent that from happening, we needed to get Palm to take the fake at this stage and finish the whole process before it was discovered to be a fake. That is why I couldn't just tell Toby the truth in order to eliminate even the slightest doubt. Still, it remains to be seen how much time we can buy. Well, we'll figure out the rest. Even if they had prepared the means to infiltrate here in advance, it was hard to believe that they would be able to use it twice in a row in such a short period of time. Even while knowing the importance of the heart of the Demon Lord and the information about the bandits who were after it, I'll applaud them if they managed to take it from us. Ed-san, Tia-san, the High Priest will be here soon. Oh, okay. Come on, Tia. Yeah, let's go. Tia and I looked at each other and slowly walked over to Toby's side. The end of our work and our eternal separation was almost upon us. CH-93. We will now begin the sealing ceremony for the heart of the Demon Lord. In a mysterious room at the back of the temple, with the words of the High Priest, the 6 priests stationed in a circle began chanting incantations, and the magic circle engraved on the floor began to emit a strong light. Then the box on the pedestal in the center of the room cracked open, and a small red jewel floated up into the air. It was the first time I had ever seen such a stone, and I guessed it was the heart of the Demon Lord. It might be inappropriate, but it's really beautiful. Yes, it's certainly something that Palm would want. A jewel the size of an adult's index finger shone in the light rising from the floor. The crimson light that lured and bewitched the viewer was indescribably fascinating, and even if it were just a jewel, it was sure to be coveted at a high price by the connoisseurs. That being said, the power of the Demon Lord resides in it, right? What is the power of the Demon Lord, after all? Amazing magical power, or is it life force or existence, or something like that? I do not know. In a dazzling pillar of light, the red jewel was spinning slowly, shining and twinkling. The way it blinked irregularly seemed to be beckoning to me, and my gaze was naturally drawn to it. Sucked in. Yes, this was not a jewel. It was a sign, a door. Beyond the white, there was red, and beyond the red, black. Infinitely wide, infinitely deep, to connect there and here. Ed? What's wrong? Exclamation mark. What is it? Why, you are just dazed. Do you really like these gems? No, that's not true. But the sudden appearance of Tia's face between me and the heart of the Demon Lord awakened my consciousness, which had been in a daze for some reason. What was it? What? I'm sorry. It's finally all over, so maybe I was a little distracted. Really? That's unusual for you, no? Haha, even I have times like that. Well, that's true, I said with a wry smile, and Tia, satisfied, returned to her original position. The red gem that had been floating slowly returned to the box, and a shining chain of light extended from the magic circle on the floor, which tied the box down, and the sealing ritual ended without incident. The rest was uneventful. Toby told me that the escort request was completed, and we returned to the White World together from an out-of-the-way place around the Great Temple. I looked at the table and saw a short sword on it, and I couldn't help but chuckle. Foo-fa-foo, Is this what happened? What's wrong with you, Ed? Even though you've just come back and you've got a really evil look on your face? It's not that, okay? I'm just saying that this trip has been very rewarding. 2 facts we found out this time. The last time we jumped was to the 28th world, whereas this time we jumped to the 16th world. In other words, the order was reversed. This did not mean that the intervening world had been displaced and could no longer be reached, but simply that the next world was now extremely likely to be random. Conversely, it was more likely that we would have to visit all 100 different worlds this time after all, but this was not a big problem since we had originally planned to do so. Another thing was that the dagger that was left on the table before I left for Toby's world was still there, which meant that I could set things up in this world. If I was going to smith here for a long time, it was essential to arrange the environment for it. But the difference in time and metal burden between having to carefully disassemble the parts and storing them in Stranger Box, each time fearing that would disappear, and being able to leave the pieces in place and leave them alone was quite large. Fufu. This would be a good time to consider making material procurement a priority when he can. When we jump to a different world, Ara, your equipment is going back to the way it was, huh? It seems so. Tia pointed out to me that I was back to wearing the equipment I had when I first came to this world. Apparently, they didn't update equipment. TCH, it's not going to be that convenient. But hey, it's enough. Now then, let's read Records of the Hero's Story. Yeah, my thoughts were completely focused on going to the next world, but sure enough, there it was. I joined Tia at the table and looked over the new Records of the Hero's Story that had appeared there. It contained facts that I never knew I wanted to know, such as how Toby gained the trust of the King of Esperanto, and we were chatting and enjoying the contents. The final chapter, The Ceiling, is complete. In the 005th world, Records of the Hero's Story. Thus, by the hands of the hero and his bodyguards, the stone containing the power of the Demon Lord was safely sealed. What? That's it. Sounds like it. The afterwards section, which had been well written in the past, somehow contained only this one sentence. After that, no matter how many pages I turned, it was just a blank sheet of paper, and when I unintentionally raised my head, I met Tia, who had a bewildered expression on her face. What does this mean? If I were to interpret it in a positive way, then nothing really happened while Toby was alive, right? If that's the end of the story and there were no more problems, then there's certainly nothing to write about. Yeah, that might be true. But hey, wouldn't it be nice to have something a little more? What, you're saying you'd rather have more hardships? Tia, peace is important, okay? I know. Matilda, Ed's mean. She puffed up her cheeks in discontent, and Tia put her hand on the shiny crystal ball and absorbed the new power into her body. Then she took my hand and made me stand up. Fine, then let's go to the next world. Or do you have something to do this time? No, not this time. Next time I come back, I might stay here for a while, though. Then does that mean I should get a bed or something in the next world? Sleeping on a chair or on the floor might hurt me. Right. I don't know if I'll be sleepy here, but I think it's good enough to prepare. The capacity of the banishing skill, Stranger Box, was surprisingly enough for one world. Since there was no way to fill the box with anything, it was not a bad idea to collect household goods with enough vigor to move into a new house. Hey Ed, hurry up. My brand new bed is calling me. You know, the next world isn't always the easiest place to buy furniture, you know. Besides, if we're going to buy something, I want it to be top of the line. I'm pretty sure there's a ridiculously civilized part of the world I'm going to in the second half of the book, so I'm sure we can find it there. I'm really interested. But the second half is a long way ahead, right? No, I saw that the order of those things is changing randomly, so there's a possibility that we might go next to that world, you know. On the other hand, there is a possibility that we won't go until the very end. You are my luck with the lottery. Open the door to my fluffy bed. What the hell is that? Tia opened the door marked 006 with a strange enthusiasm, and I couldn't help but giggle. And so, once again, we entered the known unknown. The end chapter. Ceiling incomplete. In the 005th world, Records of the Hero's Story. Thus, the stone that contained the power of the Demon Lord was safely sealed by the hands of the hero and his bodyguards. However, 10 years later, the Lebrenian Empire, seeking the power of the stone, sabotaged it, and the power of the demon lord's heart, which had gone out of control as a result, destroyed the holy surround state. In just 6 years, 30% of the world's population was devastated by the black demons that sprang from here. Toby the hero went out with all his might to reseal the awakened, and with his extraordinary power, he avoided it and reached the center of the Hall of Emptiness, but all he found there was a tarnished gem. An empty shell, left to be resealed. T/N. New arc will begin from Friday or Saturday. Ch 94. Oh, the big mountains far up in the distance and the towns at the foot of the mountains with their many strands of smoke rising in the sky. I know. This time I remember it well. Is this the next world? Hey Ed, this is. Kaya. You did it Tia. Your lottery luck is the best. What? Tia had a puzzled look on her face, but I hugged her with a big smile on my face. My joy was not going to be stopped by such a thing. Ed, hey, Ed. Matilda, that's enough. Oh? But when she kicked me in the leg, I stopped. It hurts. But it's a pain of delight that I accepted with open arms. So, what is this place? Why are you so happy? Foo. This is the world where my master lives. Master? Does that mean that the hero of this world is Ed's master? Well, yeah. So, let's get going. I took Tia's hand and we went on our way. I arrived at a town of blacksmiths like at Orumtayan in the first world. However, the people there were not human. The only people walking around town were no taller than my chest. The men were usually muscular, and the women plump and round, which was a very similar characteristic to the race that Tia and I know so well. Hey Ed, is this a dwarf town? Maybe. They are a race called Minor Tribe, and they are a little short. They like booze, and they are good at blacksmithing, but I don't know if they are exactly the same as the dwarves. You know, I can't help but think they're the same. But it's because the world is different, isn't it? That's right. Well, if you treat them normally, there's no problem. It was extremely dangerous to assume that something that may be the same was the same because it was similar. However, they were the same as us. We could communicate with each other, and since we were not hostile in terms of race, there would be no problem if we treated each other in a civilized and normal manner. What do you mean? And then we heard such yelling coming from the far end of the street. As we slowly walked closer, we saw a human man who looked a little older than me and a stubborn-looking miner standing facing each other. Is there anything like this? Huh? I don't have a sword for a brat like you. Get the hell out of here. A brat? Did you know that I'm Akuta's hero? How can I not know you when you say it right in front of me? Are you stupid? Then, according to the agreement, the sword, and I told you to take it. The miner pointed to a sword propped up on a nearby wall, but when the self-proclaimed hero saw it, he became even more agitated and raised his voice. Don't bullshit me. Aren't those the common swords lying in your shop? Smith a sword for the hero. That's your job. That's right. That's why I am selling you that sword. If you want me to properly smith you a sword, come back when you have acquired proper skills. Damn it, you'll regret it. You better train your arm than your mouth and then make me regret it, arsehole. The self-proclaimed hero spat out a few words to the miner, who took an uncooperative attitude, and left the place. With that, the miner man also walked away, and peace returned to the area. Okay then let's go. Yeah, I started to walk again, but Tia suddenly tugged at my hand curiously. Hey Ed, where are we going? Where? Well, my master's place. No, I mean, that person is the hero and your master, right? Yes, hey, just like me at first. Tia's words made me chuckle as I remembered my first round. Yeah, it's not that I was dumb, it's just that if I didn't know any better, I would. Matilda, what's with that face? No, I just thought I made the same mistake. It's okay, because the real hero is ahead of us now. The real one? Does that mean the person we just saw is a fake? It's not like that, but I'll talk about the details later. I'd rather say hello to my master while I still can. I don't know when I'll be able to see him if he's stuck in his blacksmith shop. I don't know, but I get it. Then tell me later, okay? I nodded broadly at Tia, who appealed to me with her eyes, and I stepped into the store where the miner man had just entered. There, I found a man who made no attempt to hide his grumpy attitude, frowning at the armaments displayed in the store. "Who the hell are you?" "Nice to meet you. My name is Ed, and I am a wandering blacksmith. I have come here to ask Blacksmith Dalton Sama to teach me." "Che, don't talk so smugly. I'm in such a bad mood right now." "Okay, if you show me something stupid, I'm going to snap it off." "I'm ready." "Tia, give me that sword." Yeah, I told him, took the silver sword from Tia, and presented it to Dalton. Dalton took the sword, looked at it with serious eyes, and called out to me. "Let me ask, is this your best work?" "No, sir." "Then why did you show me such a half-baked thing?" "The best environment, the best materials, the best tools, the best user. It's not realistic to have everything you want. That's why I hammered that sword with everything I had available to me at the time. Ultimate metals whose existence was only known, and magical cauldrons that once existed. I could never create a masterpiece in pursuit of such a dream story, even if I spent my entire life doing so. If that's the case, then I would do the best I could with the reality in front of me." Hearing my determination, Dalton strokes the beard on his chin, deep in thought. "This is not bad." "Just to make sure, you forged it by yourself?" "Yes, that's right, but..." "Humphrey." Dalton snorted and kept staring at the sword, and a bead of sweat ran down my forehead. "In the first round, I was just an amateur and most of what I did here was chores. Toward the end, I was taught a few things, and after obtaining their Master Smith, in a later world, I began to do some serious blacksmithing, which was why Dalton's skills in this world were still burned into my eyes. This was the 48th world. In other words, I worked on blacksmithing for about 50 years after this, but of course my priority was to be a member of the hero party, so I didn't have much time to devote to it seriously. Thinking about it, the amount of time I spent devoting myself to smithing wasn't that big of a deal, was it? But in spite of that, do I actually have a talent for smithing? Closing parenthesis. Somehow, I felt something stuck in the corner of my head. But before I could even worry about it, Dalton opened his mouth. "Alright then, I'll use you at least for chores for now. I'm not saying you cannot watch and learn, but I don't have time to teach you how to do it, either. Is that okay with you?" "Of course. I'm looking forward to working with you, Master." "What do you mean, Master?" At my words, Dalton, who had returned the sword to me as if to press it against me, twisted his mouth and disappeared into the back of the workshop. At first glance, his demeanor appeared to be sullen, but unlike earlier, I knew that this time it was a subtle attempt to hide his embarrassment. It seems that my full strength on that day had increased to the extent that I was able to break through the first hurdle. "Come on, get your ass in here and do your chores." Yes. "Sorry Tia, I think we'll probably be staying here for a long time. Can you get us a place to stay?" "Okay. See you later." "Oh," I responded to Tia, who sent me off with a smile and raised her arm, as I stepped into the scorching forge. T/N, I'm sorry, got invested playing Persona 5 Royal. CH95. "You're here." Master Dalton took one look at me as I entered and muttered shortly. His body was preparing for blacksmithing without hesitation, but I did not dare to do anything and waited there for his instructions. A top-notch craftsman would not simply leave even a single preparation to someone else. "This is fine." "Then I'll do my job. But first you try to strike a sword. You can use the tools over there. You can also use the iron ingots over there." "Can you do it?" "I understand." I nodded at my master's blunt words and began to prepare the furnace next to it. Compared to the furnace used by my master, this furnace looked a little older, but it was well taken care of, so I didn't see any problem in doing blacksmithing. The specially processed coal was placed in a furnace to heat the ingot once the temperature rose, and the rest was done with a hammer. The result was a plain, ordinary iron sword. If I used common materials and tools, no matter how much I use, Master Smith, I would not be able to make anything beyond a good quality iron sword. But this was the best I could do here. Then I had nothing to be ashamed of. "It's done, Master." "Oh." In response to my call, Master received the sword and observed it closely. But for some reason, his face was austere, and the way he twisted his mouth made me feel uneasy. Master? Is it that bad?" "No, it's not. It's not like that. But I was wondering what's going on." Listen, it is not limited to blacksmithing, but when one creates something, the creator's habits are bound to appear. And this sword has your habits. Remember, Okay, yes. He said it with a strangely mysterious look on his face, but the content was so obvious that I could only nod my head obediently. But the master's expression twisted suspiciously there, and his words followed accordingly. But the sword you made has the habits of two people. There are traces of someone else with no habits at all, to be exact. This ain't possible. Habits are, so to speak, strengths and weaknesses. If you hit too hard in one area, you have to hit weaker in another area to make up for it. This is how you finally make the whole thing uniform. There are parts of the sword you hit that have none of this strength or weakness. I just don't get it. By the looks of it, you have an idea what it is? Well, yes. I couldn't help but chuckle at the questioning look in my master's eyes. I think that part without strength and weakness was the part where I used Master Smith. But still, I don't know how he could tell such a difference. Master really is amazing. Then it's an order. Never do that again. At least it's forbidden while you're at my place. May I ask why? If I didn't use my skills, my blacksmithing skills would drop dramatically. I suddenly made a strange noise, and my master answered me with a frown. I'd like to tell you to think about that yourself, but I'll tell you. In blacksmithing, it is fundamental to always swing a hammer with uniform strength. However, it is not human to keep hitting with exactly the same force. If you hit one part a little harder, you have to hit another part a little weaker to balance it out. That is the individuality of a craftsman in blacksmithing. But your strange way of hitting has no waves at all. That could be called a perfect job, but on the other hand, it also means that there is no room for growth. You realize that, don't you? That's why you don't have this perfect way of hitting the whole thing. I was at a loss for words, having been perfectly pointed out to me. The moment I got this banishment skill, I could have the same power as the craftsmen who were called the best without any difficulty. But it stopped there. My banishing skill never grew the more I used it. Top-notch from the beginning, but top-notch to the end. I was here now because I knew that in order to become top-notch beyond top-notch, I needed to train my own skills, not borrowed skills, but the technical skills that I have ingrained in this body. But without it, I'm second-rate at best. You may have enough skill to make something for the other stores, but not the kind of product you can put in my store. Frankly, I wouldn't take an apprentice with these skills. Then why are you taking me as an apprentice? I told you you're not my apprentice, just a chore boy. After that, well, I saw your sword. Sword? That's right. That Nei-chan's sword was made by you, wasn't it? There was consideration for the user, passion for making good things, and aspiration to aim for the best. The creator's soul was certain. I felt it. I don't think it's wrong to compensate for the lack of skill with some unknown power. If it improves the degree of perfection, then go ahead and use it. It's not the style of a craftsman to finish a work without using the power he has for his own pride. But if you depend on it too much, you'll never grow up. That's why you're not allowed to do that while you're with me. You're going to hit like a normal person and hone your skills like a normal person. Understood? Master Che, don't make that face. If I see a young bird in its shell, I need to kick that shell or else it makes me itchy. If you get that, break that shell. And now only Smith using your hands. Yes, sir, I replied with sincere gratitude and respect to my master, who turned away grimly. When was the last time I so genuinely acknowledged someone as my superior? Before I knew it, I must have gotten damn arrogant. I became stronger and stronger as the borrowed power of my banishment skills came together. In addition to this, the fact that I now know the events of the second round, past, future events may have subconsciously made me think of all the people involved as the ones I will protect and guide. What an arrogant and selfish way of thinking was that. How arrogant was a young man who had only received a little bit of power and had not grown much, to be so arrogant toward the world's chosen one, a hero. Super embarrassing. I was so smug. It's super embarrassing. When I thought back on what I had just said and done, I felt like my face was about to catch fire. I was so glad that Tia was not here. If she were here, she would definitely make fun of me, saying, "Foo, Ed, you're so lively, aren't you?" No, or maybe I just didn't show it on my face, but I was thinking like that in secret. You are, I can't stand it. This is unbearable. Oi, you, what the hell have you been doing all this time? Calm the hell down. I'm sorry. Perhaps sensing my mental turmoil, My master turned around and scolded me with a disgusted look on his face. Calm down, me. I'm calm. Talk to the iron and strike the sword with an open mind. Really, was I, of all people, too hasty? No, no, that's not true. It's okay, I continued. You're the one who said it yourself? Oh well, just make sure you hit it right, okay? Yes, sir, I replied straight back to my master's words, adjusted my mind and body, and faced the furnace. A fresh start. With gratitude to the master for reminding me, I swung the hammer with just my strength. CH-96. The sound of striking iron, the sound of exploding fire. In a space filled with only these two noises and only these two tranquil sounds, I diligently swung my hammer and forged my sword. As I focused on conversing with iron, forgetting about the dripping sweat and accumulated fatigue, I suddenly heard a voice that shattered the world from a near yet distant place. Good evening, Ed. Are you there? Is that you, Tia? What's wrong? What's wrong? That's my question. I came all the way here to pick you up because you wouldn't come out of the store no matter how long I waited. I see, my bad, Tia said, puffing out her cheeks slightly, and I casually looked outside the window. The sun was indeed setting there. Wait, the sun is going down? Huh, it's a lie, right? It's night already? Yeah. Going by your reaction, by any chance, have you even eaten lunch? Nope. I arrived here just before noon, and the next thing I knew, it was now. Naturally, I did not eat, and my breaks were minimal, just a quick drink of water on my way to the restroom. I still didn't mind at all. But once I realized, I got really hungry. Really, you used to eat well before. Come on, let's go have dinner before the stores close. Why yeah, let me reach a good stopping point with this and then I'll come. Just wait a little longer. Oh, I raised my hammer again, and for some reason a fist fell on my head. I turned around, teary-eyed, and there was the face of my stern, stubborn master, with eyes that looked like he was looking at a naughty brat. You idiot. There's no good stopping point for a half-wit like you. Hurry and clean it up, and tomorrow, you'll have to start all over again. I understand, master. Once my master said so, there was no room for me to argue. Leaving my sword incomplete, I quickly put away my tools and bowed to my master once again. Well then, master. Excuse me, HMPH, be careful. While telling me to go home, my master apparently had no intention of stopping his job. As I left the store with a wry smile on the back of such a craftsman, Tia spoke to me once again. I'm sorry, did I come at a bad time? No, it's fine. If you haven't arrived, I'd still be working all the time. It's okay to get carried away, but you have to take care of yourself, okay? Yes, I'm sorry about that. Good. Well, it's Ed's treat tonight, then. How about that place over there? New? No, well, it's fine, but it looks rather good. Alright, let's go. Tia and I went to a random restaurant together. After we had ordered some kind of meat dish that made my stomach growl, Tia started talking to me again. It's the continuation from the other day, that dwarf? No. The miner tribe? Is he the hero? Yes, that's right. The first time around, I did some chores in my master's store, and when I quit, I was able to go back to my own world. I see. Then what's with the guy who called himself hero? Yeah. Look, remember that time with Wafer? You know that world where people hand-picked their own heroes? It's the same here. There are several countries that recognize their own heroes, and one of them is him. So, unlike with Wafer, Ed's perception and this world's perception are different. It's not me, it's about the perception of the godlike being who makes us go back and forth between different worlds. I was going to go with that hero the first time, but I had a bad feeling about it, so I stayed put. I've never been so glad to trust my instincts as I was then. Well, maybe I would have been fine if I'd gone with him. Is that so? I replied to Tia as I wrapped the bright red pasta that came first around my fork, thinking about the meat that I had yet to reach. Emphasis on maybe. As I said before, I don't know what criteria that godlike being uses to identify who is the hero. For example, Wafer and Dobin. If I had sided with Dobin and moved things around, wouldn't Dobin have won that match and been chosen as the hero? It's possible. The final was a close match, right? If we had been working with Dobin when that happened, would Dobin have been recognized as a hero and would we have been able to return to our original world if we were expelled from that party? Well, there's no way to know for sure now. I muttered to myself, And this time, the thick steak I had been waiting for arrived. I don't know what kind of meat it was, but as long as it tasted good, there was no problem. We can't know for sure. Hey, are you really sure that we cannot check that? I was about to bite into a piece of meat that I had cut when Tia pointed her fork at me and asked, "Hey, that's bad manners." Or rather, we can't do that. It's too late for that world. No, that's not what I mean. Hey Ed, you can search for people and things, right? Then maybe you can find out if a person is a hero or not. Oh, if you put it that way, then yes. When she pointed this out to me, I realized that possibility for the first time. Until now, I had never thought about it because the power of the Flagmaker had ensured that I meet a hero, but it was true that Akashic Compass could be used to determine whether or not a hero existed under the guise of searching for her whereabouts. Well, let's try it. But only after we go to the inn. Yes. Now let's enjoy our meal. Our hands and mouths began to move, which had been stopped by our conversation, and we ate our dinner in no time at all. After that, I headed to the inn Tia had reserved for us. I sat down on the bed and activated the Akashic Compass. Materialize. Akashic Compass. What I'm looking for. Nearest hero. No number. The location of the person closest to me that fulfills the conditions for me to return to the original world by being banished. As if in response to my question, the image of a bearded old man working at a blacksmith's forge appeared in an empty metal frame that appeared above my hand. It was, without a doubt, my master, Dalton. "Ah, Dalton-san." I responded with a small nod to Tia's words, who was watching from nearby. So my master's reflection here means I can search for the hero under these conditions. Then next is the thing I'm looking for is the location of the person who's second closest to me and fulfills the conditions for me to return to my original world by being banished. With this way of asking, if there was no relevant person, nothing should be reflected. With that, Tia and I held our breath to see what would happen as we stared at the Akashic Compass. I can't see anything. So, I guess that means that the only one who is applicable is Master. I knew there was only one person in the world. But then, is Dalton-san going to defeat the Demon Lord? No, with the way it's going, he is probably going to make a weapon that can defeat the Demon Lord, I think. I don't remember him making anything like that before. Then, does it mean we're going to help out this time too and make a great weapon? I guess so. This is just my hypothesis, but I believe that a hero recognized by God was a person who will serve as a great catalyst for people to defeat the Demon Lord. There were of course heroes like Alexis and Wafa who directly defeated the Demon Lord, but there were also heroes like Miguel and Rebecca who were trying to connect with the possibility of defeating the Demon Lord in the future, and heroes like Toby who were trying to prevent the Demon Lord's resurrection. Maybe the reason I'm doing the second round is to collect the possibility of subjugating the Demon Lord that I missed in the first round, and to defeat the Demon Lords of all the worlds. Such a question suddenly came to my mind. In that case, I would say that I was in the palm of God's hand to the point where I reunited with Tia and wished to save her. Question mark what? Suddenly staring at someone's face. It's nothing. Now then, let's get some sleep. Okay, I'll sleep over here, Tia said and went to one of the beds at either end of the room. This time, we were sharing a room since we were planning to stay for a long time. Good night, Ed. Yeah, good night, Tia. Tia crawled into bed and immediately fell asleep. Her sleeping face was so peaceful that I could picture her face in my mind as she fell into eternal sleep that day. Yeah, I was able to save this face. Then I didn't care what God or anyone else thought. I'm just going to be me. Good night. I murmured softly once more, words that I was sure were no longer heard, and then I, too, slipped into bed and slept like a log. CH97. Today, as always, I was swinging my hammer and pounding the iron with all my heart. It was a routine that had not changed since the day I became Master Dalton's apprentice for the second time, but there was one thing that was different from the first day. It was, "Hello, Ed, I brought your lunch." Tia, who had entered the blacksmith shop from the store in a very natural manner, called out to me without the slightest hesitation. In her hand was a woven basket with a handle. I stopped hitting my sword and turned back to Tia. As always, I am sorry, Tia, but thank you." "You're welcome." I thanked her, and Tia responded with a smile. At first glance, it might look like I was a useless man being taken care of by her, but in reality, That was not the case. I have to make sure that Tia was involved with my master by having her visit the smith frequently, or else she would be in trouble if she failed to fulfill the joining the party of the hero requirement. I mean, to be honest, I wasn't absolutely sure that I could meet the requirements with this. But I couldn't let Tia do the blacksmithing, so this was the only way I could think of to help her. Sandwiches today, looks good, right? When you get back to the inn, be sure to tell the innkeeper what you think. Oh, is that so today? I'll tell her at night. Tia brought lunch from different places depending on the day. I guess she was paying attention to the menu, as it would inevitably tend to be the same if she kept ordering from the same place. If we were on an adventure, we might have to eat the same old food for months, if not weeks. But since we were in town, it would be better to have a variety of food. Dalton-san, if you would like some. Well, I'll take it then. At Tia's suggestion, Master also smiled and reached for a sandwich. At first glance, his blunt manner and stern face seemed to indicate that he was displeased at being interrupted from his work, but in fact he was in a good mood and smiling. If one could tell the difference in these facial expressions, one would pass Master's test, and Tia was easily able to tell the difference. It took me quite a while to get there, but it seemed to be a no-brainer for the elf Sama, who excelled at communicating. Hey Dalton-san. There's something I've been thinking about, can I ask? Tia, who was also sitting on a chair and munching on a sandwich, spoke to my master. My master, who was not very good at socializing, was no match for Tia's friendliness, and answered her with a face that would make a child cry. In other words, he answered Tia with a normal face. What is it? Whenever I come in, there doesn't seem to be anyone in the store. Is that okay? The store? It's true that sometimes when I'm concentrating on blacksmithing, I don't know when a customer comes in. But I'm fine. If they need me, they'll come back. No, that's not what I meant. I'm just wondering if it might be possible for someone to steal a few of those magnificent swords on display, as there's not even a storekeeper there. That's what you mean. At Tia's question, my master smacked his knee and grinned. When we sell the swords we forge, we put a true mark on them in a certain place. If you steal a sword from a storefront, of course you don't have a true seal, so you can't sell it or even send it out to be sharpened. If you were going to use the sword as a disposable or a piece of jewelry, you might do it. But would you go to the trouble of stealing a sword and carrying it out of town while avoiding the eyes of the guards? If that's the case, it would be much easier to kill some random adventurer outside of town and take his sword. So, well, the conclusion is that it's unlikely anyone would steal a sword. Really? What about faking that true mark? A true mark is the skill of the craftsman who engraves it. For example, if a person can forge my true mark exactly like mine, it means that he himself has blacksmithing skills close to mine. Why would someone like that go to the trouble of forging a true mark? If you forge a sword in your own name, there's plenty of work out there for you, you know? I certainly wouldn't do that. Tia smiled bitterly at Master's words. If one had the skill to forge the true marks of famous names, it was more profitable to forge one's own sword, rather than forging the marks of second or third-rate blacksmiths. So as a result, no one would forge a true mark, and there would be no such thing. Which would mean that no one would steal a sword that couldn't be exchanged for money. But it's not like they never get stolen, right? From what I've heard, there's at least one stolen every year. Oh, really? That's not good. This was what I heard in the first round, not what I heard now, but it was before I came to this world, so it should be the same in this world. Tia's eyes widened in surprise at my words, but Master laughed it off as if he knew where I was coming from. Hey, even if 10 pieces are stolen, the thieves of 8 of them will be caught easily. The other 2 or so will end up not being caught, but if it's one every 5 years or so, it's much better than hiring a troublesome storekeeper. That's all there is to it. Wow, that's bold or rather appropriate. That's just like my master. It was easier to let the occasional theft go by than to worry about it and take countermeasures. Whether you think this was a cost-effective and brilliant response or just a random act was up to the individual, but since this store was run by Master alone, no one would say anything as long as he was happy with the situation. Aware of this, Tia only made an exasperated face, but with that expression, Tia turned her gaze towards me. I don't disagree with Dalton-san's thinking. But Ed, don't copy it. Okay? No, I won't. I have no intention of opening a store in the first place. What the heck, aren't you training because you want your own shop? Number. I just want to make the best sword for myself and my friends, so I have no intention of taking in an unspecified number of customers. Is that no good? It doesn't mean you can't. Just don't forget to always be objective. While you can do an unlimited amount of work for yourself, there will be no one to complain to when you make compromises. It is difficult to find the right answer only by yourself. Make a standard that is the same for everyone, not just a feeling. Draw a clear line at the stage before completing the work, and don't waver from that line. The only way to draw that line is to decide for yourself, while experiencing pain to the extent that you don't die. Thank you, Master. I'm learning a lot. TSK. Don't say that with an obedient face. I bowed my head seriously, and he frowned and turned away. He munched on his sandwich and went back to work without a word. This was the kind of attitude my master often adopted when he was embarrassed. Foo-fa-foo, Ed's master is really cute, isn't he? You don't ever say that. It'll make my master really grumpy. I won't. That's why I am telling you like this, right? Gently touching my hand, Tia smiled mischievously as she communicated using missing talk. If this had been a normal conversation, even if it was in a whisper, I would have had a barrage of fists falling on my head. Let sleeping dogs lie. I didn't want to continue the dangerous topic and get hurt, so I also took a bite of my sandwich and finished my meal to change my mind. Well then, I guess I'll go back to work too. The lunch was delicious, Tia. Thanks, but I didn't make it. Ha ha ha. See you later. Okay. See you later. After lunch, Tia left the forge. After that, I immersed myself in blacksmithing again, and in the evening, Tia came to pick me up and we went home and went to bed. After about another week of such days, one morning, looks like someone stole my sword. What? I shouted dumbly in the morning at the words of my master, who unusually had a bitter look on his face from the bottom of his heart. CH98. What? Did it really get stolen? Sort of. That day at noon, Tia asked with a puzzled look on her face, and my master mumbled a few words as he lightly turned away from her. The fact that the sword had been stolen was not important, but the fact that it had been stolen so soon after that conversation seemed to be a little embarrassing. TCH. Don't worry about it. They'll get caught soon anyway, and I have a little idea who might have stolen it. You had an idea of who might steal, and you did nothing. Shut up. Shut up. It's fine if I say so. Oi Ed, hurry up, eat and continue. Why yes. I was yelled at rather unreasonably, and I hurriedly stuffed my lunch into my mouth. Then Tia gently touched my hand. Hey Ed, did you know the sword was going to be stolen? No, I didn't know. With Tia's missing talk, we could have a normal conversation while eating. And in the first round, I never heard of any swords being stolen, although that doesn't rule out the possibility that my master simply took care of the problem without my knowledge, so I don't know if it was stolen as a result of a change in the flow of events. What do we do? Shall I look for one on my end? No, I don't think you need to do anything unnecessary. The sword that was stolen was not a special sword. It was just a common item sold in a store and the town guards should be able to handle it. If Master has an idea of who stole from him, I'd hate to complicate things by doing something stupid. I see. I understand. Tia's hand moved away from mine, and when we both looked at each other instead, there was a particularly high-pitched sound of an iron being struck. I smiled bitterly at my master's silent complaints as he turned his back on me. The day went by uneventfully. And 5 days later, as he said, the culprit was caught early, so my master and I went to the town's guardroom. I knew it was you. Behind the cold iron bars was the self-proclaimed hero who had argued with my master on the first day. Facing us, beside him, was a guard with an apologetic look on his face. I'm sorry to have bothered you, Dalton-san. I couldn't treat him like just another thief this time. Yeah, I don't care. And, it's been a long time, my hero friend. You knew? The hero, who had been slumped down, looked up as he said this in a low voice. His eyes were bloodshot with hatred as he grabbed the iron bar separating them and shouted loudly, "What do you mean? I knew it." "You mean to say that you knew I would steal your weapons if you didn't give me a decent weapon? You want to humiliate me, A hero, to that extent? Oi, you're being very disrespectful. Why would I do that? I don't give a shit. If you had followed through on your agreement and given me a decent weapon, we could have been done with this. Shit, you're wrong. Ordinarily, I would be on that side, and you, who broke your promise to the country, would be on this side. Ha! Hey guardsman, how did this guy get caught? Ignoring the fussing hero, my master scratched his head and asked the guard. Well, it looks like he went out to sharpen the sword he stole. The store reported it, so they took him down just as this guy was coming to pick up the sword. I see. So you used the sword you stole from my store, right? How was it, huh? It was a piece of shit. What the hell was that sword? It was so hard to use. Okay. You don't actually have skills, right? That's why you didn't forge a sword for me so that it wouldn't be found out. Oi, guard, get me out of here now. If not, call the Kingdom of Actor and tell them this man is a fraud of the highest order. Don't be ridiculous. There's no way Dalton-san is a fraud. Even you are on this guy's side? Don't tell me you're fooling the whole world with this town? You've got to be kidding me. The whole world is united against the Demon Lord, and you're going to betray humanity for your own selfishness? The hero was just lashing out at the guard, who was filled with bitterness. My master, who sighed heavily at the sight of him, spoke to the guard again. Guard-san, where is the sword that this guy stole? If possible, can you bring it to me right now? Yes, I will bring it to you now, he said, and the guard who went to the back of the room immediately brought a sword. Master took it and slowly handed it to me. Oi, Ed, look at this sword for a second. Huh? Yes. Wow. Looking at the sword handed to me, I involuntarily let out a groan. I see that. No wonder it was called a good-for-nothing sword. Hey, you, if you're making that kind of noise, it means you know it's terrible, right? Then let's talk together. No, well, it apostrophes ... not that it's terrible, it's more like it's poor. Gahaha. Then Ed, use that sword to cut through the iron bars over there. You can do it, right? Wah. Hey, Dalton-san. Sorry, guard. I'll take full responsibility, so just go along with me for a bit. Are you sure? I am not. It's not good. But if Dalton-san says so, I believe him. I ask, to which the guard replied with a frown that couldn't be any clearer. Seriously, I'm allowed to cut it off? I mean, going by the flow, do I have to cut it? Oi, you, back up a little bit. There's no way you can do it. You can't cut these iron bars with such a... His voice trembling, the hero still took a few steps away from the bars. Seeing that master and the guard have also moved away from my side, I drew my sword and readied it. Then, let's do it. Exhaling shortly, I stepped forward with force and swung my sword down at an angle. The sword sliced through the bars with no problem, although it felt a little stuck, probably because the blade had not been sharpened properly. Then, having grasped the pattern, I made another horizontal flash. Then, with a rumbling sound, 3 broken bars fell to the floor. As expected of Dalton-san's sword. It's incredibly sharp. Ridiculous. It's impossible. When I used it, it couldn't even cut skin properly, let alone the shell of a rock turtle, so how could it cut iron? Ed, how did you like using that sword? Asked by my master, who folded his arms with the 2 contrasting opinions of the guard and the hero intact. I replied, looking at the sword in my hand again. I think this is to achieve both sharpness and durability, but the area that can be cut properly is very narrow. Unless you are very skilled, it's just an iron rod. Yes, this sword was almost impossible to use to cut unless the blade was perfectly aligned, although it had the ability to be called an excellent sword if one had the skill. For the majority of people it was nothing more than an iron rod in the shape of a sword, a very troubling piece of equipment. That's the way it is. The sword I forge is for the right person. This one is the best of them all. And you, my dear hero, your skill is not yet at the stage where you can use it like that. So I sold you a sword that anyone can use. Even if I forged a sword exclusively for you, honestly, it would just be the same kind of sword. Train your sword seriously for another 10 years. Then, when you're good enough, I'll forge you a sword, just like I said that day. A sword that only you can use. On the other side of the bars, the hero crumbled. Was it anger or remorse that made his clenched fist tremble? Then this case is closed. If you say it's too much trouble because of his title of hero, you can let him out. Okay, I'll withdraw the report on my part. So, I'm going home. Why yes. No, Wait a minute. That's not going to happen. As Master was about to leave, a guard hurriedly called out to him. Master turned to him and had a blatantly unhappy expression on his face. What's wrong with you? When I said it's okay for me to have my sword stolen. Of course. But we have a lot of paperwork to do. There's also the matter of the slashed iron bars, so I have to ask Dalton-san to stay here and handle the paperwork. Okay. You can do those things, as you see fit. That's not going to work. If you're careless, you won't be able to go home tonight. I'll close up the store, then. Oi, Ed? You're not leaving by yourself. You're the one who cut that thing? My master stared at me with a terrible look on his face, but I was not intimidated by that. If I stayed here, I would have to deal with endless complicated documents. I would not go along with such a hell, even if my master asked me to. No, it's a problem in my master's store, and my master said he would take responsibility for the iron bars. Well, then, that's that. Ed? Come on, Dalton-san. This way, please. I quickly left the guardhouse, leaving the master with his arm firmly caught in the guard's grasp. Let's at least pray for his safety. Good luck, Master. When Master came home late that night, he looked at me with intense resentment, and for the next 3 days, he became even more silent than usual and kept putting pressure on me, but that was a story for another time. T/N, my mouse decided to die on me, hence the delay. CH99. Master, you've got to get in a better mood. Shut up. What master? I don't remember taking as an apprentice a man who talks so much and then abandons me at the most critical moment. Lunchtime had become a regular occurrence. As I ate my thick meat sandwich, which had become a staple of my lunch, my master turned away and said, while shaking his rich beard, he has been able to talk to me normally, but it seems that he was still in a bad mood. But, even if I had stayed there, I would be of no use. Or would you have preferred me to stand idly by doing nothing while my master was busy looking over and signing papers? That won't be pleasant, right? Then it's a good thing I went home after all. Damn, you're getting better and better at that. You know, you could have brought me something to eat or something. I didn't want to leave the store empty right after it was robbed. But I couldn't just close down the store without permission, and to begin with, you wanted alcohol, didn't you? I can't give alcohol to a man who is doing paperwork in a stuffy office. Don't worry about the details. No, it's not detailed. QO. Then Tia, who had been watching the exchange between me and my master, clamped her mouth shut and began to laugh. The two of us looked at her sullenly, but Tia's laughter didn't stop. What is it, Tia? I'm sorry, Ed, I just thought you two were really close. Huh? Oi girl, I can't ignore that. What's so friendly about me and this heartless bastard? Maybe it's that you don't get into fights when you argue like that. If you really couldn't forgive Ed, wouldn't Dalton-san have beaten him and kicked him out long ago? TCH. Say whatever you want. At Tia's words, my master said so and bit his sandwich. Even in this short period of time, Tia understood that any further teasing would really put him in a bad mood, so she glanced at me and laughed before blatantly changing the subject. By the way, what happened to the thief, or rather, the hero? I was wondering about that too. What happened, Master? He was released as usual and went back to his country. I see. I've heard the story, but was it really okay to release him without any charges? In response to Tia's simple question, my master folded his arms with a difficult look on his face. Well, if you ask me whether it's fine or not, it's probably not fine, but if you treat the heroes as criminals, it's going to cause a lot of trouble. If we try to pursue it too hard, what nonsense he said may turn out to be true. If that's the case, the safest thing to do is to pretend from the beginning that nothing happened. I wanted to be reasonable, but I'm not so young that I'm willing to fight a country for something like that. It's obviously a bad thing, but it's a lot of trouble to catch them. After all, the authority of a hero is really great. I wish I could produce results that match that. Seriously, it's impossible to keep using the contract that was decided 500 years ago. In the first place, these guys aren't really trying to defeat the Demon Lord right now. Is that so? Tia, surprised, turned her head toward me. But even I was not that knowledgeable about the state of affairs in this world. Inevitably, I turned my gaze toward my master, who continued talking while stroking his beard. That's right. It's already been 500 years since the Demon Lord appeared. With this long time, It's enough for the concessions to be established. With the cause of fighting the Demon Lord, taxes can be squeezed as much as they want, and if there is any trouble, it can be settled by saying a demon beast did it or it's the Demon Lord's fault for the time being. It would be a waste of time to defeat an opponent whose evilness would not become a problem no matter what we forced on them. That apostrophe s. Then why did that hero steal the sword from the shop? It's not like he wanted a strong weapon to fight the Demon Lord, right? I don't know. Either he just wanted to look good, or he couldn't stand the fact that he was denied being a hero because I refused. If you ask me which one is it, it's probably the latter. Otherwise, he would have cooled the country and pulled the big shots out, and then I wouldn't have been able to say no to him, so I would have to forge a sword for him. Well, its performance will probably be the same as the other few swords, but it will be a hero sword that emphasized appearance with a lot of decorations. Saying this, my master grinned wickedly. It was so terrifying that even adults, let alone children, would run away barefoot. Wow, master, you look so evil, huh? Che, shut up. I'm going to make the sword exactly the way the customer wants, so it's fine. In fact, there's no shortage of requests like that, you know. I'm not much of a decorator, so in that case I refer them to another blacksmith. Eh? Did my master show such consideration? Keep talking. Gah. The impact that reverberated through the skull was so strong that it put the offensive power of an unskilled soldier to shame. Now, enough of this nonsense. Oi Ed, the sword you are forging, show me when you're done. Yes, I understand. How quickly it goes by when you're having fun. Master quickly left his seat. I hurriedly began to prepare, and Tia somewhat regretfully cleaned up the scene to end the lunchtime. A short time later, I handed him the finished sword, and he stared at it with a serious expression on his face. How is it? It's so-so. Again so-so, huh? Since the first day, I have received nothing but so-so feedback from my master when he sees my sword. I could not help but feel a sense of inexpressible uneasiness at the lack of change, but as if he could see right through me, my master's mouth twisted into a smile and said, you know, a blacksmith's skill is something that takes 5 to 10 years to hone. You can't make visible progress in just a month or so. No, I know, but I'll do my best. Hey, if you can say that without being rotten, you'll get a little better eventually. By the way, Ed, this one has a very thin blade. Why, huh? There was a time when I wanted to pursue sharpness, or rather, I used that kind of sword. When asked by my master, I explained the reason for the sword being only half the thickness of a normal sword. What I had in mind was naturally the Sword of Thin Life, but since this one was just a practice piece, the degree of perfection was not comparable. Well, the last time I had you cut the bars, I thought again, you're quite the master, aren't you? Why aren't you a hero? Why, you ask? Even if you say that. I don't know the selection criteria for heroes. The biggest reason was, of course, that I was not from this world, but it was also true that I did not know the criteria for selection of heroes. Generally, it was said that they were appointed by the king or emperor. But since they were recognized by the country as well as the nobility, it was not just a matter of being strong enough. Well, that's right. I don't know about that either. But, my master, who was looking at my forged sword from all angles and tapping it with a small hammer to check the degree of metal fatigue, placed the sword at his feet and spoke to me again. Hey Ed, do you want to try using my forged sword? What? I had not expected such a suggestion, and again I made a dumb noise. CH-100, Master's sword, me. Yeah, I remember that you are training to beat your own sword, right? Looking at your sword, I can understand there is a direction you're aiming for. That's why I dare to ask, is that really the ideal perfected form you're aiming for? I choked up when my master looked straight at me with serious eyes. Right now, the sword I was aiming for was, of course, the Sword of Thin Life. However, in the pursuit of the ultimate in sharpness, the sword's blade could not be made to have even the slightest bit of durability, and instead of being used all the time, the blade itself must be disposed of with each swing. Of course, the answer was number. That was nothing more than a sword that compromised everything but its sharpness. And since it required my blood and the banishment skill Master Smith, to use it, it may not be usable in a real predicament. Then that's why I was again training under my master to make a sword that would surpass it. You seem to know what you're doing. Then, Don't you think it's a good idea to try using my sword? You don't have to keep using it, and seeing the work of someone better than you will help you with the swords you make. What do you think? It's not a bad deal for you, right? That's true, but why are you suddenly hurrying me like that? For my dream. Master slumped into a small chair in front of the anvil, and I pulled out my own chair and sat down in front of him. A slight silence passed between us as we faced each other across the anvil. Eventually, he slowly opened his mouth. This isn't limited to swords, but there are guidelines for making something. In the case of weapons, there are two major guidelines that are absolutely necessary, namely, who will use it, and what to defeat. The conditions to making an excellent sword is meeting these two guidelines as broadly as possible. In other words, an excellent sword can be used by anyone and can cut any enemy. Is this enough? Yes, certainly. If you can make a sword that can defeat a dragon even if a child uses it, it would definitely be an excellent sword. However, don't look at me like that. Of course I know it's impossible. So, this is the continuation of what I just said. My dream is to make a sword that can defeat the Demon Lord. It's not just me. This is the dream of my father, my grandfather, our whole family. I've been swinging a hammer and honing my blacksmithing skills since I was a kid because I really wanted to accomplish this. But here's the problem. Not only me, but even if you ask anyone in the world, no one knows what kind of being the Demon Lord is. Is it bigger than a cloud or smaller than a grain of sand? Is it harder than a dragon's scales, or is it squishy like a slime? We don't have any information, so in the end, the sword that can defeat the Demon Lord has to be a sword that can cut through anything. Well, that's true. If one wants to defeat an unidentified enemy, one needs a sword that can cut through whatever entity it is. It was quite a rough opinion, apart from if it would be feasible or not. In theory it was correct. Don't look at me like that. I don't know who the Demon Lord is, so I can't help it. So, if we expand the conditions over here to that extent, the other condition, that is, who can use it, will become more demanding. For example, the sword that I gave you at the station was a sword that could cut through most things if used by a master swordsman. If one condition is it can cut through anything, the other condition must be super class or world's best swordsman, right? However, that's also a problem. Whether or not there is a swordsman with great skills has nothing to do with my blacksmithing skills, and in the first place, most powerful people are sheltered by the countries as heroes and controlled so that they don't defeat the Demon Lord. After a pause, he picked up a cup from a nearby table and slurped down the contents in one gulp. The contents were just water, so there was no way he could get drunk, but for some reason, I could see the passion in his eyes as he looked at me. T/N, it ain't BL. Then along came you. You're not even a country-bound hero, but you're stronger than any guy I've ever met. I can forge a sword that can cut through anything and defeat the Demon Lord, assuming you use it. How's that sound? Won't you let me make my dream come true? Master. He squeezed my hand tightly and I felt the thick palm of my master's hand. Ah, I see. I had trained until I had this kind of hand, but I had never had a chance to show it until now. I could never have guessed how regrettable it must have been. If I could, I would make it happen. However, I must ask him this. Just to make sure, even if you forge a sword for me, I won't fight the Demon Lord. Okay? So I can't prove whether that sword can really defeat the Demon Lord or not. Is that still okay? I don't care. Of course, it would be great if you actually beat up the Demon Lord, but I'm not so brazen as to ask you to break through the border security, become a wanted criminal, and fight the Demon Lord all by yourself. Do you really feel that way? That's right. The reason for this is if the Demon Lord is inadvertently provoked and the demon beasts around the world are activated, it is likely to cause great disadvantages in the countries. The main point is, they're sealing the border to prevent some idiot bragging about his skills from defeating the Demon Lord. You'll never get permission even if you apply for it, and if you go through without permission, you'll be beheaded on the spot. You know? That's scary. They're really going all out to protect the Demon Lord, aren't they? Hey, don't be a prude, alright? That is the first and last wall to protect us. What it is protecting may be interpreted differently by different people, I replied with a wry smile to my master's evil grinning face. So, The barrier that protected mankind from the Demon Lord had become a cage to trap the Demon Lord for the sake of profits. It's kind of hard to say, but if that's the way this world works, then I can understand why we shouldn't do anything unnecessary. Anyway, that's the end of my answer. Now it's just a matter of whether or not you will agree. Yeah. I thought about my master's question as he looked at me with expectant eyes. Even now, after hearing the whole story, it was still basically a win-win situation for me. If I could get a reference for the ideal sword I was aiming for, and also get a sword made by a top-notch craftsman, it was all win-win for me. The only thing I had to worry about was that I might be harassed in some way by having a special sword in my hands that not even the heroes could get. But since Tio and I had no family or friends in this world that would make us vulnerable, and it's a place we'll be leaving in the not-too-distant future, we could ignore all the medium to long-term disadvantages of displeasing the authorities. I understand. Then I'll accept your offer. Even if I say that, all I have to do is accept the sword and try it out. Oh, really? No. That's fine. You don't realize it because you are the one, but it's a rare opportunity to have a skilled swordsman actually use my sword and hear what he thinks of it, you know? I'm so glad. I was pleased to hear my master's unusually excited words. I had never really thought about it since I trained and used it myself, but it's a lot of work to find someone like Alexis and have him wield the sword, for example. Alright, then, let's get to work on the preparations. I'm more motivated than I've been in a long time. As my master shouted to the heavens, I also thought about the ideal sword that he would make. T/N 100th chapter. Let's go. If you just want to support me or have a particular novel in mind that you'd like to request, please join my Ko-fi or Patreon. The links are below. Once again, thank you Momo Clan.